Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Everyone always keep falling in love again. The fuck's wrong with them? I don't understand. Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this place. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? If I had an option to be someone else, I would, and let go of you. I know that I'm obvious, fuck it, I'm made this way. But why didn't I stay when I had the chance? Maybe it will pass by, someone save me. Before I pass out, I'm too lonely to be done. I'ma drink at this pace. Yeah. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? The only one that's left in the rain. The only one that's left in the rain. Am I the only one? 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 Wish I could say I was finally over you, but that's not the truth. Why am I the only one who's left in the rain with nobody to hold on to? Ooh. Why am I the only one who's feeling this pain when there should be two of us? And yeah, I know we both wanted different things, but letting go just comes easy to you, don't it? Why am I the only one who's left in the rain? Doesn't matter where we go and destination unknown. I don't care where the motor stops, cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. Look around, where's the people at? I want a taste of the good life. Hit me with it right now, I'm in it. Cause when I want it, then I want it. Yeah, I want it, oh I want it, let's go. And I won't look back, yeah. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. stops when you move like that, yeah. Everything stops when you move like that. And I wanna get in close to you. It's what I'm gonna do, 'cause right now I'm in it. Yeah, I'm fucking in it. I don't care about the bad shit back home. It's Cincinnati, baby, I just wanna let it go. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. Maybe I don't have to know your real name. I'm just addicted to the way you take the pain away. Nothing matters when we're way out here. Oh, yeah. It's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby. I said it's Cincinnati, baby. It's Cincinnati, baby.
Take everything we got, give it an honest shot. Turning it on and off, we've been sliding. Riding the highest dream, keeping the fire real. I call for you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're invincible. Over the coming days, let's cut to the chase. We're gonna beat this maze, let's go deeper. I wanna reach it all, taking a leap or fall. I'll get to you. Hold your gun, cut the wire. Aim for fun, with a light to fire. I've been flying up the ceiling, taken by this feeling. Maybe we're invincible at last. Fueling every engine, power is descending. Maybe we're
Hello, oh, for fuck's sake. Really? Really? Really?
I'm
crying out loud.
It's a sabotage.
It might as well have been. It might as fucking well have been. I'm crying out loud, man. The worst thing is, I had shit to say. I had things planned. I had so many hopes, so many dreams, Chatto, to share with you today. That's happened like twice in the last week now, despite having not happened for bloody ages. I are disappoint. I'm just going to turn the music down. You know what? Sod you. So, coming up today on Building a Nation, we're going to try and get through 6 Champions League matches, which is a lot. We're going to do 2 streams worth of content in one. In addition to that, Ferencváros will also be trying to get through 6 Champions League matches because they only went and fucking qualified for the damn thing. Which, I'll be honest with you, I'm happy for them, but I'm also not sure how I feel about that. Particularly when we kind of needed a really good year this year. I'm concerned that they are just going to be like 37th in the... That's right, there's only 36 teams. They'll find a way and are going to get absolutely twatted through the entire period of it. Ah, dear. This wasn't my... Well, I mean, it's still sort of my fault because it is my computer after all, I suppose. So there you go. We are all in Europe, all that good shit again. It's just... Don't know. 36... Yeah, they'll come 37th out of 36. They'll find a way. Ooh. Yeah, there was a Twitch stats thing. I can't remember exactly what it was on, Marius. I think... No, sorry, Basil. I can't remember who had the link for it. The one that shows, like, top chatter of all time and all that information. Hang on, is he actually going to... Because they were talking about it on Football Clichés this morning, and I just assumed it was like, oh, yeah, this is a bit... Wouldn't it be funny if Frank Lampard went back to Chelsea and all that jazz? Is that actually happening now? I assume it was like an interim, right? Can you get the same nationality teams in the league system? Oh, I don't know. I think you can, but I haven't seen it happen yet. But we'll see. We haven't drawn Ferencváros, if that's what you're asking, basically, as interim. Yeah, so top chatters, you could see that... I don't think there's any, like, new break-ins. I'm the 5th most chatted person in my own chat. Which makes sense, on account of, you know, me being here all the time. So there's that. You're 14. I always thought you were older than that, Basil. We've got... Who else we got? I'm trying to think of anyone like... Maybe where Hadrian, maybe, who's not new, but newer to the content. Hadrian is actually number 16, which is not bad for someone that's only been following the channel since, like, this game cycle. 68,000 chat messages alone. That's incredible. Still going to have some way to catch number 1 of Vaughan, though. That is going to take some serious time for anyone to catch up with Vaughan, or Wasser, for that matter. Lord Richard, though, big shout out to him. Number 3 on the list, which is pretty damn impressive, honestly. Inferno just above me. Where's Pog ranked? Pog is ranked... Good question. Pog's had multiple accounts. So Pog's original account is 19th. So there's that. So that's the problem with Pog's one. Oh, Bagpuss as well. Thank you for the 21 months. And Stewie, thank you for the 9 months. Wait. Subscribe for 3 months at tier 1. Wait. Oh, was that a 3-month resub? Thank you very much, Stewie. That's mad. Thank you, friend. That's very kind. Spam incoming, in it. Yeah, Pog's accounts. One is 19th. I assume all of hers are top 50. Big Pog M is number 32. And then there's one other. Oh, no, there's another one there. Number 40. And there should be one other Pog one. Which is the Queenbot M one. Which she didn't have for very long.
Why, hello there. Having fun generally at the moment. Sending good vibes.
Excellent.
Here's to another good month.
I am having fun generally at the moment. Are you having fun generally at the moment, Peter? It's good to hear. How are you, man? And Gareth with the 14 months on top of that as well. You'd love to see it. And we were on an early little hype train as well. You'd love to see it. Just fill up the chat with Matt, isn't it? Apparently so, yeah. HJK Sophomore, I'm afraid I cannot celebrate this. I cannot partake in this particular type of celebration. Arrow. Oh, Robin. How's things? You'd love to see it. With multiple Pogs. I know. Pog might be close to the top, actually, if you include all of her different accounts, because there's 4 different Twitch names Pog has used. Let me get you that VIP. How's Merva? How's things down under? At least your name's nice and easy to spell. Less than 50k. Oh, nice. I suppose that's the problem. You don't get VIP from what you don't get the points from watching the VODs, though, do you, Bill? That's your biggest problem. The fact that you're only 50 points away considering that, though, is actually kind of impressive. Good to see another Aussie VIP. I know. Robin's going to hate me for that. One of us. Viewer laundering. It could well be. It's like that, like, legalized view, not legalized, that non-TOS violation review button that some people do where they're like embed streams and stuff. Snowing like crazy. Wow. Looking forward to having some days off over Easter. Hell yes, I'm working Easter Sunday because I don't know. I just feel like why not stream on Sundays? Easter Sunday, it'll be fun. We'll have a lovely time. I'll eat a chocolate egg on stream or something. I don't know. I don't know. Out Harold the hyper mode. Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's just we're gonna have to try really hard if someone triggers a Harold Bishop Ultra to just spam the shit out of it when we're in that, and then maybe it will catch up. But think about it. Every time someone resubs, that hits like another 15 hyper motes. I don't know what Easter egg I've got this year. I honestly don't. Well, if you're watching the Twitch VODs on Twitch, I think you do still get points, but not if you're watching the YouTube VODs, obviously. Well, think about the maximized facilities hang on. You'll note here that the only thing I can improve is the training facilities, which is odd when you notice that the youth facilities are actually the thing that is underwhelming. Basically, it's one of those situations where they won't let us upgrade for no reason. It's been a bug in FM for the last, like, 2 years. I wish you could, Saz, but unfortunately it's not done. It can't be done here. Thank you, Rizgo. Yeah, needed to get a haircut yesterday, which means, chat, do you know what that means if I've got a haircut? Can anyone tell me what that means? Other than shorter hair, obviously. The usual stuff. Rising after it's true. It's very true. And Rubio, with the gifted wait, no. Yes, no, that's correct. With the gifted subs to Guy and Rosling. You love to see it. Thank you very much, friend. Look different mid-video. It's true. Emma stories. Yes, I saw my friend Emma. So, update. I drove an excessive distance. I mean, that also true. Yeah, it's like a 40 minutes. Plus, the road was closed, so it ended up taking like an hour. It's back going on a date. No. So, this is what I bring to you, chat. Why has my frame rate gone funny? Come on, FM. There we go. That was bizarre. Basically, an update. Still looking, obviously. She says age range. This is what I've been told to tell you lot is the age range. Why is it randomly skipping frames? When literally just sat here on a random screen. Come on. What's going on? What are we doing here? What's using all this extra RAM for no reason? Not RAM, GPU. OBS, chill out. Chill out, bro. Come on. You're better than this. We've got nothing going on in the background. What is this problem here? But yes, between the ages of 36 and 45. That's what she told me. She's like, the ages between the ages of 36 and 45. That's what she's looking for. Ideally, somewhere related in the area in general of Hertfordshire, roughly. That's what we're thinking. Also, yeah, married will probably rule you out on that one. But also, as you know, from that does what you say that, but chat tends to skew not old, but older than a lot of games, I would say. I have no idea what my computer is doing at the moment. I don't know what it's doing or why. Like, why are we using GPU just sat on one screen with nothing running in the background? That is extremely strange to me that we're just sat here and it's just using all this GPU speed for no reason. Oh dear. It'll clear up in a minute, as it always does with these things. Looking for players last stage of the career. Yeah, indeed. That's what we're kind of looking for here. To fake a birth certificate. I mean, how much are you faking it by? Merva would not approve, probably. Plus, you know, flying from Australia, Robin, that's a long commute. Is anyone 2 for 2 at all? In good point, yeah. Yeah, you need to be between that age range and I don't know. We didn't really discuss it, but I think so. Emmett's gonna make it. I mean, Emmett is Emmett within the correct age range? Could I set her up with Emmett Doran? Nah, he's bloody hell. I had no idea that Emmett was currently canon Emmett. Anyways, 56 years old. Oh, there you go. It'd be worse. She could be Emma Doran. He's looking good for 56. I will give him that for sure. Yes. Man is slapping it about for 56. Whatever the fuck that means. Oh, dear. Could pass for 46. I mean, I guess that's right? He looks a very youthful 46, for 56 even. So, naturally, with me speaking to Emma, yes, it means I come back bearing stories of her sociopathic ex-husband. So, a new one for you today, Chatto. New one. It's like he's slapping about. Probably the youth players, given that's why they were so shit for a while. So, basically, her ex... For those of you that know all about Emma's ex-husband, I get a new story about him every single time I go see her. And this is today's entry in the tapestry that is Emma Lawrence. So, basically, they have a son together. They are not on the best terms because, again, he's a sociopath. Weird sociopath dude, horrible man, etc., etc. Ken Belly, thank you very much for the 8 months. That is extremely nice of you, Ken. And I seriously don't know what's going on with OBS. That's so bizarre. And I'm going to load Task Manager again, but it doesn't seem to be a... Why is it using 100% of my GPU to be sat on a screen doing nothing? Chemcast, thank you very much for the follow. That's very, very nice of you. There's obviously something else going on with OBS, because I don't understand this at all. It's using 97% of my GPU sat on a screen doing sod all. Bizarre. No, Last of Us. Okay, cool. Because Pog and I watched it last night. But yes, basically, so he was playing, I'm assuming some kind of game, probably Fortnite, I'm guessing from what she said. She didn't know. It is what it is, right? And there's something to do with loot. But essentially, this grown-ass man was basically taking candy from babies by stealing, like, in-game items from his son's friends. And then basically refusing to give it back when the parents got in touch, being like, you know, we have kind of paid for this stuff in this game, you grown-ass man. Could you please, like, maybe return some of this stuff to the children that you are stealing it from, sir? To him, which his response was almost something that we'd say as a joke, chat. Kind of like the, you know, skill issue, get good, mate kind of thing. That was his, like, dead-ass response to this. You're a grown-ass man. You're retired, allegedly. What are you doing, sir? So there you go. Don't hate the game. It was literally like, get a better chair. Oh, the transfer update. What do you mean by that? As in the update to FM? Even if I had, it wouldn't make any difference because obviously it doesn't apply mid-save. Viking with the 5 gifted. Holy shit. How's things going with the housemate? I'm curious. Thank you very much, though, for the 5 gifted. Kaiden, Arizgo, Fallen Lava Me. Oh, dear. I'll smash your pasty. And Greg Watts. Thank you very much, man. But look at this shit with the... What is OBS doing? It's concerning because we're not even in a fucking game. Oh, there is one mad transfer. There is one mad transfer. Holland Supremacy. Thank you very much for the follow. There is one mad transfer I want to show you. Someone's... Mol Fehavar spent £5.7 million on a player. That's better. Look. Which isn't the most expensive transfer of the window, but it sure as hell isn't one of the cheapest either. In fact, I think it might be the 3rd highest transfer. Ayman Zuawi. Man is just a Z with just vowels. Man is voweling all over the shop. Look at the state of this guy, though. 4.7 million they spent on him. Tunisian international, 21 years old, so not old players. He's now worth, well, between 8 and 13 million pounds. What an absolutely godlike signing that is for them. Really good. From Club African, yeah. Just really good to see. And server report, all good is under... Oh, thank God. You're going ahead. That's amazing. Is it nicer than the previous one? I mean, obviously, the fact that there's not £30,000 worth of damage to it, I suppose, is a step in the right direction there, right? But that's awesome, man. I suppose you obviously don't have a moving date or anything like that, but are you foreseeing any issues with that going ahead, I suppose? For your contract as well, yeah, it's great. He's just ready to go. I'm going to just progress because I don't know what's going on my end here, and I don't know how to stop it either. I'm completely baffled by what OBS is fucking about with. It's using... I don't understand how it can use 96% of my GPU sat here on a screen doing sod all. I'm trying to see if there's anything running that shouldn't be. And I just... Like, I've turned my camera off, and it's still doing it. I don't understand what's going wrong with OBS here. This might end up having to be a complete restart one, but we'll try. It's Liverpool away. I don't really want to have to, like, fuck about in this, but I suspect it might be about to screw us in this game as well. That's my concern. Oh, I can tell already it's going to do it. Chat only. I don't know what's going on. Like, we usually have problems in get... Oh, this is about to be an absolute mess, chat. I don't know if I even want to go into the match, honestly. It might be better off me restarting FM than anything else, because I don't trust this. The last thing I want to do is go into the match, and then us have to play it on, like, 2D highlights or some shit. Yes, Portier. I'll explain the Portier situation in a minute. Yeah, so what I'll do is I'll go full face cam for a sec. I'll go full face cam, and that has immediately fixed it. Right, let's just shut FM off for a second. Quick game and exit. There we go. Yeah, weird. I have no explanation for that. It shouldn't be doing that, basically. Like, we've set it up so that it doesn't do that stuff anymore, and yet it's still doing it. And now, with that gone, OBS is down to 15%. Bizarre. Right, let's try again. I probably should have restarted the PC. Sometimes just doing that alone is enough to fix it. But I'm one of those people that just leaves my PC on way too often, basically. Just way too much.
It can get very depressing.
Ah, dear. We'll see how it goes. GJ? I'm sorry if I've butchered your name there. And DZ MPA, thank you very much for the follow. Having tried to verbally abuse it, you know what? I think we should all try that together, chat. Ah, dear. How much shit do you have? Yeah, radio stream. I'll just tell you what's happening in the games. It's like, it's actually worse than a radio stream because you'll be able to see me still. But the best part about radio is you don't have to see, not that you have to see the commentators on a normal game either. Yeah, it just randomly does that sometimes, occasionally. It will just go, hey, you know what? Wouldn't it be fun if we just use all of your GPU for no reason? Like, when you're in the middle of a game and it's actually having to do some graphical processing, I can sort of understand it, but we weren't, were we? We were literally just sat on the main menu, which doesn't require any GPU, really, other than just to sit there and process nothing. I hope an AI takes over its job. Great. Good shout. Right, F5 secretly crypto mining. Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, so we're back in the game again. Let's switch back to the game. It's like, oh, is it meant to be watching me? Okay, fixtures again. Let's try this now. It seems fine. Let me just check Tasky. Yep, that's fine. Now it's down to 50% with the exact same process. Weird. Weird as fuck, innit? Transfers. Well, we did transfers last stream, yeah. So just to update you, I did sign 2 guys that you guys don't know about. Because you saw us sign Ashauer, Crystal, the guy from Cristal was the last guy, and obviously Montez Allen. So I signed 2 chaps up. This guy here, ignore the fact that it's 7 million, because the extra add-ons are basically if he plays 50 games for us. So it's £3 million for Johan Kanamar. I just kind of liked his attributes, and I thought, you know what? Get him out on loan at Kexmet. £3 million. The 7 is kind of a bit of a misnomer. However, the second guy, I really like. Casper Tramberg, £1 million, worth 10 to 13 million upon joining us immediately. I think for £1 million at 16, he is an absolute monster. He's not, like, amazing, but for £1 million at the age of 16, I think he was a worthwhile signing for us, personally. For Italy Sporting, I'd say he was a good pickup. That's a good question. Do you know how I think is, though, right? Because he's not got 3 names, is I thought, well, yes, good on both feet. He's kind of got everything we want. It's weird, actually. Because I'm not actually training him there, even though I should be. Although I should be training him as a Trek really on that side. But because he's been playing there, obviously, with his stuff. Oh, the other sides are all in. So we got Ferencváros are in the Champions League with us because, of course, they fucking are. No, I'll show you what happened, basically. But then we've got Újpest or Molfehovar, I think. We've got 1 in the Europa League, 2 in the Conference League, and then they got quite easy draws again, which is really good. I'm glad we've got that. But, yeah, so we got Ferencváros in the Champions League with us because this is what happened. I was happy for them when they got past... Where was it? Yeah, so they played against St. Gallen, who is a team that in the past they've struggled against, but the Swiss side seemed to have fallen off a little bit. Beat them 2-0 away from home. I think it was, no, 2-0 at home, and then 0-0. They got through, which is not too much of a surprise, honestly. James, thank you for the 28 bloody months. That's incredible.
Good day.
Good day to you, sir. I love seeing those Founders badges in chat. There's so few of them still floating around. And then I thought, okay, but they're going to get a tough draw when they get to the next round. And they did. Because they got Sporting. But they beat them 3-1 in the first leg. And I went, fuck. That's actually kind of shit. Because they might qualify here. Unless they lose heavily away. They did lose, but it was only 1-0. So as a result of that, Ferencváros make the Champions League groups with us. So it's the first time that we've got 2 Hungarian sides in the Champions League this year. It's good because it shows that they're better, but it's bad because I feel like we're going to get less coefficient points this season. And we are now 6th officially, but obviously that doesn't apply to us until next season. I'm waiting for it to become on like PC or something because I'd love to. I know that there was rumors that it was going to come out on PC soon, potentially. Like the game would be made available for PC players, but I don't know if that's actually happened yet, basically. Yeah, European schedules for the other teams. So Ferencváros, because of their high Game Pass count. Oh, really? Okay, now I'm intrigued because I used to actually really like watching Let's Plays of it. Watch them win the Champions League before us. That would be incredible, wouldn't it? God, I'm glad we solved that issue with the frame rate, though. Glad to know that we can actually do that live. So, yeah, notice how they got the £22 million. Now, as for their schedule, it's not as bad as you might think. Look, Dinamo Zagreb at home. Like, that's not bad. Ajax away is tough, but it could be a lot worse. Slavia Prague away. Chelsea away, obviously. Bayern Munich at home, tough. Stade Rennais at home. Barcelona away. Spurs at home. There's games in here that they could actually win. I still don't think they're going to get top 24 or anything, but there's a chance that they could get at least 2 wins out of that. I feel like beating Stade Rennais and Dinamo Zagreb are their winnable matches. Spurs at home could go either way because it's Spurs and they're Spursy, so we just don't know what's going to happen with that. The fact that they've got that high coefficient at least probably meant that they were a pot 3 side. So not that that matters in the grand scheme of things, but it shows that they're of a higher quality, I think, from some of the others. Adam, thank you for the 9 months. Another Twitch babby today. You'll have to see it. Well, bear in mind, your coefficient doesn't actually matter as much because if you're a pot 1 side, you still have to play pot 2, 3, and 4 teams. And if you're a pot 4 side, you still have to play pot 1, 2, and 3 and 4 sides. So it actually doesn't matter as much. But I think maybe just having more... I think it still behooves you to have a better pot. I'm trying to work out mentally why. I think there is probably some small advantages to being in a higher pot, potentially. But I don't think it matters anywhere near as much as it used to. Like, barely. So I think they've just got a bit of fortune with their draw, honestly. Ajax away is possible. Like, and at home against Bayern, you just never know what these sides can do. Like Mike plays. Thank you very much for the follow. So that's their situation. As for the ECL, which we've got... Who do we have? Molfehevar. I'm excited about Molfehevar because big signings for them. They didn't have any Europe last year, so they're ready to go. They just look like they're a team that can actually do some cool shit for us. So Molfehevar's schedule... But to be fair, in the Conference League, I mean, Olympiacos, Ljubljana away, Osijek at home, Rapid Vienna away is tough. Shakhtar away is quite tough, but Skupje at home, that should be enough to qualify them. Even if it's not top 8 or anything like that, I think they'll qualify out of that pretty comfortably. I'd be surprised if they don't get through that. And I think it's Kijvada again, isn't it? Yes, Kijvada are the other one, who obviously have better coefficient now as a result of being good last year. Oliken, thank you for the 6 months. Everyone. A very good morning to you as well. Antalyaspor at home. Maribor away is not easy. Hajduk Split away. Sheriff at home. Tromsø, of all people, away. I love the fact that Tromsø are in here. And then Lille at home. That's not easy either, honestly. But I still think this should be good enough. Remember, Kijvada won the group stage last year. May open more opportunities for teams to lose on purpose. I don't know how they could lose on purpose, really. Not in FM, anyway. But it's interesting. And the last one, obviously, is Újpest, who are our sole Europa League competitors. But after all, they got to the final of the Conference League last year, so they're clearly a quality side. Rangers at home. Malmö away is not easy. Astana away. Newcastle away. Antwerp away. Do you ever get any home games, lads? Shamrock Rovers at home. And then it's only 6 for the Europa League. Oh, hang on. And then Trabzonspor there as well. And Rangers at home. So, again, I feel like we shouldn't lose any teams in the group phase, other than Ferencváros. That's a guarantee. I think we lose them guaranteed in the group stages, sadly. But what can you do? So, remind me a little bit later in stream chat, because I've been doing the team reports thing. We've got 370... Sorry, I meant Conference League. Yeah, there's 6 games in the Conference League, 8 in the Europa, and then 8 in the Champions League. Weird. Yeah, good to see. Kind of cool to see Shamrock Rovers get this far, though, innit? That is kind of sick. But yeah, remind me later, and I'll talk to you about the team report thing, purely because I want to explain it when more people are actually here, because I feel like it's something that's actually quite important to talk about. Because basically, I went through and I was doing the 370 team reports I set up. But I found a way of sort of... One of the problems with the team reports is that you don't know, unless you go in and specifically look at their squads on every single one before you do it, if there's even any players in their under-19 squads for you to be getting a team report on, or whether it's just all greyed out players. You can't tell from the outside, except there is a way of telling from the outside, and I figured out how you do it. I've also figured out a way of narrowing down which teams would be good to focus on with team reports currently to get an idea of which ones are actually producing players at the moment. But this just came from that idea. I've also found a screen that will let you compare facilities of clubs across the world. It's proper finickety in terms of how you actually get teams to populate the screen, and that's the hard part, but it does actually work when you get them onto it, and you can add custom columns to it. Batums, thank you for the follow. For the 5 months. My apologies to you. Other day, the guy at work, we were talking about FM, and he said, you watched on Twitch? No way. Dude didn't believe me. Hang on. Just tell him who you are from chat, and then that's an immediate, just be like, I am Viking Superman. Obviously. That's amazing. All right. Tell you what, Viking. Clip this. Clip this segment, and I'll be like, this is proof. Person at Viking's work. Me and Viking have been friends for 22 years? How about that? It's a bit like you. It's going to get even more YouTubey. Just you wait. Just you wait, chat. Remind me after the Liverpool game. Video for the main channel. I don't know. You tell me what you think when I show you it, and then we'll decide whether that's actually something that's worth pursuing as a video. Because I'm still working on the altitude thing with Hadrian, and my god, some of the stuff that we come up with yesterday. Hadrian managed to get a team to finish a game with one player. Just going to tell you that for free. Zoltan, he's doing decent. Oh, by the way, chat, I did get Zoltan the #1 shirt. I know you guys wanted me to give him the #1 shirt. I gave him the #1 shirt at the start of the season, so Zoltan has that as well. The only one region. Yeah, I find that the super clubs tend to not one player. Yes. And it's the goalkeeper as well. And to quote Hadrian, every time they take a kickoff, the goalkeeper has to take his own kickoff, then run back to his own goal. And then the moment they enter his half, every pass is offside. How many pitches of matter do so drunk? Oh, Vikings got loads of those. I've got loads of them. They're everywhere. Right, at Anfield, this is not going to be easy for us. Anything we take here other than a defeat is still good. So you'll notice that Junior Portilla has become our starting goalkeeper at the moment. Hi, it's me. That's the second time that that's happened to us in 2 seasons. Bear in mind, that's not even his fault. That's the defender. Like, he rolls this to the defender, and he's just passed it straight to the Liverpool player. That's Montiel, one of the best defenders in the world. What the f*** was that? That exact goal happened against Bayern Munich last season, did it not? Ferencváros are beating them already. So that's a good start. But yeah, basically the reason that what happened with Portilla is that Lucas went to the Olympics or something and he disappeared for ages. And then for some reason, even though I had the team thing set to everyone available, when we came to register players for the Champions League, it didn't register Lucas. Unless he counts as under 21 or something. But basically, Junior Portillas ended up being our goalkeeper for the meantime. And he's actually done a pretty solid job in the league. I don't think he's actually conceded a goal yet in the league. That's a poor start from us. Oh, it's annoying as fuck. I hate those goals. Yeah, I must admit, you're right. It did happen in that game yesterday. But like, that's the second time in less than a year that we've had that exact same goal scored. Because it happened against Bayern, if you remember. In that 2-2 draw that wasn't a 2-2 draw in the end. I'm going to turn off work ball in the box. That's disappointing as all hell. As long as Ferencváros do us a favour. It's just so poor to see that constantly. It's also disappointing when it's our best... when it's literally one of the best defenders in the world making that pass for no reason. Disappointing in it, but oh well, we live and learn. Maybe Portilla's going to hit us with a... Actually, that was nearly a very good pass. Nearly. Being the... Oh, for God's sake. Well, today's going to be just like this. As Velázquez now sees an early bar 4 minutes into the second half. Good. Oh, well, we are playing a large side, so we shouldn't expect anything more than this, should we? It's classic your play. So you've decided to play against the large European side. Yeah, we'll move Navarro back in here and then replace him. Wait, he can play there? Oh, that's the anchor. Shit. Wait, is he more comfortable? Hang on, he can actually play as an RPM. You know what? I'm keeping him on. If he can actually play there, then he's staying. We've been live about half an hour, mailman, I would say. Would look normal in 2D. Yeah, probably will, honestly. Declan Rice there as well. I think this is just one of these ones we're going to have to take. Bear in mind, we didn't lose a single group stage game last season. Looks like we're about to get off to the worst possible. Is his name Van der Ven? Oh, good defending again. Well, good goalkeeping anyway. Disappointing, innit? Yeah, maybe we reset the luck modifier. By restarting the match. Maybe if we'd played the match with the stutteries, we'd have won the game 4-0. You just never know. It's Schrodinger's result. He's going to cut inside and bend this path. Oh, okay. It's just how it goes. I mean, hopefully, if Ferencváros could actually win, then that would make a huge difference. Because it's just points... It kind of makes up for our appallingness. You're injured as well, so off you come, sir. And... Castillo's been appalling, but unfortunately the injury to Labros means that he isn't available here. He'll be back soon, but he wasn't available specifically for this game. He's done really well in the league, though. We've been very yellow card heavy here without actually creating anything, sadly. I might even hit it with the old Be More Expressive, because it's only 1-0. If we could just create something, and maybe even play for set pieces. Just create, like, a chance. We've just not even had a notable opportunity in today's game. Hurley's been shit. Although Hurley's been well, he's done well this season. He's just not been good today. So I'll get him off for Yeboah. If anyone could bail us out of a European disaster, it's Yeboah. 10 OP. Yeah, it doesn't look like it very much to me at the moment, sadly. We're going to lose to that goal, aren't we? We are going to lose to that goal. The game's going to be like, no, we'll give Liverpool another one, obviously. Oh, nice interception, actually. Here we go. Yes, here we go. Imagine if Francois Xavier Hardy is the one that scores the equaliser for us or something. Terra Nova, cutting through, yes. Okay, hang on. We're building something here. We're building. We're losing the ball. Okay, we're not building. We have admittedly stopped building now. What we're building to is a Liverpool goal. Ramsey, that's a good tackle from Montiel, actually. We've got the ball back. Cool. Right. It's a bad clearance. We need to get a better clearance. Hardy can't do this by himself. Thought Hurley was being sold. It never happened in the end. The deal just didn't happen. So he's still here. Medinger got sold as well, though, which was good. Oh, my God. Portia just sold himself there. But we did still make a load of money, but we just wasn't off of Hurley in the end. So we ended up selling Medinger for £24 million to Arsenal. So that kind of gave us a little bit of extra cash that we were then able to not sell Hurley. Oh, fucking hell. Second phase of a set piece. Okay. Who had that on your bingo cards? I just hate the way that players don't adapt when the ball is cleared. They just sort of stand there. Like, why is nobody coming out to close them down? Like, they just never close them down on the second phases of set pieces. It's so irritating. They still man mark it as if you're doing a corner. Well, 2-0 defeat. 2-0 defeat at Anfield. It is what it is. We played like shit. That was never good. We were never going to get anything from that game. However, it does look like Ferencváros did us a favour. That's pretty much full on bingo, I'd say. Brazil and Portugal in the group. Ouchie. Set pieces needs to be worked on, indeed. Yeah, it's because it's so annoying to concede those goals because you know that there's nothing you can do about it. But on the plus side, Ferencváros 1, Dinamo Zagreb 0. They've won their first game of the Champions League group already. But think of the money that they're getting. Just obviously they got £12 million for getting there, but that's £2 million they just got for that win. If they pick up a cup, wow, that could make their transfers for next season be absolutely outrageous. So that's disappointing for us, massively. Velasquez is going to be banned for the next game, but I think that's one of the toughest games we have. In fact, it might be the toughest game we have. Because we've got Celtic at home next, then Lazio away, Villarreal away, Man City at home is going to be tough, Benfica away, Brugge, and then Sevilla. It's not too bad. Man City, and at least we got Man City at home, if anything, so it gives us a chance at maybe pulling off a miracle as we've done in the past. Right, so Europa League, we've got Újpest. Where are they? They're at home against Trabzonspor. To me, that needs to be a win. If they've got any chance, anyway, of doing well in this group, they probably need to be beating. The Trabzonspor are no mugs, though. 0-0. I mean, it's not a defeat. Oh, come on. Yeah, all right. But they'll definitely have the same result and lose away from home. Okay, disappointing. That is frustrating. So often that seems to happen as well. Also, I turned down a £160 million bid for Brandon Silva during the summer. Liverpool actually, it wasn't like totally that, but it would have equaled that. The problem is a lot of it relied on certain clauses, and also, you know, if they'd have given me 200, I'd have probably been tempted, honestly. Right, coefficients then, since there's no Conference League this particular week. So what does that do for us? Moves us to 4.3. Which, when you look at it, is actually still quite poor. Oh, wait, no, what am I talking about? It's actually quite good still. But also, look at this, chat. This is the thing. How much? 160 million. I don't think he's unsellable, but I would sell him if the fee was genuinely ludicrous. When they were starting to come along, I set a number. I was like, if they get to 200 million, then I'll consider it. Ferencváros did win, yes. Look at how much suddenly we've closed in on Germany-France because of this. We gained 5 points on Germany this season without doing anything. Another 3 points on France. We're only 5 points behind them now. Like, and we've got a 13-point season here. If we could stay within 5 points of them coming up to that year, we would leapfrog them without doing anything. I think, yeah, the only player in this entire squad for me, other than Zoltan, obviously, that's completely unsellable is Montiel, I think. There's no one else that I'm like, I would never, ever want to sell. Because Brandon Silva's been quite hit and miss. Oh, yeah, I randomly signed Phoenix Bardot because I just kind of liked these attributes. He's on a free transfer, and I figured loan farm, right? Hey, Owen, how's it going, man? So we'll see if he's actually any good or not. We've looked at him a little. He's fine. He's fine. Striker, no finishing or composure. He ain't no striker, that's for sure. Could be it could be an attorney. He's just kind of a midfielder, literally. Fitness test, right? Yeah. So obviously today we're going to be getting through 6 Champions League games, which means we will be doing insta-resulting the non-Champions League matches. Unfortunately, Labros is not quite back from his injury yet, I don't think, which is a shame because he started really well. Hey, Jord, how's it going? So that'll do. We'll play whoever we want here. Conversely, definitely. Or even just like someone a bit lower down. Everyone needs players, right? Striker's on spell. Oh, no. I truly don't believe he is. I really, as good as he is, I still feel like if someone came in and offered me 200 million, I'd probably take it. That being said, his numbers are, and his attributes are starting to look a little bit more filthy now. He is genuinely starting to look more like an absolute god of a player. But what I would say about Castillo, 2 appearances from the start and 2 substitute appearances, 1 assist so far. And that's, I've been alternating him and Labros. Whereas Labros, 3 starts, 1 off the bench, 5 goals. Labros is just getting chances. So I'm excited to see what Labros can do. Because he's just, I'm liking him. Maybe he's just slightly better in the air than him as well. But it's only a little bit taller, isn't it? Pushkas are, yeah, I mean, Pushkas aren't even like winning the 2nd tier. That's how bad Pushkas are at the moment. They're 7th in the 2nd division. They're not even like dominating that. Wolfwood, thank you for the 10 months. 6 stonks indeed. You'd love to see it. Lucas in goal. I think he was on the bench, wasn't he? Like, Portier is just outdoing him. I mean, look at Portier's attributes. I feel like Portier's kind of earned a shot. Truth be told. He's actually an extremely good goalkeeper. I think he kind of deserves a chance to play for us, honestly. I've been impressed with his work so far. He's already putting up good numbers in the league. Like, when you look at his... I actually had a little look at this prior to it. Like, 100% save percentage. 0.8 prevented already after, like, a few matches. I like him. I think it's about time he actually got a chance for us, since he didn't go back out on loan because he refused to. Raymundo! Thank you for the follow. Hey, Chris, how's it going? But yeah, Pushkas are trash. Genuinely. Now, yes. Well, I mean, he is literally better now, and what we're looking for is a goalkeeper now. Looks in the cup. Well, we'll just play. They'll rotate around, right? I just think Portier is a very good goalkeeper, truth be told, and I like him. Yeah, Dickinio has got 11 goals in the 2nd tier for St. Lawrence, which is kind of fun. And Akos Ronaszewski, 7 goals and 4 assists in 8 matches for Vashas. Vashas always have an unbelievably powerful striker, it seems, no matter who we give them. He's actually got the best average rating in the league at the moment, which is kind of mental, considering they're not even top of it. Senyo really do be struggling down at the bottom. Right, okay. We can do that. They really are mudded. I was expecting that at least if they went down, they'd, like, you know, dominate. That would get the confidence back. They'd kind of push them there. But no, they're just, yeah, just rubbish. They are just rubbish. 1 player. 13.5 million. No. The most, I think, that a team that wasn't us, Pierre, has spent on a player was actually Molfeheva this summer. They spent 4.7 million on a Tunisian player who's really good, and they've got a great deal. 8-0. I suppose they are a lower league side. Castillo, though, that's better. That's more like it from him. Supposed to be our new manager. That would be Thies Freeze. He's currently our assistant manager. He is this guy. 50 years old, Thies Freeze these days as well. Non-promotion clauses. Oh, that's a hell of a risk though, isn't it? That'd be funny as fuck. You just don't get promoted, your entire squad just leaves. We could rebrand Pushkas. That could be the team we rebrand. We'll make Pushkas great again. They could be the Beng.com team. Launch Montiel. It's September, lads. Like, come on, chill. 42 million pounds. Are you smoking crack? Like, what? That's obscene. So I guess now would be a good time to discuss with. Wait, what? Oh, he's the Arsenal boss. Right. Okay. Wait. Oh, he's looking for Castillo. Imagine going to watch that game. We still don't know where Bolivia is, unfortunately, Kaka. Yes. So basically, where do I even start? So basically, I've set up team reports because we're trying team report scouting for the full year. And what I've done is we've got team reports on 336 now. So this has reset itself. That's interesting. So you'll note here that we've obviously got another report. So I noticed that this screen, you can add columns to it. And some of those columns that you can add are things like youth facilities and training facilities, which there's no other part of the game, as far as I know, that you can actually show that information across teams with multiple leagues and actually have it be sorted by them as well. It's just interesting to know that you actually can do that.
Can we look up Deli Ali? Would be funny if he was a Hoyd.
We absolutely can, Lego Daniel. 1 sec, I just want to explain this exact thing. Remind me in a moment. Thank you for the 4 months, though. So, yeah. That may decide to leave it 0 parameter. I'm not sure what that means, Pierluigi. So, no, this is not a SAS thing as far as I know. This is just like one of these screens that you could actually add columns to. Now, you'll also notice there's some blank columns here. They actually do have content. It's just that it doesn't show up here. It's things like European reputation gain. And also, you'll notice down here, youth level. Now, this doesn't work. So if I click youth level, it appears blank. And that's because I think you have to have the editor on to see that. So that's not something to really focus on. However, one thing I did notice was something called squad size, which I believe is actually in the one at the top, because there's these other ones at the very top up here. And if you go into, I think it's finances. Or is it? Yeah, it's finances, squad size, right? This is so important because one of the problems when you're doing scouting with the team reports is not knowing if that team actually has any players in it, right? So after I'd set up like 380 different scout reports for these different teams, I went to this screen and I found this. And it meant that I could see which teams, because it doesn't count grayed out players in these, which means I could see which teams had how many players in their under-19 squads, so I could get rid of a load that have like 1 or 0 scout reports, which would of course be wasting our scouts' time. So you could get rid of like 50 completely superfluous reports using the squad size parameter on this one. So that's another little thing that is kind of useful, hopefully, if you are potentially going to try out this type of scouting, is that that's a way of like, add them in there, then just go through this, delete any with 1 or 0, because it's just a waste of your scouts' time. 2 or more, although you could obviously adjust to taste, but it's just a little thing you can do. You still can't mass report on teams. However, this is another thing I found, which I think you're going to like. Do you remember, Chatto, when we were going to, let's just say as an example, Argentina? Because this is how we did it originally. We went, oh, we want to get a report on like Boca Juniors reserve team or like their youth team. Problem is, when you click Boca Juniors here, you can only get a team report on Boca Juniors. Right? Oh, trust me, chat, this gets better. So, then what we did was we went to Boca Juniors under-20 squad and we found their league. And then we went to this, and it'll allow you to see the stadiums in that league. But what that does is allows you to right-click on, you can see obviously they're being scouted already. It allows you to right-click on their under-20 squad all from one screen. And you're thinking to yourself, okay, that's much better. It gets better. I found a screen. It's not even a difficult screen either. So, say I go to Argentina, and I go to their under-19 squad. If you sort by the teams themselves, you can see which clusters of players are coming from the same teams, right? That will give you an idea of whether that team is producing regens at that exact point. Or at least it will give you like a vague shout as to whether this team is currently producing regens. So it will give you a better idea of which teams actually have players in their under-19 squads. But this is the best part. Right-click on the team from this screen, team report, and it will let you select their under-19s and their B team from this screen. So you can do it, but it can only be done from this screen. I was so happy when I found that. Because... Yeah. Use scouts. It does, but it's better. Because if you're not familiar with how team reports works, the way you'll see what happens when I start pressing continue, basically. So what a team report does, it's nation... Yeah, exactly. It's nation scouting, but you get to extend it and you miss out all of the players that... So, for example, right? The reason that this screen is super useful is because we now know that Colon have produced regen players. Because you know sometimes you'll randomly go to a team in Argentina that's supposed to produce loads of players and there's just nothing. It's all grayed out players in their youth teams. This will avoid you from happening because if they're not producing the players, they can't be in the under-19 squads. Do you know what I mean? Particularly if they've got younger players in there too. One of the best ones is under-19 or under-21 squad in European leagues, right? Because it will give you... So Boca Juniors too. So all you want to do is go through the national team squads like this, ignoring those ones anyway. And then see, look, all boys must have had a bit of a generation. And then you can see if any random teams popped up. The best example of that is if I go to... I think it's Colombia. Or is it Paraguay? There was one I noticed. Right, so notice how in Colombia, we always go to like Deportivo Cali, Envigado, right? Envigado don't have any players here. Which means that they probably haven't had a youth intake actually come through properly for them in a couple of years. And thus, it's a waste of our time to scout them at the moment. But if we see one player in there, we know they've got a youth intake. And thus, you can just go in here, right-click it, team report, boom, under-20s, done. It's just the little things. And some of them, you'll be able to tell from this if they even have a youth team. So with these guys, team report, they actually do have youth teams as it happens. But I was just looking at any clumps of teams going, okay, they clearly have a lot of players. Because if it's just one team, that could be that could be one guy. But if there's 2 or 3, that suggests there's actually more there. So now what we're doing, they all then populate this screen here, which is the one I showed you originally, the team report priorities, which all those reports that I've got then show up in here. And you can do what you want with them. So then what I did was, because obviously I discovered this halfway through. I then went, okay, there must be some that I'd obviously clicked on that didn't have any players in their squads. So then, because you can add squad size to this screen, you can see exactly which ones don't have players in from this screen and just cancel them all at once. Just select that, then sort it by the squad size you want, select a load of them and just hit cancel assignment. It saves you so much time. So now what's going to happen is every day we're going to get a report through. So here, for example, is one of the ones I did earlier, and you'll see that there's no reports, which means there's no players in their youth team. But this is one that I did before then. So basically what will happen is in a normal one where they've actually got players there, you'll suddenly have a little bit more scouting knowledge about them. You'll suddenly have potential and ability star recommendations for every player that actually exists there, albeit still quite vague, but it gives you something to work with. And it's done much quicker. And you can pinpoint it at certain teams. And any good players from those reports will also show up in here automatically. I realized that was a lot of information to take in, but this is, I got super excited. I had to tell someone, I messaged Hadrian being like, look what I've done. But yeah, basically that's the way it works. So you'll notice that over the course of today's stream, any good players will just randomly show up in our scout reports as well. Where's the YouTube video? I don't know. I have to sort of, I'm working on the altitude one right now, but we'll definitely maybe turn this into a little one, yeah. But we will see. I think it's just helpful stuff, right? Carlos. Which one's Carlos? Oh, Aguilar. Oh, yes. This is what I mean. This is what I fucking mean. Right. Also, look at this guy. Obviously, too expensive for us, really. But look at this. He came from a team called Ichinomiya Dinosaurs. Point being, though, no point in us scouting their B team. They've got no players. Is there a YouTube video? No. Look, Lewis, I've literally discovered this, like, yesterday. So I haven't got around to doing anything like that yet. This is something I was working on yesterday before I went for a haircut. So I'll make one on it, but it's not there yet, basically. All you've got is this little segment of stream currently. But we'll see it in action as we go through today's stream. Tuesday video, 45 minutes in stream. That's mad, yeah. Oh, no, it's definitely worth it. Team scouting. Basically, so all team scouting does is if you do team reports and you go get team report like that, obviously there's nothing to team report here on because there's no players. But if they do have players, what you'll then get is in your inbox an item that looks like this. Although if there's actually players, it will have more information. Then just click the team and all of a sudden a lot of information will be revealed on this screen. I'll show you an example when it actually comes through properly and works. It's hard to show you when there's bad examples at the moment, but I will get you some better examples in a moment. I've also removed some guys from our shortlists because we were getting it clogged up with like random shit. These guys are kind of past it at the moment, I think, at this point. Yeah, so we'll get rid of those guys. I think he was poached, yeah. In fact, he has to have been, doesn't he? But yeah, that's the general gist of it. Terrible release clause I couldn't negotiate out. It's the worst, isn't it? So let's have a look at Emilio here as well. Because he's 17. He's just, he more information here on, surely. It also allows us to deal with reports throughout the year a little bit slower and get a bit more information about certain players and not have to worry about scouting 2,000 people because only the best ones will make it through. Right, let's have a look at Carlos. So just to clarify, chat, we're signing Carlos, correct? 15 passing, 14 vision, he's 18, solid mentals, apart from these, solid physicals, fairly determined, no obvious cons there, 5-star potential, probably going to drop a little bit. National youth team, show the players from all their youth team squads. Good question. I don't think you can. No. So there's eligibility here, but they count as different teams. Like, they count as separate entities as far as FM is concerned. So bear in mind, don't always look in the under-19s. Like, I would say when you're setting this up, I would look at the under-19 squads and then the under-20. Look in the most populated squads. So you'll notice here that the under-22 squad has got very few players in it. So you'll see that one's actually not too bad. Look in any squad that has a nice chunk of players and you'll find little clusters of players. So for example, Atletico San Luis. Not a team I would have thought to go looking at, but all of a sudden they've got players in here. Definitely worth a look at. Sometimes the game just generates players in clumps at random teams, and this is how you find them. So I think we should sign this guy. Personally. Provided we can get the right deal on him, I would say he's worth a pop. Plus, it's another Aguilar, and you know we love an Aguilar around these parts. And he's actually from Atletico San Luis as it goes. Capped at under 23 level, which means he must have been in one of those teams. Some senior squads. Senior squads are less important because remember, the reason I'm looking at the squads is to find out which teams are producing regens. And most of the senior squads are players that are like 21 or over for the most part, with the few exceptions. Meaning that doesn't mean they're producing regens now. It means they might have done 5 years ago. And what you want is players that... You want to see lots of players that are between 16 and 18 because that means that there was a recent youth intake for that team. And there'll still be players in their under-19 squads. That's the reason I was prioritizing those specifically for this. If that makes sense. Honestly, we'll look at whatever you like, but that's the way I was sort of triaging it. Oh, Deli Alley, yes, my bad, thank you. Great reminder, Sassy. 5.5. About 2.5. How about I'll give you this, but after 50 league games. Actually, what I'll tell you what, I'll be extra nice to you, lads. I'll give you 2.5 after 50 league games. So it's basically 2.7. Yeah, you know what I mean. Senior players may have transferred. True. It's just that if you go too old, just as another example, if we say, for example, we'll just go to... Not Africa. Africa's an example where it might actually work. Brazil, right? If I look at their senior squad, the youngest player in their senior squad is 22. But the problem is that tells us that there was potentially youth players coming through at that particular club 4 or 5 years ago, but they might have moved or be in senior squads by now to the point where they're no longer relevant to what we're specifically trying to do. So whereas if you're looking at, say, under-19 squads, these clubs, you know that these players came through recently, which means there has to have been a youth take recently. I was just trying to figure out if there was a logical way for us to go... Because often you'll get people say, hey, this club produces really good players. We'll go there and their youth squad's literally blank, which means there's no point in doing a youth report. This will allow us to triage those, you know? Fee per match for that player. I fucking hope not. I fucking hope not. I didn't, did I? How do I even find... Oh, it'd be in here. I hope I didn't. In, rather. No. After 50 league appearances, £2.5 million. Scared the shit out of me there, Jason. I thought I'd just offer them £25 million. From the loan farm. Yes, that's Dickinio you're thinking of. He's the top scorer in the second division. Or no, yeah. This guy here. He was a freebie. Oh no, not technically a freebie. 145 grand. He's already banged in 11 goals this season. But yeah, that's basically the situation. So I'll show you as it works, how it works as we go along and actually start to get some reports, because you should get one a day. So each year you could do about 350, roughly speaking. And you'll get one per day. Youngster, really? I love it when they want youngster rating, because it means that we can, like, sometimes we don't have to offer them the clause. Sometimes you can just get away with offering them that. There you go. That's surprising, which makes me wonder if he's not as good as we think he is. But that's fine. Right, Valverde. Oh, yeah. Another random Costa Rican dude I found. He's mostly for the loan farm, but he was a free player that was playing in the Costa Rican under-23s at the age of 18. Japanese clubs are still a bit weird in my save for the most part. It's going very well, Gova. We had Budapest in a Europa Conference League final last season, which was mad. And exactly what we're looking for. Well, yeah, I mean, that is his name, by the way. That's not even a nickname as far as I know. So here you go. This is one that's actually got, like, players in it. See? Boom. All of a sudden, you'll now have a little vague scout report on every single player in their youth team. Doesn't mean any of them are worth scouting, but you get an idea straight off the bat, if there are any. And if there are, sometimes your scouts will then take a second look at one automatically and send it into your inbox. You'll notice the next time we get a scout report update, you might see a couple of players from Aberavaca. Is that Aberavaca? Yeah. Oh, no, it's not. It's Wolfsberger. You might see them in the scout report. So it just takes one little glance. It took me about half an hour to set it all up. Although you'd probably do it quicker because I was, again, dicking about with this other stuff, trying to see if I could, like, break the system. So it would probably be quicker for you than it was for me. Awora's doing very well. Cup third round. Cool, cool, cool. Wow, we got a lot of lucky draws in these cup games. Hopefully that doesn't affect us too much. Wednesday, Saturday, and then Wednesday... No, that's Wednesday, Sunday. Do I actually have a Wednesday, Sunday? I do. That's the wrong one. Okay, I'm an idiot. I love that RDF actually made a Wednesday, Sunday one. It's a rarity, but you get it. I suppose for bigger leagues, it actually makes more sense. Just when you're just saying, I couldn't care less, honestly. How's it going, Sammy? Are you still up for pub on Saturday? I couldn't... If another Hungarian side wins a trophy in Europe before we do, that for me is even... I would actually take that as more success than less. That for me means we're doing the right thing if they're able to have that kind of success. So that's a problem, dude. I've noticed quite a lot. And unfortunately, as far as I know, there's no way. The way that we had it happen, dude, is that weirdly... So say, for example, you want to upgrade your... like, you have no options in here. Admittedly, we do. But say you don't, right? Eventually, one of them's going to be downgraded because of just time. Weirdly, when that happens, you'll sometimes get the option to upgrade the other one. It's weird, but it is what it is. Here we go, another one in here. RB Salzburg. So this guy, 4-star potentially, at 16. Obviously he's got an injury, but sometimes you just go, oh, he got broken lower leg. That's fine. Get a scout report on him. Easy. With Tromsø. It happened with Treaty as well. This guy's got quite well-rounded attributes as well, but it might just be because some of the... see, look. It's just little slow stuff. It's definitely happening. Obviously, he wants to make travel mention. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm down for it. Hopefully, I don't know if Dean and Charlotte are coming, but yeah, I'm definitely down for Saturday lunchtime at the pub. 0304, no way. Has it really? Dele Alli, yes, sorry, my bad. My guess is he's retired anyway, so I don't think we're going to see much. But also help if I could spell that. How is it? It's like that, isn't it? Dele Alli. I always forget that he's not actually that old, but he is at LA Galaxy. Man played, like, also did a season of the Championship with Everton. So there you go, Everton fans. But I'm asking this, Dean, because M wants to see Ash. Every time she sees one of the pictures of him on... Yeah, I keep forgetting Dele Alli is only like 26. Looks like he had a decent time of it. 16 goals in the Premier League for Everton. Like, he's actually really good in this end. Is him about today? No, Pog's at work till 6:15 today. I'm picking her up later so she can drive us home. £40 million. That's kind of astonishing. But look, in this save, they emphatically didn't waste 40 million. Look at that. 13, 15, 16. These are really good seasons for a top flight player. Oh, is it your parents? Went to Northampton. Yeah, I think it's because... I think if he played a save right now from the start, he would do nothing like that. But I think even at the start of this save, because it was the very start of the game cycle, he might have slightly higher PA still. It's like whenever I get this constantly on the Career Resurrection videos, like, oh, you should do one with Dele Alli. He has no PA. So there's nowhere to move him to where he'll improve because he... Yeah. I did have an idea of maybe where I went back to older Wanakers like at Dele Alli and gave them their PA as if they were younger again from what they had on previous FMs and see if I could resurrect them from there maybe. Right, yeah, so that's going to... Wait, when's the Real Madrid game? Sorry, Celtic game. So we want full strength here because Labros will probably be fit by the next game. And we actually do need to get a shift on because we've got to try and get through. Jordan Ross! Wow, I had no idea he was there. Mr. He of the Scotland fame. And Semlish is in there. We've got to try and get through 6 Champions League matches today. We're pushing it. We'll get there. Still has his potential. Well, I think that they've been nerfing that slowly. What is his potential ability compared to his CA now? Because I feel like he gets nerfed every single time there's an update, you know? Castillo seems to be really good, specifically in instant resulted matches. He's just got 6 goals against Giamot. Your boy was like, I'll chip him with one as well if you don't mind it. Old one. Well, yeah, that's making them again. The problem with making them again, Anarith, is that I wouldn't have... The moment you start doing old players that don't exist in the database, you just get constant arguments about, well, this attribute is too high, and I'm just not asked about that at all. Jesse Lingard, I think he... Then again, I thought he was young. Bear in mind, we have like... Actually, I won't do that. Because we have like a look-up thing to get players looked up, just because otherwise we get stuck sometimes. Particularly today when we're trying to make loads of progress. Colotol! Thank you for the follow. He's there to give him a second ball just to take home. I know that whenever I say that, someone just looks it up straight away, but I feel like it's important to do that. And he's dreadful. He was at Forest for 8 years. Had his best times with them in the Championship, really. Jesse, fancy it? Under-19s coach? Why not? Get Lingardinho in. He would never be RS. Oh, speaking of, by the way, Regan Booty, when I came to give him a new contract, he would only accept a non-playing role in his contract. So now Regan Booty is an under-19 coach here. So the Booty man is back in business. But what that makes even better, you're going to love this, is... Or can I actually see that? Oh, no. Under-19s. Double Booty. We've got both Regan and Matt Booty in our under-19 coaching staff. Things you'll love to see. 39 goes in the... Yeah, that's a weird thing I've noticed before as well. We've got 2-2 draw with Liverpool. Not bad. Castillo's looking at least a bit better in front of goal now. Booty's the Vevet. Maybe. Maybe. We've got to have some kind of sort of Damocles hanging over him. I mean, I guess they would want him after that sort of scoreline. Oh, Regan's so good. I played Regan Booty as I've had him. I've had him in central midfield. I've played him as a left wing back on my Bolton save. He's just the best. And he's still just so good in the match engine. Yes, he was. Oh, which is, I think you've seen it in the Discord. But yeah, he was able to change that. So that should be, I guess, in another update, which would be kind of cool. Request more scouts on the board. We could try it. We're at that point where they don't always say yes anymore, but it's worth a go, right? Toffee Yogi, thank you for the 16 months. Oh, God. Oh, no, I thought it was a serious injury. Like that. Brilliant. Excellent. Spiffing. Let's ask the board. A booty target, man. Maybe so. It's a hell of a target. Right, staff, scouts allowed. The board will let me know. All right, board. Is there anything else I can ask for? Another affiliate club? Why not? Oh, hello. Recruit. Yeah, that one. No point in not trying, right? I feel like it's not going to happen this time. I think it's too close to the last one we did, yeah. Worth a go, though, right? See what they say. I think it might just be because it's too close to the last one they said, and they think, so that one doesn't work. So, yeah, they've got... Oh, they have a couple of guys. But not anyone really that's worth us taking a closer look at. But it's just little stuff that you can just focus on occasionally. Leon's now a Hungarian citizen. Christian Leon. Okay, so we could be facing yet another Hungarian. Wow, he's actually a solid player. Yet another naturalized Hungarian. Scouts allowed. They said no, but I can win them over. Already enough scouts. Well, then we want more. God damn it, Joe. Give me more scouts. Yeah, I think he's... we could try facilities. I think Joe LeBeau is just in a mood to just say no to everything we do at the moment, but it's worth a go, right? So we've got £86 million in the bank, Joe. Live a little, buddy. Wouldn't cost you that much. Austria Vienna, they should have some players. Here we go. Patrick Franzen. Worth a look. Only 17 as well. Alexander Fisher, right back. Plus, the other thing I like about the team reports is you just get a little bit more knowledge about the players before you actually get to make that decision too. Edvin Sahilovic. He's not... Woo, 6'5". Austrian, presumably Bosnian Austrian. Yep. I believe... Well, I think he's taken himself off. I think he just didn't like the fact that chat ridiculed him about it. Like you're saying boo or la boo. He's... 10 poles are solid. Good on both feet. 6'5". Good physicals. Good mentals. He's actually kind of nice. Add the Wallace transfer. Yeah, I'm not actually going to do that just because that is so... That to me is on... That's on the exploit side of things, you know? We'll get a scout report on him, though. I'm kind of intrigued by him. Because I think with him, it would literally take like one scout report and we'll have him fully scouted as well. So it's just a quicker way of doing it, rather than wasting our time scouting teams that just never produce any good players. Hopefully. It's worth a test for a year, right? Just to see if this actually does us any better. Good low probably, yeah. So Jesse Lingard block. So we don't want to get rid of the Booty Boys, or Daisy Brick, or Pog. Which means it's probably going to be Janosch here that loses his role. So, yeah. Janos, hide you, in you come, or rather, out you go. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, I'm glad to know that it works in the sense that I was right about my magic, chat. So Lingard's in. Watch all of our youth players now just start to be really bad because we've actually got terrible coaching staff. Wow, I'm surprised Abaravaka didn't have anyone better than that, honestly. What about you? Starkle? No. Okay. But that's fine. You live and learn. A couple of guys from Colon here. It's weird how all of a sudden we're getting these types of players in there. Oh, hello. Oh, he's already transferred somewhere. Boring. Get rid of you. You guys are all D-rated. Pablinho. Little... Ooh. Quite expensive, though. Still worth a look. Fully scout him. Also, Almandos. He's quite technically lacking. Would also be overly expensive, I would say. Hey, Barry. How's it going? I think we'll probably give him a miss. But it just means we get to deal with less players each time as well. Oh, so transfer targets. Right. So for those of you that missed it, I'll show you one more time. Pick a club, any club. It will amaze and astound you. Chatto. This is the transfer targets exploit. We're not actually it's going to have no benefit to us. Viking. All right, let's do Viking. Viking actually is a good shout because they will have players. Hopefully we don't know too much about them. Kerry. You wish. Yeah, so Viking. If I go to a Viking player that I can find one that doesn't have... So this guy here, for example, right? Michael Scorpin. Note the amount we know about Michael Scorpin. The world's most average magicians. But I'm back for one final go, Spoofer. You know it. You know it. Maybe start a Hungarian league. Who from Hungary? Oh, welcome in. Basically, it's perfect for the type of save we're doing where they don't have huge limits on foreign players, which allows us to bring loads of players to the nation, loan them out, and improve all the teams in the league. And that's why Hungary's so fun for it. He isn't a goalkeeper. Yeah, this doesn't work as well on goalkeepers. So, notice what we know about him. If I go transfer target, add transfer target for transfer. That's it. We go to the next day. Fuck, we got a match. Oh, the magic's happening, Aiden. The magic is happening. But first I must rotate the squad around for this match because we're playing against Real Madrid. Not Real Madrid. Bloody... I can't remember the name of them. Shumbor Haladash. You know, close enough. Nearly the same thing. I think you'll agree. He wears a magic hat. He needs to transfer target. And now we know this. Yes. Big fan. Zoltan's in. Too long a trickler's the audience. No, I didn't know there was a match day, chatto. You can't blame me for the fixtures. Loads of it. Oh, no, that's not the trick, Owen. That isn't the trick. Well, it might be. I don't know. Depends on what you think the trick is. But I'm fairly certain that what you think the trick is not the trick. But we'll see. Christ, I wish I could play Jar Jar in both positions, but we can't. I'll start you because Lucas has disappeared. There's a suspension. Wait. Oh, is it one of the benchy ones? One sec. Doesn't know when the match is on. This kind, all right? Can I instant result it? That'll do. Right, good. He signs to the left. He signs to the right. Oh, dear. That's true. It takes a fucking night. Hey, I will not stand for this. I'm doing a magic show and you can all sit down and watch. That's a surprisingly poor performance. But, hey, Fran scored a couple of goals. Okay, we don't care about that because what we care about is... Oh, that is kind of good. Well done, Fran, actually. Fair play, bud. Right, okay. Next up. You'll eventually then get a... Why are you... No. Stop getting in the way of my magic trick, Thomas. Never interrupt a magician while he's covered in sequins. Thank you. Okay, so then you should get a thing offer made for Scorpion. And now... Fuck! Wait, is it not the next day? It's the next day. Ah! It only works with players that don't fail. Okay. So it doesn't work unless the... So... It only... Basically what happens is, if you do add a player as a transfer target, and they actually successfully, like, approaches the player, you will then have access to all of their attributes. They're fully scouted, basically. Yeah, it seems to be if it fails, then it doesn't work. Good old if switch. Right. Random guy on a youth contract. Don't know much about him. Transfer target. Kim Stearman. We're 2 for 4. I think what we've narrowed it down to is basically if it fails on this screen, it doesn't work. Can you carry on? As far as I know, that doesn't work. This is specifically about the transfer target thing. This is another CM. Gonna fail too. Oh, you're right, yeah. Why is he blocking them, though? Like, I asked you to go get the player. Stop it. And a whole team as a transfer target. You could, but I don't want that to... I don't know if you can, actually. Plus, I wanted it to be a player that we didn't have knowledge of. And they've said no again. Come on. Improve the facilities. You know you want to. Doesn't cost that much. You're a moron. Joe LaBoo, what are you on today? Insist I will. Okay, well, that's not happened. Okay, so we're not getting anything today. If it fails, it doesn't work. That's not what I meant, and you know it. You are being... There's a bad faith argument. Oh, Roger Bayer. Nice. Spin straight fat. Hey, tell me where I'm wrong. Point is, we know that it works because we've done it before. Where is the trick? Shut up. I will not stand for this. Right. It's gonna fail again, isn't it? God's sake. We need to find one that it will work. Basically, if it fails here, then the trick itself doesn't function properly. He's done. Why are they all MCs? I know too much about those guys. I just saw the players in. The first team. I suppose we should, yeah. Right back. Okay. So we know a bit more about him, but it should still work, provided it works. Chat, provided it works, it'll work. 1 second, Jason. I'm just doing my magic. You can never interrupt a magician in the middle of a trick. It's just rude. Rapid VN. Oh, Michael Ottner. Okay, that's quite nice, to be fair. Off of Memphis Stewart. Right, it didn't fail. Magic, Chateau. Call me Debbie McGee, because I'll suck off Paul Daniels. Look, oh yeah, he's shit. That's not the point. My point isn't that you could use it to sign specifically Josh Stewart. It's that you could, yeah. Underwhelming. How dare you? More Thomas Cooper than David Blaine. Hey, I'll sit in a box. It's kind of what I do all day anyway, as it goes. Oh dear. Well, that's great, isn't it? Why is our record out? 6 players. That's not actually that many. Penn's just shot Teller. No, he tried to shoot him, but then he caught the bullet in his mouth. I've seen a magic show, chat. Right, now I can look up Robert Poikina. Oh, dear. So, yeah, as for Robert Poikina, it looks like they are back in the 2nd tier of Sweden, sadly. I'm not sure what else I can really show you on account of the fact that they don't, like, they're not even in the top flight of Sweden. They have £6 million in the bank. Sorry, it's all that magic I was inhaling, Slugs. You know, it gets to your lungs sometimes. The box. Oh, yeah. Come for a night in the box, chat. Bang and Teller. Oh. Grimsta. It's... Yeah, I don't know what I can really show you other than, like, yeah, I mean, their first team squad, because they're in the 2nd tier at the moment, it's, yeah. Obviously, I already have a team report ongoing on... Oh, I don't. That just must have meant that there was no... Oh, I'll add it on there anyway. It must have meant that there was no... Yeah, that's the reason. There you go. That's the reason I didn't get the team report on them. Because they don't have any players there. Yeah, so I must have actually added it, but then taken it away. When I did that, like, test... Not the testing. The thing I showed you earlier. Hungarian under-19. Wait, which one? Who did we get? Disassociative me. Thank you very much for the 15 months. I'm sure you appreciate my magic.
Ta-da-ah-ah-ah.
Chicago Scouts? Nah. It doesn't make any difference from what I've noticed. Because all I'm looking for is that initial report, and then I can kind of do the rest by myself, essentially. Thank you very much, Disassociative me. That is very kind of you. Wait, stop it. No. I'm not actually signing Josh Stewart, you mentalist. We don't actually want... I'm sorry, Josh. Wait, what? This is where I end up having to start. Right, we're going to walk away. I'm sorry, Josh. I've led you on, friendo. Polya. Oh, he might have done, but if he's not any good. Speaking of good Hungarians, though, the guy we brought home from Croatia is now considered the club's hot prospect. Mario Mihaila. 14 to 21 million pounds. He's now considered our hot prospect. We've paid 2 million for him. I'm glad we brought him. I'm feeling good about Mario, particularly on Honved as well. Right. Is this actually... Right, it's Champions League. We're making good progress. We only need to get through 6 games in the Champions League today. It's fine. Ipswich are like, we're not losing Josh Stewart, lads. It's all good. I don't think Castillo can conceivably start here. He's not actually, like, playable. I don't trust Silva from the middle. But what I do have, it looks like we might get your first taste of Labros. Anyway, Yoshi as the anchor. I feel like I'd rather play Camille Krause as the anchor in this game because Yoshi is not an... I mean, he can do it because he's a left back after all, but I'd rather have Camille there. Then again, in a game like Celtic, it might behoove us to have a better pass with the ball, perhaps, in that role, and Yoshi definitely does that. Yeboah and Silva. Surely Malero's around, right?
Cooper,
yeah. Malero needs to start here. Julio, thank you for the follow. There we go. It's time for Labros. He's had a good start. Who's insane? I don't... Like, he is good, but we have to be sensible about when we play him. Though the bench, he should definitely be on it. Zoltan is still objectively worse than both Krause and Yoshi, obviously, but he's getting there. But you can see that he is still, you know... We have to be sensible about where we play him. Because we actually would quite like to beat Celtic. And the last thing I want is for him to have his confidence knocked by making an enormous mistake in a game like this. He's better off at the moment playing in league matches prior to the Champions League games. Plus, I think he played the league game midweek as well. I want to get him into football, but slowly but surely. The tweaks have worked well. It means that our striker seems to get into better positions now. He also seems to weirdly help in the attack more than he did before, even though that's the whole point of an advanced forward. So as a poacher, we kind of just made him a poacher with advanced forward instructions, and now he seems to play better than when he was an advanced forward. It's weirdness, isn't it? But that's how it goes. Right. This needs to be a win. Ferencváros are away at Ajax. That's going to be a struggle. I suspect they might not do so well there. It's weird. We actually get to watch the other games live for once. It's the first time this save, really, that we've been able to do that. Slow start from us. Oh, God. Please don't fall behind against Celtic as well. Okay. Oh, no, please not another second phase of set-piece goal where all of our players stand perfectly still. Good tackle. Really good tackle from Fernandes. It's a pretty good... Celtic's team is usually good. It's just usually very old. They've got a lot... I think over half their squad are 32 or older when we last looked, which is... You know, obviously a few players that never experienced, but like most of their team was of the older level when we looked at it. God, they're playing some nice football here as well. Oh, what are you doing? Lucas might be getting his starting spot back if this sort of shit continues. Champions League again, I suppose. Naturally, the goalkeeper's going to come out to the corner of his own penalty area. Yep. Good. Good. Totally fine. Definitely not annoying. Ay. He does have high rushing out, yes, which is one of the problems that I think we could have with him. He is at least fun. I'll give him that. But the problem is we can't play Lucas in the Champions League. So that literally can't be done. So we're going to have to play him. Oh, Labros was nearly in. One thing Labros does have is lightning pace. Oh, come on. Good tackle. Oh, God, we still nearly gave it back. What are we doing? Hi, have we, like, forgotten to play football? This is mad. So I see you've been to a lot of those sort of parties, because I'm pretty certain I went to a birthday party exactly like that when I was a kid. Try another goalkeeper. Oh, sure, yes. I'll just bring on the goalkeeper that isn't registered because of him being at the Olympics and then for some reason not showing up in the registration screen despite me selecting it as available. Very, very strange that Lucas wasn't able to be registered. Oh, that's a ball. Oh, come on. Also, I'm not going to put another goalkeeper after 35 minutes. That's disappointing. We've been shit as well, though. It's not like it's just the goalkeeper's fault today. Like, we've been playing like shit. For no reason. Like, this is Celtic. They're not Real Madrid. They've done well here, but they're not Real Madrid. Is there a young goalkeeper somewhere for the next game? Who? Which goalkeeper are you referring to? Yeah, 2-0. I mean, it's Ajax away. It's not an easy game for Ferencváros, is it? We wouldn't have expected them to do that well there. I was hoping they might have done a little bit better than that, but then we can hardly talk. We're about to lose 2 out of 2 here. We've yet to have a shot on target in the Champions League this season. Are we that incompetent? Oh, there it is. Is this just going to be the year where we just can't score to save our lives in Europe, unlike last year where it was the league? Yeboah, I guess. I guess it's going to have to be Francois again. They got one back. There's always a chance. Navarro as well for maybe Bizarma. Yoshi's on a booking and he's desperate. What does that even mean? Desperate for what, Yoshi? Oh, which skin? Saz 23. Don't lose at home to fucking Celtic. Right, here, okay. Set piece goal or something. Silver. That's a weird cross. Can we get like a second phase goal? That'd be lovely. Montiel. Oh, no, he's got it. He's still got it. There's loads of space out left. It's a shame it's at Camille Krause's feet. Yeah, Labros has not had the best game there. To be fair, he was recovering from injury himself. Oh, Silva. Come on, square it. Come on, Brandon. Drop it across for someone. Easy. No? Oh, for God's sake. I hate when you build up a wonderful piece of play and then it just ends up in a long shot from like that. Even though we have every possible instruction to stop them from doing it. I guess it's just some players are going to take those shots, aren't they? We've played like shit here, in fairness. Okay. Christ. Did they get another one? Ferencváros showing us up in Europe. We'll probably finish below them this season. Wouldn't be surprised at this rate. Go on. Bizarma. Yes. Right. Loads of room for Brandon Silva now. Do a thing. Brandon, please. Yes! Come on! Big Brandon doing big business. But again, those second phase goals are just so irritating. Even when we score them, it's not great. Like, nobody closes him down. And to be fair, once they do start to close him down, he just goes straight past them. It's nice, actually, this little touch to just go past his man. Deflects off the defender, I think. Yep, it's the defender. Right, we've still got 10 minutes. A draw is still shit, honestly. One more. We can do this. But also, fair play to Ronald Aguilar for Ferencváros. If they got a draw, I'm not saying anything, just in case they don't. Oh, go on. Silva. Flicked on off the post from Montiel. Oh, God. Just score a normal goal. That's all I beg of you. I just want to see a normal goal in the Champions League. Millie with a long boy.
Wait a second. Is that Scott McTominay of Manchester United
Yes, it
fame,
is.
playing for Celtic in what must be his 30s? How the hell is he still playing at that level? There's no way he can be that fit after his Scottish diet of haggis, deep-fried iron brew and battered heroin. Also, hey Matto and Chateau, hope you all have a lovely bank holiday weekend. Smile.
I hope so, Millie. And you too, my friend. Deep-fried iron brew. So that one was miles offside. Kraus just takes too long to get this ball out of his feet, and they've all run past. Actual match engine problem. It's a Mafix. Well, I mean, the match engine and the graphics match engine. That is the match engine. What you're seeing is the match engine. So, and also, as I always say with these things, if the match engine isn't represented properly when you're looking at it, because it's the only form of reference you've got, then it isn't fit for purpose. But basically, from second phases of set pieces, players still stay in their positions as if they're defending the corner or free kick because they think that that's still the situation they're in, and as a result, they never go out and close people down. But unfortunately, you can't exploit that yourself by having players stand in those positions because you can't set them up like that, which is a shame. This is key highlights, though. So, there might still be a chance for Celtic to score a late one against us, which would be excellent, wouldn't it? I feel like there is another highlight to come. Imagine if we pulled it out the bag here. Yeboah. Come on. Abdul Nabi. Bit of space. What a pass. Brian Bizarma. Oh, for fuck's sake! Yep, we're definitely playing in Europe. I'm so bored of those. It's an open goal. Also, why did we not get a chance? What? That didn't even count. It didn't even count the shot. Oh, that is such a lovely piece of football as well. The fact that Bizarma didn't shoot. He actually passed it. But as we know, since the latest, not the latest patch, but the winter update, those sort of like tap-in goals are almost impossible to score now because, was he offside? I don't think he can. I don't think he could have been. That's very annoying. That is very annoying. I find that sometimes if you have a shot really late on, it often doesn't count on the XG graph. I've seen that happen quite a few times, especially last year. Ah, fucking hell. Fair play to Ferencváros again, though. They're already 3 points clear of us. I think it's the can we finish above Ferencváros challenge. Yes, I actually am, Millennium. I'm going to eat myself a giant Easter egg at this point. I'm going to get it out early. That was shocking. Oh, Nakanisi's happy to stay. Good stuff. Fucking hell, man. So, Champions League's doing Champions League things, as always, really. It's just one time in the Champions League. I'd like us to have a run of games where we just get the results that we pretty much deserve. Now, in that game, I actually still think we probably could have won that, just because that chance didn't seem to count for some reason. Oh, look, it's Budapest against Rangers. I can't wait for Rangers to win 1-0 with their only shot on target. Let's go. Oh, we've got Kishvara hosting Antalyaspor and... Oh, it's right there. Molfevar hosting Olympiacos. Need higher up. Apparently we do, yeah. Oh, I don't eat my feelings right now. I would just like to... Actually, no, that's not even the problem. I would just like to, if I'm going to lose a game against Manchester City, it would be nice if they just played around my team like they were Manchester City and didn't just rely on my team making horrendous errors every time. Let's see. Oh, yes. Budapest. Budapest 2, Rangers 0. See, someone knows how to do it in Europe. It just ain't us. Are we going to be the one that lets the side down this year? To be fair, it's been coming. We've been due a year of just absolute shittery in Europe, and I wonder if this is the season for us. What about Europa League? Kishvara 2-all, disappointing Molfehavar with the win. That's some good points for Hungary. Kishvara doing business, and Molfehavar stepping up there. It's a shame about that result. I think they could have done better on it, but nevertheless, coefficient-wise, Hungary on to 5.7 points for the season now. So we're keeping touch with France, and we're actually keeping up with Germany and actually gaining on Germany at the moment. So that's something. We're in no danger from an attack from underneath here because Portugal have started quite poorly, and it's actually Turkey of all teams there. Scotland are going to lose so many coefficient places. They've already got 2.1 on the board. Sort of the year. I think we had it sorted, right? What was it? What else was it sorted by? Yeah, Kujvada should have done better. Norway have actually been quietly good lately. They got 12 points last season. They're already on nearly 7 this year. Yeah. Where I can get good free players for a team in the 3rd division of Portugal. Basically, your best bet is to wait for the released youth players from the bigger sides in Portugal. That's what I would probably do in that situation. Westerlo? They got no players. Ah, damn it. That one snuck through. So how's that looking for the Conference League? Oh, no, that's definitely one game. Sort of irrelevant at this point. But Uipesh, though, 4 points on the board. Solid. Like, I'm really proud of them. It's us I'm annoyed at. We've had an issue like that. Didn't we lose at home to Celtic before one time as well, out of nowhere, where we battered them and lost 1-0? I swear that's happened to us before. I still can't believe he missed that chance late on. It just makes me feel ill. It really does be making me feel ill. Wouldn't it be too bad if we end up in the Europa League? There's no way we can end up in the Europa League. So, I mean, obviously it wouldn't be too bad if we ended up in the Europa League, but the only way we could end up in the Europa League is if we came second in the league. And I think we'd possibly get sacked if we did that. At the moment, given the way our board have reacted to us not winning the cup that one time. Any interesting call-ups here? Ah, there you go. How is Petr Jonier getting... What the hell happened to him? He's getting call-ups for the under-21 squad, but yet Zoltan isn't. Oddly. Knocked out well, if you get knocked out of the Champions League, you're out of... That's it. You're out of Europe, so there is no Europa League after that. Labros is into the full Greek squad, obviously. Oh, yeah, he was already a full international, wasn't he? I reckon Robert would have scored that. Bobby Tree would have scored it. Team report only lists the players and doesn't give the option to scout the side overall. I'm not sure what you mean. So what exactly are you trying to do? Because when you go team reports, you go get team report, and then you go that, and then that. You just assign it to a scout, and then you'll get this team reports through, and then you just get that. What are you looking for specifically that isn't showing up? I'm curious. I wonder if maybe we're on like different... Oh, hello. Hello, Axel. By Nation Squad, sorry. Hang on. By Nation Squad? I thought we were doing team reports. Oh, hang on. Sorry, you mean like... let me just go Belgium, for example. So you go into here, then you go Antwerp, team report, under 18s, for example, and then hit that like that, and then you get the team report through like that. I also love that the same guy we were just looking at just appears here. Yeah, no, that's what you do. I just showed it again. But and then you'll get a team report through like that, and then you click on it, and then voila. But bear in mind, if you scout a team that doesn't have any youth players, then you're not going to get any reports. But that's why I do that extra step where you've got the max squad size, not the max squad, the squad size bit, so you can filter out any ones that just don't have players. But the reason I use the international teams as a baseline is so that you can usually tell that they do have players, because that's why they're in the national teams. It's just a way of sort of filtering it through it, I suppose. But yeah, in the lower leagues of Portugal, your best bet is the free transfers of like the big teams releasing players at the end of it. Do you get that report when you're outside of England? I can't actually remember if you actually get that report. The one that comes through at the end of each season that says youth players being released by X top teams. I know we get one every year about players being released, but it's never normally... Oh, you do? Excellent. That's good. I'd be weird if there wasn't. But yeah, that report, especially in the lower leagues, is absolute gold dust. I don't think I can really start Castillo here. We'll start Labros again. He'll probably score like a hat-trick here anyway. It seems that this tactic performs better on instant result, which is bizarre to me. Did we win a game 9-2 last stream when I randomly instant result at a match? Because this is a league game. I don't see us getting 19 points this season. Don't forget, it's shit. I should have... Well, to be fair, he doesn't have to start every game. He's mostly a rotational. After all, he's still only 15. Jarju... Oh, he did score. Nice. Good. This is where Fives Freeze is really earning it now, yeah. Anderlecht under 18s. That's the guy we want. I did try to go back in for him again. I did have the option to try to do the loan and then buy. Problem being that the amount that they wanted in the loan buy thing was way higher than the original agreement. So we're going to wait till he's 18 and then try and buy him like that, basically. This guy interesting, though. Steve Ndikumana. Actually, surprisingly cheap for Anderlecht, but I guess that's just because he... But that's what I mean. Players like him... Oh, he actually has got an under-21 cap. But sometimes they're being here before they're in there, honestly, right? Was his birthday? Oh, we actually have a note on him. I believe it's 27th of January. And now you'll notice that all of this is now being populated with the sort of players that were potentially in those scout reports. And it seems like they keep on looking at them for a little bit longer. And there's obviously some guys from the shortlist are in here too. But this guy, Stefano Rosa. It feels like these players just appear in here when we do these scout reports. It's like when you send them out to look at these teams, they sometimes watch the team against another team and bring you some of those players as well. The under 18 players not signed. It can be done. We actually signed a Danish 16-year-old in this summer for £1 million. It's the more you like, the higher you are, the better your potential, the better your reputation and stuff, the more likely they are to do it. It feels like it's something to do with that. Yeah, 28. I think that means he's a real player. Who's he wanted by? Chelsea and Liverpool. Yeah. Real player. He does look good, but like, I don't really want to be spending 30 million quid on a 28-year-old. Although he's exploring his options. Can we just sign... Oh, I was hoping we might be able to just sign him up. Hey, you got to remember the fictional people's birthday. The fictional homies are extremely important. I like Stefano Rosa. I want to scout him further. You will just keep around. Lomelli. Was he one of the guys from the shortlist from last stream? I think he must be, right? The Pablo! Thank you for the 26 months, my friend. How are you?
26 blooming month stage. Shocked face. Speedy. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face.
Oh, we're going to be here a while.
Woozy face. 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 Woozy face.
Woozy face.
Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy face. Woozy.
Oh. I guess even Russell has a limit to woozy faces. I was trying to figure out if there was a way I could turn it off, and then it just stopped. Because apparently I don't have that power, but it's good to know. Oh, yeah, obviously Brazil is great, but wow, phase, yeah, true. Guy from Peñarol. Like, where are all these players from before? Look at the state of him. Oh, and his name's Diego Colombo, the ultimate detective. He's filthy. But all these guys, obviously, we just want more information on, but that's exciting. This is why this type of scouting for me is just that little bit interesting. It's like, maybe he's not... So he's capped under 20 level, but then why would we not see them? Yeah, the Boca badge, yeah. All of the under 18 squads. What about Emilio as well? Simon Fisher, I don't know what that means. Also, no. A couple of Austrian lads here. Oh, this Fisher. Yeah, he's all right, but not £3 million all right. But he isn't technically fully scouted yet, so we'll definitely get some more information on these two, both the Austrian guys. Okay, so basically, I'm going to tell you once. Please stop spamming. Like, I can read chat. I don't need 7 messages saying the same thing. All right? But, yeah. We'll get some more information on him, and we'll go from there. So, oh, this was the other guy, who I actually did quite like. Weirdly, we've got... Oh, it's because I offered an extra scout report on him, didn't I? So this is the other guy that was kind of interesting. He, on the other hand, injury prone. His tempo, didn't he have 10 heading before? I swear he had 10 heading when we looked before. 6'5" though. I don't mind him. Consistent. If he's cheap enough, I don't mind a bit of Edwin Selilovic, honestly. Sign a candlestick back. I love how you guys just... Oh, dear. I love that you both went for Candlestick Maker. That is supreme. You wouldn't sign a car? Damn, he wants a lot of money. That's a good way of coping with it, though, Basil. Honestly, I don't think that was a troll. I think it was just, you know... Oh, no. No. Fuck off with the £4 million. Huh? Sorry, Edwin. Not happening today. No, distinct lack of cobblers. If we want cobblers, really, we'd sign for Northampton, right? Oh, this is Bismarck Terry. Oh, he's already on 10 grand a week. There's no way I'm signing Bismarck Terry. He'd want like 15 grand a week, probably. Okay, even if he wants that amount of money, that's still way too much. It's a shame, though. Well, indeed, yeah. We don't want to sink that much money into him. I mean, he's Bismarck and Terry. That's usually a good sign, but he was the Turkish chappie we were looking at before. And again, I don't know. Between 7k and 5 million. Yeah, mad, isn't it? B- on this guy. He's just a bit on the pricey side. Driven personality is good. He has quite a lot of... Who are you? Oh, I know. He's one of the guys from the... Oh, yeah. He was from the Salzburg one. Now we can just tackle them one by one. I love this. Bismarck fan Otto. That would work, actually. 3 assists for Pereira. Why did I keep getting this news article now? We're in October. It's a lot of money to sink into the Bismarck. You don't want that. I'm going to try and find a striker called Lusitania or something. Or Lucy. Women's football chat. We could have Lusitania. It could work. Now I'm way more excited for women's football in FM. Just because of the name. We get more meme name combinations. It's the dream. I probably should schedule a friendly in here. Wait, are the board unhappy? I mean, to be fair, I don't blame them for being unhappy with the Celtic game. Believe me, I'm just as unhappy as they are. Missed player search. Oh, Woozed. Yeah, I mean, I suspect that somehow we're not going to find Woozy Face. But can I interest you in Tom Lee's? How on earth? Yeah, sure. That makes sense, I guess. Loosey goosey. You do sometimes... There is a team... That's true. There is a team in Portugal called that. Fot. Z, I guess. Yeah, maybe the face being a bit of Lee's, maybe? Wait, let's use one. Names are more important than them. Yes, indeed, they are. I'm glad you've come around to my way of thinking. Sidri, thank you for the follow. Oh, and also, Lefteris Andre. Sorry, I must have missed that one. Thank you very much for the follows. Uepesh lose. And Varos lose as well. Kishvada have started the season in mad good form. Yes, Icarus. Particularly as you get... Like, I guarantee there's going to be some way in there where the names will accidentally cross over. I just don't trust it to be coded well enough for that not to happen. Club Brugge. My God. Oh, it's Xavier's brother. I always want to... Blankenberg. Where was Francois born? Ah, Scharbeck. I was curious. I wonder if they were going to be regen brothers like the other two. Point being, Club Brugge have got some outrageous players. Problem is that we can't afford any of them because they're all obscenely expensive on account of being world class. But it's good to know that they exist, though. Maisel Mace as well is a fun name. We take that. I do quite like this form of scouting in a way because it just allows us to sort of slowly but surely plod along and then just every day, just new report through. I think we're going to find a couple of gems over the course of the next couple of streams without even really trying that hard. And also less of this is required. We're sort of much more like zeroing in on the quality players. Like I went through a load of African teams. Ghent now as well. Nothing at Ghent. Another Hardy. Gerald Hardy. Born in Ghent. That would make sense. My boy CJ. Oh, CJ. This is going to be where they get... There he is. Golden Arrows. CJ. Besidenhout? Just need Matt and Jeff. True. We need to find a leader as well while we're at it. Yeah, we got CJ. He's been around a little bit. In fact, he's been around a lot. Lots of different South African teams. Cape Town City for ages. Then the Royal AM, but he was only allowed to play in the morning. Didn't like that, so went to Stellenbosch for a random season there. Then to Marumo Gallants. I don't remember playing against Marumo Gallants in our South Africa save. Are they like a second tier side, like get promoted or something, or are they like a newer team? Oh, 2021. So which team did they used to be? Is my question to you, chat. Dazzle will know. I'm guessing this is one of these that they used to be a different team kind of situation. My chair is stuck. Why is my chair not moving? There we go. Was Leroy Leeson? Bring him in. Get big Leroy in there. I've never heard of Marumo Gallant, but I like it. Hang on. Zivkovic is now 5 stars. Shakuma? I don't remember playing against them either, honestly. Have we just accidentally uncovered, like, an absolute monster in Haris Zivkovic that we spent 800k on? Oh, welcome in the goose. We do like geese around here. Mostly Gideon. You can't see chat because it's just out of camera shot. But that goose hat that I have is just poking its head around the corner of that wardrobe in the corner. In a league game, I'll have a job playing him in a league game on account of the fact that he doesn't play for us. But were it not for that one obstacle, I'd probably get him a chance. Just said we didn't sign him from Zrizhny Mostar. I also sent Urza back out on under French Varosh, and you can see that he's actually at least playing this season. And some of that is actually through the middle. That's true, yes. I like him, though. It's nice to know that we've got a few of these options. New contract. Ah, buddy. Wow, you are worth a lot of money. Why did I click on Jar Jar as if that was going to do anything? What was I expecting? Help with the nickname. Oh, easy. Let's go. Oh, dear. Matt Satsansa. I like that. Matt Satsansa. It's fun to say. Well, we might need something beyond just the... Because the dead cat hasn't worked for us this year. It's just not been excellent. It's not brought us any of the luck that we normally were associating with it. Standard Liège, presumably they've got a couple of guys. Johan Sola. Ah, so he... Here we go. These are the kind of players that we wouldn't have found before. Because they're too young to have even got... He's probably from their latest youth intake. Not got any international call-ups for any youth teams yet.
This
This is what we need to find. Bevloy, thank you for the 14 months. You'd bloody love to see it. How are you, friend? This is what we're looking for. These types of players. Obviously not, insanely expensive players from Standard Liège, but those players that we can catch a little bit earlier. Because I keep seeing random players show up for PSG, and I'm like, where did they find this guy? And it's because they signed him at like 17 from Anorthis Famaugusta or something. And we just simply don't... That's the one thing that the national team scouting can sometimes miss out on. Sandberg, I really don't think he will. I think he's got good potential, but I don't think he's got that mad potential. They only beat Bonaire 2-0. God, Honduras need to get their shit together. That said, 83 caps at the age of 25 for Juan Alvarado is genuinely scary. Carl Nareeb just got a cap for South Africa. That is insane. How? Is he like really good now all of a sudden? Also, Carl Nareeb has done an enormous disservice to his home nation of Namibia, frankly. Did Valve really do that? Yeah, the problem is that, though, that's with Zoltan, it's just a case of more like slowing growth. Another one of these guys. Hervé Vincent Julien. Okay. Long weekend. Yeah, I mean, I say that as if I'm not streaming on Sunday morning. I'm looking forward to the weekend after, because Pog and I are going to a wedding. It's going to be a lovely weekend. Pog just got the information through earlier about because Pog has to do a Bible reading at the wedding, and she was like, "Oh God, I don't know how this is going to go." And she's found out today it's like a full-on passage, like a full. So she's gonna have to try and rehearse that. Bit of Genk. A couple of Genki guys in here. Gianluca Peluso. Okay. Intriguing. 15 as well at Belgium. There's another. Gerald Leroy. Leroy. I don't know what passage. She didn't tell me actually. Yeah, that's the one. My wedding. She's going to read a passage at my wedding. We haven't decided who the bride's going to be yet, but we'll get there. Oh no, bear in mind, she has no interest in that at all. It's just it's because it's her friend who's getting married. So I'm just the tag along. I'm just the eye candy. I'm the arm candy for Pog, you know? So you just see if he's gen yet. Oh dear. Wait, what injury? Oh, shitting fuck. Come on. As fast as we get one guy back, we get another injury. So that's what these guys are available here. I am the side bitch. She's done well there, chat. Boy, it was only 3.5 star potential. Was not much wailing and gnashing of teeth. True, yes. And lo, we signed him to an 8-year contract using a boat clause. And there was much rejoicing. First to become the champions. I'm sure they did, but like, where are they now, Jason? What have they done lately, I ask you? Nothing. That's right, nothing other than feed players to PSG. Do you remember that season when Apoel were like in the Champions League quarterfinals or something? Might have not been the quarterfinals. They got through the groups though, if I remember, which was amazing. Yeah, only 9-0. I think most of our squad was on international duty, which probably didn't help. God, like, produce some players, damn it. I beg of you. Lately they suck. See, now we're getting back to earth, aren't we? Here we go. Get rid of... God, it's so nice. Oh, no, Colombo. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I'm not having that from Colombo. There's no way that this guy with these attributes is that bad. I want full scout report on Diego. I command it. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbour's 5-star attacking code. It's true. Yeah, I remember them getting like a draw against Real Madrid or something. Or was it they've played them there? So Zoltan, of course I can show Zoltan. 1 second. Let me just get through this scout. Actually, I'll do it now because this one's actually got some players in it. For mixed old series, remember he delisted them. No, that sucks. What do I make did that? Mick, what a dude. Wow, this is all the first team players we have left at the club, by the way, at the moment. Ah, good. Some finally good arrows going in the correct direction for Zoltan. His training rating is improving again now, which is good. He's still a very excellent player. But we'll see. We will see. Ninito, San Lorenzo is probably one of your best ones. He's 6 foot tall now. You're right. He has grown. He was 5'10". Now he's 6 foot. Zoltan's growing like mad. Just not in attributes. I mean, to be fair, he's been at the club for 6 months, so I can hardly... How have you got so much negatives? His jumping reach has gone up by 2. Navarro Malero. They're different types of players. Navarro plays through the middle, Malero's mostly off the left or the right, so they do their own thing. I at least would have hoped that Rashos guy would have prioritized the guys that were at our club, but then I've since learned that that's not a good idea. You're too expensive for us. You're actually not bad, to be honest. Surprisingly, another guy at Club Brugge. Gonzalez we already knew about, but we wanted more information, and we're still getting driven personality. About golf, absolutely not. I have not cared / played golf since 2004. Back when I was like 14. So I have nothing against golf. I just haven't. It's just not a sport that I have particular interest in watching, I suppose, you know. Pub golf. Now you're talking. I don't mind. Mike took me to Top Golf last year, which was actually really fun. Mainly because I can at least still remember how to hold and swing a golf club. Play golf at 14. Yeah. So basically, I did a golf GCSE. Basically, when you do GCSE PE, you get to choose 5 sports or 4 sports or whatever, right? And you get this huge list of sports that you can do. And I was just dicking about because golf was on there. And I was like, I can do golf? That seems kind of strange. And so I did. I was like, fuck it, I'm doing golf then. And I convinced a couple of my mates to do it as well. And yeah. So every Saturday morning, we'd rock up at the golf course nearby, do some golf, and like, yeah. Well, I mean, you can do it wherever you like. That was available to everyone if you did GCSE. Like, you know. I've never played field golf, but I've always wanted to. I was terrible at it. Isn't that expensive? Not really, because it was all just like, get a shitty... I got a shitty set of golf clubs on eBay for like 50 quid or something. And then it was like... Which obviously I didn't pay for that, my parents. But like, it was... Yeah. And then... My friend was like really into golf, so he was the one that was sort of teaching me, and he's still into golf now. He actually still plays golf. He was in chat earlier. Fucking awful. It's so much fun, isn't it, Millie? I assume it's the same one that Mike took us to. Hey, how's it going, man? Did you end up going to the board game cafe on Saturday? I'm just curious. When you get 15 grand, nice. All the courses are converted 3 par 3 golf courses. Ah, yeah. Is it Viking? It was not Viking. Viking... As far as I know, never came... Yeah. I don't think Viking ever played golf with us. It was me and Sammy who was in chat earlier. My board game obsessed friend. We'll leave him off for a moment. Emilio and Palacios I want... Oh, hang on. He's another Universidad guy. Different Universidad. He's of the Chile daddies. Palacios? I mean, maybe? More information required. Chilled at the Green King and the... Ah, fair one. I would highly recommend it, though. Slow Jams. It's actually really cool. The people in there are lovely. The board games are great. We were there for like 3 hours. I had several beers. It was wonderful. Vikings and I never came. Well, you know, yeah. Piston Stonewall play. I've never tried that. The main reason, honestly, I'll level with you. The main reason I used to enjoy going to golf on the Saturday morning when I was like 14, because you had to get up pretty early to do this, was that after we did our round of golf, the actual the clubhouse place did an amazing cheese toasty and curly fries, and that was the main incentive for me to actually go. I'll be honest with you. That was my biggest sort of motivation, so to speak. These are all guys from the previous lookups. Not lookups, but like the stuff, so we'll keep them going. Austria... Yeah, we need to find some... Of course, it's cheese related. Exactly. And it was only like a 9-hole course, so if you did 18 holes there, you had to basically... It was a smaller course. Villa Game was on the... Oh, fair one. Where was this pub? The Green King. Which one was that? Yearly charity golf day. It's top-notch cruising on a buggy, absolutely. But yeah, no, that sounds fun, honestly. Who associates PE with cheese toasties? Oh, I know, but like, I meant like where in Cambridge. Like, I know what Green King is. I just meant like which one. I don't know if there's more than one in Cambridge or not. Probably. I associate things with weird things. I literally fell asleep the other night thinking about steak. I was just like, might make some. I might have that. You kind of a Nick Faldo. None of his ability rubbed off on you. Well, I mean, I guess golf ability doesn't come through osmosis. I guess that's what we've learned today, chat. But I mean, I don't know, do I? I very rarely go drinking in Cambridge. Dream about me. So, oh, I do. For a steak, I'll go anyway, James. Mood must be going. Oh, sick. Yeah, of course, because he must have not had internet for a while, right? Anis Pervin. Wow, doesn't even have a regen face. Well, it depends. Good peppercorn sauce. My dream wasn't that detailed, Jason. It's hard to be that detailed when you're daydreaming. Hanshel! Thank you for the 18 months.
Bear Piecast, Bear Sick Hype, Sick Mat Jam, Sick Mat Jam, Sick Mat Jam.
Things you'll love to see. How's it going, friend? God, we really have to get through some games if we're actually going to get through 6 today. General Giant is still here. I couldn't find him alone. I think he's been scarred by his experiences out on... Oh, God, that's great. Overexerting in the weight room. I saw a long paragraph there, and I wonder if we were going to get a funny one. Medium well. Oh, God, no. I'm medium rare or nothing. I'm all about medium rare. Ludograts? Oh, they might have some. Oh, here we go. Yes. Martin Yanchev. That's more like it. That's the kind of... That's why we do this. Hang on, did Hungary just put 7 goals past Slovakia? Yes, they did. Henrik Pereira just scored a hat-trick for the Hungarian national team. Pure red. I don't think so. I mean, I guess someone does, otherwise it wouldn't exist, right? Medium rare chicken. Speaking of which, Pocket made like homemade chicken Kiev on Tuesday night. That was really nice. Surprisingly, actually, considering it was like a bit of a pain, like forcing butter in there and stuff. But it actually came out quite nicely. Suhi's... Oh, they were playing against each other. That's amazing. Right, so rest players against Kekshmer, which means Zoltan can play. And then back for Lazio. Son of him! Thank you for the 50 bits.
I remember that great MTK team of 2026. They got to the Champions League final. They were so close to winning until 1998 when The Undertaker threw Mankind off Hell in a Cell and crashed 16 meters through the announcer's table below.
It's true. I was there. Source, I am the table. I don't know. It was 166 H-tier the last time we checked. The actual full-on number. CSK Sofia not quite... he might be worth a punt. Not a punt, but like a look. Potentially. Velko Mitev. Sorry, not Hungary. Bulgaria is another nation that has not been quite as efficient with producing quality talent in this save so far. Because most of them are on really low wages, H-tier. Some of them are on like a couple of £100 a week. And as a result, we've got like 60 guys on those kind of contracts. Whoever's building Slovakia is having a terrible time right now. Players we missed out on. Bakari Diop is very much the epitome of that. Minus 112. Oh, I wonder what the maximum number is then, Wolfwood. No final appearance. It can't have been that. No, I think we were in the Champions League final more recently than that, right? Maybe I'm wrong now. Maybe it actually was longer ago than that. Let me just see how many players we got. It is... I'm pretty certain Oh. Hang on. You know when there's a lot of players where it has to when it actually has to lag when you try to select all. Why is it not letting me select all? 166. That's the current squad size. Let's just get rid of all those guys. There we go. If you include everyone who's at the club in some capacity. Another win for Budapest. I say another win. They've not had a lot of wins yet this season. Levski. Go on, Levski. They must have some. Really? He's a bit okay. 20, though. Don't know what he's still knocking about in the under 19s for, honestly. Just in case there's anyone really good. He's probably quite expensive. Got to get in there early before they become stupidly expensive. It's like buying stocks. It's less volatile somehow. 104. Oh, to be fair, the most we've ever had. The highest I've seen the number go was 121. There was a point during last season where we managed to get it up to 121 very briefly. If everything was 100% realistic and wacky formations didn't exist, which would you use? To be fair, I'm not using a wacky formation. I'm just using a 4-2-3-1, so probably that, I guess. Stocks will be fun. Yeah, true. Yeah, I mean, some of the guys we picked out of nowhere, like Harris, he was not a player that... He was a player that we took a little punt and thought, okay, he might be an okay option. And now, not only has he improved his potential in theory, he's also flourishing out on loan at Halidash, which is a tough team to be playing for because they don't really do a lot. But the fact that he's getting so much football, I expect to see big things from Harris Živković. And definitely Bosnia caps, without a shadow of a doubt. 18-year-old centre-back's still really good, but we can't sign him yet because he's not 18. 22G. What's 22G? Did I miss another meme? So Kontrafagis will start this because it's obviously the rotation game. So will Pereira, actually. And in fact, this team's quite well set for that. Navarro, we want... Instead, we'll have Bazama. We'll have Velasquez. No, wait. Oh, no, yeah, it was the last game he was suspended for, not this one. Do Nakanishi. Hey, Dan. Hey, Alice. How's it going? How's it going, friendos? Oh, speaking of that, Dan, what did you think of the 8 matches? We haven't actually discussed this. Sorry. No. No. I don't think I will. We'll do Dela Cruz. We'll do... I keep wanting to start... No, Jarju's further up, isn't he? Oh, Fernandez. Fuck. We could do with one more. The problem with Donovan being out. To put it, yeah, that's bollocks to me. Like, at the time, I was like, it has to be more than 6. And I feel like 8 is fine. Like, at that point. Oh, yeah, Zoltan. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, Zoltan has to start, doesn't he? Perfect. Set up a poll to see if the clip I gave you is something worth rolling out for everyone. It's a minority thing. It's hard to... Kraus as an RPM, I just... Then again, we could always just start Yoshi. To be fair, in this game, Kraus probably isn't the worst option, is it? Right? Oh, I see. So 2, 3, C, 2, 3, C. Yeah, I'd say 2, 3, C. I don't mind a little bit of extra. I wouldn't mind even a 5 there. I don't mind a bit of burnt toast. I quite like the taste of burnt toast, honestly. That's what I'm thinking. Sorry, I missed that. The real gaming DNA. Thank you very much for the follow. 3, 4B. 3 is acceptable. Actually, yeah, I feel like 3 or 4 on the second one for me, actually. And then it's either C or D. I do quite like a bit of milky tea, but not like overly milky. And I've been having less sugar in tea when I've been having it because oat milk for me is just sweeter tasting. Remember the suntan? Oh dear. Anything past medium rare is that's my steak setting, as if it was to have such a thing. Did I miss something here? Oh yeah. I don't know if I can actually show it, Saz. That's the problem. I don't think I'd actually be able to show chat the clip. That's the problem. Unless you could like upload it somewhere. Right, so this is another Skippy one, isn't it? Why has he got an apostrophe on the end of his name? Must be a Russian thing. Still mooing. The question is what sauce you... I like a peppercorn sauce. It's just good stuff. Basically, chat, this is the thing that Saz was showing me on stream or Tuesday, and I couldn't show you at the time, but now I can. No idea how to cook a blue steak. What exactly is the difference like between a blue steak and a rare? Is it just the tiniest like sear on the outside to make it crisp or something? When you put the milk in the coffee. God. I just like... Oh, Labrador scored again. I just like my coffee to taste like... Peppercorn is very solid. The cut... Wow. I mean, most places don't... Not so much that they don't offer it. It's just like... Yeah. Steak colour. Oh, I see. But what makes it blue? Like... I guess... Like, because it's not normally blue, is it? I like them all the same. Me too. Paint. It's just a guy out. The sous chef is like, hang on a minute. Someone's ordered a blue steak. Right, let me get the food colouring out. Some of these guys could probably swivel on it now, which is fine. Johan Soler, that's that guy from before, isn't it? Yeah. Quality option, but probably wouldn't sign for us and probably would cost too much money anyway. Maxon's one that we can remove from the shortlist. You as well. But these guys, a couple of Paraguayans in here as well, actually. He's got great handling. Dude's like a Lotus Exige. I keep those guys scouting anymore. Why not? Slightly more cooked. Ah, fair one. Fair one. To be fair, I didn't really even like start enjoying steak until a couple of years ago. I still have it pretty rarely. Medium rare, you might say. Sorry, had to be done. Pog and I are making tonight this Cajun chicken rice dish, which we found on TikTok, and it looks delicious. I just like anything Cajun. Basically anything with a bit of spice in it, honestly. Ah, 3-0 for Ferencváros. Okay, they're acting together slowly. Kishvana's still unbeaten in the league as well. Meshkevez's doing what they always do. I wonder if just because of having that ridiculous striker is really helping Schomburg. 9-2. Good. We take those. Fajitas. Oh, I haven't had fajitas in like a week. I do like a good fajita as well. So these guys are the ones we know about in it already. But look at the state of these. Art Branilovic. Edvin Sikira as well. And then this guy as well, Rakic. There's some good players sitting in their youth team, other than the two we already know about. Dino Zagreb coming up clutch as per. Donovan De La Cruz is a wonderful name. To me, he sounds like an action hero, which is what I've always thought of him. Would you admit if he didn't look nice? I mean, you underestimate how bad of a cook. No, I'm alright actually. I'm one of those people that's like, I wouldn't want to cook for other people, but that might just be because of a confidence thing more than anything else, you know? There's very few dishes that I'd be like, I could serve this for other people and not worry. Because it's, you know, everything's personal taste with food, isn't it? Much respect, Renault, says Virginia. How is he getting on out there? He's playing lots. He's doing an okay job for them. Enjoying the sun and his huge contract. Titch Tyler, thank you very much for the prime. That's really nice of you. It's all the food chat, right? I really do appreciate it. Where is the... Oh, there it is. Finally. Okay, Lazio away. Oh, Goritza. Anyone? Renato Panic. I'm a big fan.
Cooper, do not hate
Nobody move. There we go.
I am familiar with over
Trifox, thank you for the follow.
and I am programmed to get
Godzilla Sunny. Yeah, I mean, I could make chef pasta. Well, whatever it's called that we call chef pasta anyway. Bleach Puffin. That's a great name. Thank you very much for the follow. Speaking of puffins, that just reminded me. We were talking the other day about like Apple TV shows, and I don't know if I mentioned the one called The Big Door Prize, but I would like to mention it again because I actually think it's really, really solid. The fourth episode came out yesterday, and it's definitely worth a go. Alio e olio, that's the one. Yeah, really delicious, bloody amazing. Oh, we've seen him before because I remember making fun of his name. That we can tell because of the reports there. Guy who's half North Macedonian. Why are they always injured? Like, it feels like every player we. Hang on. Is everybody just injured? Okay, finally, someone who isn't injured. It's about damn time. Oh, no, I wouldn't want to do it as a job. God, no. But I do quite... Pog and I like cooking with Pog. It's just kind of like a fun... It's actually quite a fun activity to do together. It's just kind of like... It's nice. Just the synergy, you know? Right, can Castillo finally play a game now? Okay, good, finally. Yaboa, Navarro... Hurley? No, surely Silva. Oh, no, he's out, isn't he? And Malera's only just coming back from injury too. This could be a costly problem for us. Velasquez and Seri is fine. Darla, Alvarado, Montiel, Nabi. Cool. So just as a side note, Pablo, it's great you're here, and I really do appreciate it, but you can be, I don't know if you realise this, a little bit pushy with some of the things you say. It's kind of a bit backseaty, so maybe try to get with the vibes, I suppose. Secret romantic. Not Tommy, it is no fucking secret. I will tell you this for free. It is not a secret that I'm a soppy bastard. Like, you haven't heard any updates from Matt's book club lately, mainly just because I've been reading chick-lit romance novels for the past, like, 3 weeks. And I love them. I do. I can't help it, you know? Ah, dear. Fabio on the cover, maybe. Reviews by Scooby-Doo. No, but 10,000 cried every time. Weirdly, I didn't like. I like movies like that, but I just didn't particularly enjoy. No. I'll tell you, chat. I've been particularly enjoying the work of Vari McFarlane lately. I've been reading through a lot of her books lately. Just as it happened, I happened to already have a couple, and I was like, well, I've really enjoyed these. Let me go buy more of them. So I did, and I'm enjoying them. And I will continue to do so because I'm not ashamed. I like rom-coms. It's just my vibe. Erotic. Nah, I don't like that sort of stuff, honestly. Once it starts to get smutty, I'm just kind of like not as interested. And I mean, I did, yeah. I know that every day. About a kinky Lothario after a hard day. It's true, bae. It's true. It's every man's dream. Oh, God. As long as you're not a coward. Exactly. I don't feel guilty about it at all. I love... Some of my favourite movies are romantic comedies. And I really enjoy romantic comedy books because they're just fun to read. They're easy to read. And they make me feel good, you know? Cuddles. Now that I will do. Ragnar! Thank you very much for the follow. It's okay. I honestly... obviously, because the main target audience for these books are predominantly women. In fact, I would say not exclusively, but predominantly women. Obviously, all the protagonists are female. But... doesn't affect, I like the stories anyway, but I wonder if there are some out there that actually have male protagonists and are like, I want rom-com chick-lit written for men, damn it, where it's normal and everything's fine and there's a lovely story, but then all of a sudden, attack helicopter, you know? That's what I want. Although to be fair, David Baldacci does write some books like that. So, punching, yes, I've done well there. Better take it. Oh yeah, to be fair, the way they played last night, Christ. Yes, these are regens. Chico Dicklet. That's what it'd have to be called. You're right, yeah. Yeah, I suppose. To be fair, I'm fine with that too. Like, when romantic I should watch your channel, the way you react to good young serving sentiments is top notch. It's true. When I see him, I'm off. All of a sudden, yeah. To be fair, there was I was reading this Christmas book that was meant to a Hallmark film from he's normally a crime writer, and randomly you could just, that is not a fucking penalty, is it? No, it's not. Is that the new F1? It is. This is the new F1 game. This is it. Oh, your bow is in. Go on. Oh no. How? Exclamation mark ZGen. I'll get you a link. I think someone might have just put it in chat for you, but just in case, I'll do it again. Boom. Crash Landing on Netflix. Set me up. Set the scene for me. That might be offside against Hurley. Hopefully he'll... That might count, you know. I thought he was offside. I genuinely thought he was going to be offside there. But Castillo does score. We do lead. Also, yeah, you're right. What is this? Bear in mind, this is not Ninemain's fault either. Like, the game knows our kit is blue. Oh, nice one, Saz. I'll remind me after the match. Oh, he's miles on side. Good work from Hurley, though, to not actually shoot from there, as they so often do. It's a lovely finish from Castillo. Still nearly hit the goalkeeper with it, but we do lead here in Italy, and Castillo's on a roll lately in terms of goals. So that's a good start. That's what we need. How are Ferencváros doing? Who are they playing? They're away at Slavia Prague. That's actually a game that they could potentially profit from. Imagine if they ended up on like 7 points after 3 games. They'd only need a couple more to actually get through. Yeboah, slip him in. Yes. Here we go. This is the Castillo masterclass coming up. I reckon Castillo hat-trick. And no silly bollocks today. It's the dream. Yeboah. Oh, Abdelnaby to thump one. And he scored it near post. Oh, you're actually from Prague. Nice. I'm sorry for what Ferencváros may or may not be about to do to your teams. Well, then again, maybe you're not a Slavia frag. Slavia fan. Frag? I was reading Cracker from Richard in chat there. That was a nice goal, actually, from Yeboah to pick out Abdelnaby. And just first time. So North Korea is saved by a high-ranking military man who has to hide it. Yes! Now you're talking. I want to read that book, damn it. Oh, Bohemian Son. That's fine, then. So what you're saying is, come on, Ferencvaros. Oh, it's a great flick on. Castillo's in again. It's 3-0 in 9 minutes. Is this going to count? I think he's onside. He is. It's 3-0 up in 9 minutes. All of the results that the badness we've had in the last few games has just disappeared. Look at this flick on from Navarro. First time from Castillo. Oh, no, not first time, but still. That's so good. Instant kickoff. Oh, Christ. Right, okay. Trying to think. What's FM going to do? All right. Here we go. I'm going, we barely create anything for the rest of the match, and we win the game by 3-2. Over, like, a slow but sure increase in Lazio quality for the rest of the game. We'll see. I'm trying to think what FM would do here that would annoy me. Instant pen. That's obviously not... Ah, there you go. Mistakes are happening. Let's get it started early. We're also... oh, maybe... imagine if we got another goal here, though, and we're 4-0 up inside 10 minutes. That would be quite remarkable, considering the way we started this season as well. As Marseille are ahead against Chelsea, look at this football. We are actually looking like the team we're supposed to be, which is nice. We're actually playing the ball around really nicely. Lovely little passing triangles. Navarro's in again. He's running them ragged here. Oh, Seri! Oh. Yeah, you're right. A Velasquez red card does feel appropriate. Ferencvaros are winning. An own goal, and Ferencvaros are winning in the Czech Republic. Montiel over the bar. They're already going to, if they carry on like that, be on 7 points. This is mental. How well they've started in the Champions League this year. Maybe it wasn't a mistake for them to be here after all. Think of all the extra money they're getting. Millie with 100 bits. Oh, good lord.
At Second Yellow Card, I take it you haven't seen the internet acclaimed and
Oh, I have.
high-quality romantic and erotic literature available on Amazon Kindle by Christine Sims and perfectly suited for men due to its subject matter. I present Taken by the T-Rex, Taming the Dragon and Ravished by the Triceratops G100.
I'm all about that, but I want Stomped On by the Diplodocus. If they can give me that, I'm in. I'll give you everything you want. After that, as Hurley hits the post as well. It's really cool, isn't it, Pierluigi? I think it's... I almost feel like it doesn't get enough coverage these days, almost. Brontosaurus boning, yes. Oh, yeah, it's because... well, partly, Agent Anderson, it was because I get dry lips after I've been running. But also, it's because I was just so incredibly turned on as now we start to concede. What a block. Dicked by Diplodocus. Basically, Callum, it was the name of a... football blog I ran before I started YouTube, and because I like to grab URLs for everything because of the background I come from, like, professionally, I just made the YouTube channel for it then, and then a year later I was like, fuck it, let's just like upload an FM video on it, and so I already had the name of the channel. That's why the channel was made like a year before I actually put anything on it. Oh, over the bar. Terra Dominatrix, I'm here. I think, yeah, Dicked by Diplodocus is definitely where I'm heading. What were those annoying little ones that were in, like, Jurassic Park? I was about to call them Gimpies, but that's definitely not true. It has a name that sounds a bit like that, but it isn't that. It's not Pidgey, because that's a Pokemon. The little annoying ones. Compy! That's it. Not Gimpy, Compy. I think it's Compy. Ants. I always remember them on the Game Boy game. Did anyone ever play the Jurassic Park Game Boy game back in the day? Just put on my face. Speaking of Game Boy, slightly. I was picking a half marathon to sign up for in the summer, and there's one in Milton Keynes called it's like basically the medal is like a Game Boy, which is kind of sick. It's like Enigma Running do some kind of cool stuff, and yeah, I think I might choose that one just because it's around the lake as well as Castillo's. The keeper's coming out, and it's missed it. I never had any Sega stuff at all, actually. A friend of mine had a Dreamcast. Yeah, MK there's lots of good runs there. I'm actually probably going to do half marathon in August there, and then a full marathon in December, because it's just easy to get to and the timings are good. Well, so we're still 3-0 up, and we have, I think, created a few things since then, in fairness. Mega Drive. Oh, there was one on the Mega Drive. Wow. I remember it being on the Game Boy. I think it was the original Game Boy Color that was on, that I remember playing it on anyway. Yes, Bill. You'll love to see it. I'll be knackered and I will definitely need that beer. It's ambitious, but, you know, I set myself that goal, and I need to follow through on it. I think Ferencváros have... No, they're still winning. Because they're 5th in the fucking Champions League. On the plus side, we're not ballsing it up yet. I don't even remember, Norden, honestly, what type of game it was. It's one of those games that I was so young that I don't really have the memories of it, to be honest with you. All I remember is that I wasn't very good at it, but that shouldn't really come as a huge surprise. Who could I bring on here, actually, to make us a little bit more sensible? Let me get Navarro. I like trying to protect Navarro in games like this, honestly, just because, why not? Echo the Dolphin, God, I remember that as well. So we're having to go, I know mates that live nearby. My sister lives nearby as well, so it's just kind of like... It's near enough to me. We did sell Bedinger, yeah. £24.5 million to Arsenal. Highest quality for its top. Yeah, no, I totally agree, Millie. Back those days, like you say, the games, they had to either they put it out broken and couldn't fix it, and therefore they were completely panned for it, or it had to go out correctly. And it's a great goal from Castillo. Is it 4-0? I think that might have been it, Deep Crender, honestly. But like, I remember those days. Do you know what one of my favourite things was? Like, going to town on a Saturday and then picking up a game in, like, well, what was it? Electronic Boutique, EB Games, now in, I believe, only Canada. I don't think they have any shops in the UK anymore, but it was Electronic Boutique. Getting the game, and then we'd always go see my granddad afterwards. And then I'd just be sat there, like, reading the manual, being like, I can't wait to get home to play this game. There's just something like that childlike wonder, you know? There's something quite nice about that. Yeah, I do remember when games just worked. It was fun times, wasn't it? The way he takes into his stride was really nice. Are we going to get another goal here? Also, yeah, I know they still have them in Canada, and I guess they must have them down under as well. But I don't think they have them in the UK anymore. First game, I think it was probably... I used to buy some weird games, like the sorts where you could, like, build your own, like, aquarium system, or... There was one where you get to control, like, a TV channel. Get off and read the paper manual. Yeah, because it was all you could really do, right? Yeah, you weren't home yet. The worst one, though, right? And this happened to me a few times, where you'd get the game, get it home, and there was no fucking disc in it. Because, for whatever reason, the shop had not actually put the disc in the boxes that they were using. It's 4-0. Sorry, 5-0. Yakuba, we're 5-0 up away at Lazio. Lazio are a decent team. Not that good, but, like, decent-ish. No man, you have to work it out yourself. I would have struggled. And also, Agent Anderson's bet's gone out the window. It's a lovely pass there from Castillo. Look at that. Straight to his stride. Lovely little finish from Yeboah. 5-0. Never completed. I had a terrible habit of never completing games. You know? Oh. Boom. Right, good. Castillo hat-trick. Lovely. That's what you want to see. N64. See, I never had an N64. My mate did, though. And every time we'd go around his house, it was always about F-Zero-X. F-Zero-X on the M... And Pokemon Stadium. That was our jam. And then his mum would make us fish fingers and chips, and it was bloody delicious. Well, we're also 10 years into the future, Pablo, so it's kind of irrelevant. Alex Kidd, not something I'm familiar with. Actually, GameCube games at a car boot sale. I came home to realise I'd sold a few things the wrong disc. Oh, dear. Hey, it's fine. They'll get the retro feeling of being wronged, you know? I realised that they fell off the bottom of the screen, so we weren't really able to pay attention to Ferencváros's game. They beat Slavia Prague 5-0 away from home, and are now sitting 5th in the Champions League. Holy shit! Just adjustment. Yeah, they were very expensive. You're right. I'm trying to think of the games I had like that. I remember some of the games you'd get with a console when I first got my first ever games console, a PlayStation, or PS1. I guess at the time it was just called the PlayStation. And there was a game that came with it called Porsche Challenge. And it was genuinely okay, honestly. Shevchenko is still managing them, yeah. And that means that they've already earned like an extra £6 million just by being in the Champions League so far. Road Rash, ooh. They're exactly Miss Prog. Yeah, they're getting great income. In fact, I want to have a look at their bank balance. They've got 27 million in the bank at the moment, which means I think next season they're going to really start to spend a little bit. I mean, this is their captain, and he's a contracted player for them as well. He's worth 20 odd million quid. visual novel. Toka Touring Cars was my jam. That and Toka 2, obviously. Keep people off bikes. Yep. That's the one. I had a lot of racing games. I was very, very heavily into racing because this was prior to me actually liking football particularly. Carmageddon, ooh, sort of. The name rings a bell. Bit harder to hit. I don't remember actually playing that. Again, I think that was N64, wasn't it? I used to love those games. Burnout and obviously Need for Speed Underground, obviously. Oh, yeah, sorry, Saz, yeah. Let's see. So I just want to make sure that we get the 6 games done today. So this... So focus on this thing up here. It's just the thing for the new potential stuff in the skin, basically. But, yeah. So, if I'm understanding this correctly, it allows you to sort of minimize it. Does that mean that... I'm still not exactly sure what the changes are. That's obviously, it allows a second one, but I'm not sure what the, like, specific differences are. Like, can it be floating and moved around, like in the old school games? Rent a game? No. No. No, did I? No. I never really used to rent anything. I didn't really grow up in like a blockbuster family, as it were, right? Where we would like rent movies and stuff. We just, like, it's kind of, we either bought it, didn't watch it, or my mate's dad would pirate it and we'd have it on VHS like that. Barry the Baptist, thank you very much for the follow. I don't think I've ever rented anything from Blockbuster. Total Club Manager. Oh, yes, I played TCM. All about that life. What I would say is there used to be a shop in Birmingham in Merry Hill, which is this like shopping centre in Dudley. And there's a shop there called That's Entertainment. There might be ones elsewhere, but Pog and I, whenever I'd go see Pog in Birmingham back when we were first going out, we'd go in there and they did like 3 movies for £5 and they were like old shitty DVDs. And we would just find these random movies in there and then we just watch them that evening with like pizza or something. And there were so many good films from there. LMA. I think I might have had one of those on PS4. On PS1 back in the day. TCM was not bad. Password of the Conference League. Yeah, there have been some slightly... Well, Konyaspor. The most sort of, I say, out there winner would have been last year with Konyaspor winning it, which is pretty sick. The old anti... Oh, God, yeah. Tony Hawk 3, yeah. Quality. I remember one time, because my dad has never been into video games, ever. He's just not that type of person. I remember one time his mate came around. This was in the 90s. And this was back, like, we're talking MS-DOS kind of level here. And for some reason, his mate brought this, like, golf game around. And they got absolutely blasted playing this golf game. I don't know, it's just one of those memories you just, like... Just enjoyable things. I remember having an NBA game on my dad's old computer in like the 90s as well. It was like NBA 98 or something. Always used to play as the Chicago Bulls because I think this was when like Michael Jordan was like at his, not peak, but like when he was like, you know, the biggest thing in basketball. Locomotiva maybe? Ah, not quite. Yeah, back in the day, because back in the 90s on like, even on console, there were so many different types of management games. I remember having Premier League Manager, it was called. Or Premier Manager. It might be the same one, Stewie, actually. Újpest won away at Malmö. That's really good from Újpest. So what about the others? Kajvada lose, that's disappointing. And Molfeheva, where are you? I've literally lost them. Oh, 0-0 draw. It's okay. Biggest thing in basketball, yeah, but I'm talking about, like, you know, in terms of... He was a current player, I suppose. Star Wars Monopoly. No, I remember there was a Star Wars... No, there was Lego Football. There was a Lego Football game I had on PS2, I think? Cheating knob. Someone in the background saying, we're going to go through the whole season of one. Maybe? I don't know. I definitely remember playing one called Premier League Manager or Premier Manager, though. And I had a lot of TCM ones, and then that became FIFA Manager, and I had a few of those as well before I ever started playing it. I didn't start playing FM until like 2013. So, let's see. Újpest are already into the top 5 in the Europa League. They're doing exactly what Ferencváros did last year. Tell you, these sides are on the up. ECL-wise, it's not quite as flavourful here. Because we've got... Where the fuck are they? Kizvada are down in 31st, actually, but they've only played 2 games, I suppose. And Molfehavar, at least, are 11th. So they've done okay. Kizvada need to get their act together, though. They've already dropped more points this season than they did last year in the same competition. FA Premiership manager. Oh, yeah, I bet they are. I do miss the days, though, where there was, like, many different games within the same... Stenberg. He is a bit good, actually, isn't he? Local lad as well. Came through at Tromsø. Probably born there too, right? Yep, born in Tromsø. Yeah, it's better when there was competition because it makes everyone better. They have to perform and do more in order to actually make better games, you know? 7.1 now. Look at Norway. Norway are legitimately building a nation now. They got 12 points last year. They've already got 8.1 this year. So it's England, Norway, and then Hungary. We are clapping cheeks in Europe. The gap between us and France now is down to 4. We are making ground up. I don't miss their involvement just because, I mean, I suppose they just need someone because it feels like there isn't really any competition now to FM at all, is there? Realistically. And whether anyone would ever make any competition to it as well. Is there no players? Oh, there's this guy, Tezia. Worth a scout, I suppose. How many games are we still going to get through in Champions League? Christ, there's still 3 more. They are a bit closer together, I think. Hang on. Lampard is officially now the Chelsea manager, like, for the rest of the season. Watch him actually do, like, really well and then just give him the job again and then it all goes tits up again. That seems odd. But also completely within this particular, like, timeline of Chelsea. I could see them, like, him doing above average and then them giving him the job perfect. It's, yeah, someone did describe it as full-on ollies at the wheel. But at least, like, I don't know. I'm not a Man United fan, so I don't know if maybe that's seen as, oh, this guy here, though. B-. He's genuinely exciting. Just make sure there's no, like, random ones in here that might be worth having a closer look at. Nah, probably not. Frank's at the wheel, yes! I wouldn't be surprised. Only like the first time. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Okay, Yanchev. I feel like if we can, someone like Yanchev might be a worthwhile pickup. I don't know what his position is. Like, I don't think even he knows what position he plays. But there might be enough potential there that if we just send him somewhere, he could finally sort something out, I guess. Frank. 1.0. He's basically like a minor graphical... No, not even a graphical update. Like, some text has been changed to now read the correct spelling or something. Okay. Oh, he actually wants to sign. In that case, I'm doing it. It's talk about failing up, right? Yeah, it's a hot fix. Security fix. Yeah, in it. It's like they updated an SSL certificate somewhere. Get that back in there. Okay, that's a bit more money than I was hoping, but I actually don't mind that. We've got to take these punts occasionally. And Emilio Garcia, we still don't have enough knowledge of yet. And the rest of you guys... Oh, no, you guys are still minimal. It's only these 2. Okay, that's fine. With added Everton. Nothing of major, Dean. Hey, Chuck. Too expensive. Kind of cheap, actually. It's considering it's Sturmgrass, but I don't know if he's worth that still. He's very expensive. And actually, he's not bad, but very expensive. First, that was early access. Yeah, you got to pay. Ah, here's the other guy. 17 jumping reach. Let me guess, broken leg. Oh, okay, that's actually worse. I feel like fractured legs actually sometimes aren't even out as long as that. Let me just keep an eye on him more than anything else for the moment. Lampard, I know for a fact that I don't think Lampard's actually in this database anymore. I think he just kind of dipped. Oh no, he's somehow still manager of Everton. That would explain why we haven't seen Everton in any European competitions so far. Did I just see a guy called Frankie Lampard? Frankie Jampard. For some reason, I thought I saw another guy on the breakdown that said that was called Frankie Lampard. Nope. My brain is completely playing tricks on me. Frank now available for Steam Greenlight. It will be buggy. There will be issues. That's Gerard. I think Steven Gerrard is the one that's not available. Oh, no. Yeah, no. He basically just retired after his immediate... After he left Villa, which was the first season of the save, he just dipped. Andre Frank Lampo Anguisse. You know it. Mario Gerard. That's the one. Right. Rotation.
Cooper, do not hate me.
Play whatever
I am
squad
familiar with
they
over
down well,
600
please.
dance moves, and I am
Oh, their
programmed
striker's
to
called
get freaky.
Barnabush Kapush, which I'm a big fan of. Do they have any... Oh, this is a loan. This is not a... This is a cup game. This could get ugly. Castillo could bang another double hat-trick here, honestly. Lockman, thank you for the follow. So it's Lampard. Oh, maybe. Yeah, let me try Lampard. Let me just try Lampard. You literally just went, nah, I've had enough. Just got to holiday. Oh, that's nice. Man, how's it going? How's your holiday so far? I suppose if you only just got there, how would you know, right? Barnabas Yankee. Another hat-trick for Castillo. Good stuff. Let me just try this again. Let me try Lampard and see if he shows up. It's probably because I saw Tommy Lampard and my brain added the Y to the just I don't know. That's probably what I was. That my guess is how my brain did things. So far, Cock, the best way to break this down is we are getting a bit muddied in the Champions League, but at the same time, Ferencvaros are doing really well in the Champions League, and as a result, it doesn't feel quite so bad because they're earning lots of money and still getting points. They're literally, I think, one win away from making the knockouts of the Champions League at the first attempt, which is ridiculous to me. And they've still got like a home game against Stade Rennais. It's doable. There we go. So 4 different times. Holy shit. Whereabouts in the States are you going? Obviously, you don't have to tell us, but... I love the way I always add that, even though it's like, if they didn't want to tell, they just wouldn't. Like... But my point is, I don't want you to feel pressured, you know? Oh, Minneapolis. Fair one. Must be fair. I suppose even though it's April, it must still be fairly cold in Minneapolis, right? Sigma Olmuk, maybe? Just one guy. That's sort of vaguely okay. Any more of them will end up in the youth intake. Not youth intake, the thingy in a minute anyway. Wednesday, Sunday. Both those, that's league games though. So then it's Pekshi, then it's Kishvarda. So it's full strength Pekshi, rest for Kishvarda. Then back in for Crivanillo. A hat-trick. Very nice. And then it's Villarreal away in the Champions League. Villarreal away should be winnable for us, but then I thought that about Celtic at home, and look where we... Oh, God, not again. Yep, it must be that time of the year. No formal bids have been made. Chairperson Joe Lebu, who's turned down everything at the moment, is willing to... that nothing will happen with that. Victoria Pilsen? Ooh, long surname. Very good first touch, but I don't know if that's enough to make me want to sign you. Portier's ill as well. Oh, that's really bad. That sucks for Evan Polden, because he was an absolute monster last year. God damn it. -6. Yeah, that is fairly cold. It's like a nice balmy 10 degrees here at the moment. Oh, God, Slavia really do have some quality players. Jesus Christ, he's bigger. I mean, the one we want, though, is Bohac. Like, when he's 18 and will actually talk to us, my goodness. I think there's a hell of a player here. So you do ! training in chat, Lochman. Hopefully I'm saying that right. And you should be able to find... it's a link to an article that will explain... It has the link for the training as well as the... it has a video that RDF made that explains how to use the training properly. But it's fairly straightforward, but it's just useful to have that. Plus, that way I'm sending traffic directly to RDF's actual website as well. Yanchev's coming in. Nice. That's not bad. 2.7 million is a bit overpayment, but I'm hoping he's going to be a bit like Harris. Wow, Teplitsa. That's better. It's a bit more like it. I actually already have extensive knowledge of those two already, which means I've probably looked at them before and then went, nah. So Patia, we'll start Lucas today because Patia, wow, he's actually our third choice goalkeeper at the moment. can sort of see why. Maybe actually trying to get some money for Lucas at some point wouldn't be a worst idea. Oh, we get to play against Quivanino. And Hegadouche, he definitely used to be for us as well. So I was running a simulation with one of our Everest tests last night, and I forgot to turn on yearly autosave, and then it crashed when I woke up this morning, and it meant that I lost all of the overnight simming, which is just great when you forget to do that. But that's entirely on me, because if I were having a blinded start to the season, Giamot have finally won a game. Another game, in fact. Kexmit have been very bad. Don't know what caused the crash, but yeah, fell off the mountain. True, they just couldn't handle the altitude. That's definitely what it is. We've won 36 games in a row. That's kind of gone under the radar a little bit. That Barwick's doing very good, and so are we. Like, we've been much more consistent in the league now that we've finally got this tactic nailed down. European spots. So this year, we've got 6 European spots available. So you get Champions League, Europa League. No, wait, what? How does it break down, actually? I've forgotten. So next year, we're going to get... Oh, no, there you go. So we get 3 Champions League, but this one is most likely not going to get into the... Is that the third qualifying? Most likely they end up in the Europa League. That's 5th, Matt. Right, yeah, so most likely they end up in here. And Cup when it gets Europa League. Yeah, so we're now up to half the league getting Europe. But I think that if it's those 6 guys, those are the 6 teams that I would want being our European contenders for me. The normal suspects and Budapest Honvéd, who are the others that have kind of dabbled with it. Oh, Debrecen. Honvéd and Debrecen are probably the 2 that I'd like to take up the final 2 spots. But obviously that's for this year, because we earned it last year, but obviously it's like a year delayed, innit? But I suspect that we'll probably just end up winning the Cup again, unless a situation should emerge where it would behoove us not to. Not that we were actually really trying to lose it for that reason last year. Oh. Hello. Oh my shit. Okay, temp polls aren't amazing on Tomasz Branier here, but that good at the age of 15. That is a very good potential. Potentially. And then obviously we've already been watching Wojciech for when he turns 18 as well. Czech Republic is absolutely stacked at the moment. Their national team is going to be killer in future. Hopefully they'll all be playing for us, or playing in Hungary at least. Chelsea's O'Reilly. Surely that can't be Matt O'Reilly. No. No chance, right? Some quality players there as well. If there's any kind of good ones, they'll end up in the scout reports anyway. Cooper's... Oh, lunch. Goddamn. It's going to be ages until Ponk's back later, because she's working later today, which means I have to go pick her up so that we can get home a little bit sooner. Plus, she wants to drive home, because she's in the novelty phase of driving at the moment, where she just wants to drive everywhere. Hang on, he didn't speak Hungarian. Christ, now think how good he's going to be now that he can actually call for the ball, and they'll understand him. You aren't ready yet. Alvarado, yeah, he's already got loads of caps. He's unhappy. That's fine. Is he really? I think a lot of my saves, he always seems to end up at Celtic. Oh my god, it actually is him. It actually is that Matt O'Reilly, who they spent 36 million. It's very hard to stick your arm up in English. It really is. People always misinterpret it, and they think that, like, you're asking a question or something. He always does with Celtic because he starts it. No, I mean, even in saves before he'd made the move to Celtic, he always seemed to end up at Celtic in a lot of my saves. He said trying to dig himself out of a hole. Right, so this is rotation, which looks like it might happen actually. So chance for Labros. Wait, was Labros going to be out? Okay, don't want to play him out wide. Be Hurley and Pereira probably. Yeah, I just wish we hadn't let him go. It seemed like just an asinine decision. I mean, I guess he just wanted football, but we're very bad at doing that. Like, just letting go of players that we really shouldn't have done. So Yoshi can play, and then we'll have Zoltan. Give the lad a little bit of a run out. And then Terranova. I might actually make like a starting 11 for our backup squad, so I can just revert to it every single time and then just change a little bit on the fly. Problem is, I just keep forgetting to update it, and I just get annoyed at myself after that. So Jarju, yeah. Jarju and Fernandez is fine. Portier in goal, because it's goalkeepers that matter so much for this thing. That is a dangerous looking strike force, though, with Barwick and Joshua De Bruyne. Which makes me wonder if... I guess they must be resting Merla for their own European exploits, but we might not win this. They're a good side. And they've got other things to think about, but that front line is certainly arguably as good as ours currently is. Not with, obviously, Castillo in the team, but I think De Bruyne's probably as good as Labros, if not better. And yet we hump them 4-0. 2 goals for Labros, Hurley, and Bizarma. That's nice to see. Any red cards or anything like that? No. Pedro Enrique does well. Every time I think we're about to start being shit again, we're just right back. Labros is still top scorer in the league as well, by the way. And Navarro, he got 21 last season, and that was considered good. He's somehow been even better this year, which is a little bit filthy. Bought Jarju 2 days later. Oh, no. Broken leg. Well, he'll find some way to complain about it. Why sim all the games? Because we're doing Champions League football today. And if we don't sim the off-camera games, we won't get the Champions League football in. Cheap in League 1. Farnborough 4 seasons promoted. Wow. Basically, Ben, the best thing you can do in that situation is to loans, free transfers, obviously. But also, that news article you get at the end of each season that says players released by Premier League sides. Trial them all. You will probably find, even in League 1 level, 2 or 3 of those guys that are going to be gems for you. That's so damn important in the lower leagues, is that. Michael Hansen as well. Can I get a bit of... Oh, wow. Not even got a region face. But yeah, senior affiliate would help you as well, potentially. Yeah, we're trying something out today of like being how do you scout entire teams? Team report. So, right click, or not... Yeah, team report, like that. Then you just assign it to a random scout. It doesn't really matter which one. Even if you assign them all to the same scout or not, it doesn't make it any faster. So you don't have to worry about which one you click on. But yeah, normally what we do for this section is we normally do it as... I'm just trying to make sure that guy that was... Oh, Stenbock's really not that good, is he? Oh, Colombo, that's it. Yeah, I wanted to make sure that Colombo didn't get left in there. What was I going to say? Nope, it's gone. My brain's gone. Yeah, sorry. We normally do these Champions League matches in 2 sets, so like 3 games in one stream, 3 games in the next stream. But I wanted to see if we could do 3 games, all 6 in one stream today. That way we can start to move through the seasons a bit faster. Because the only thing we're missing out on is random league games that we were going to win for the most part anyway. Yeah, he is a must sign, hopefully, once he is actually willing to sign for us. Colombo. He is still very good. Hello, Pogs. How's it going? Who are you on loan from? Oh, I don't know about you. But he's not scouted yet, so I might as well keep him in there. Shakira. Great name. There is a helicopter flying very low over the house right now. Chat, they finally found me. It's over. It's been fun, but it's over. Reports on Zoltan. Performs well in position. Good. It'd be nice if you could perform well in training. Oh, 7.3. That's not that good. Buddy, what's up? Should we put an individual training regime? I don't know if I want to do that, but if that will actually help him, well, we might try it. I don't like doing this at the moment, but we'll try it. Maybe this will actually help him. Yeah, Pog, what's the Bible passage? They've come for redacted identifying info. Knew it. The national teams, the youth teams also... On the transfers tab, the league, they release players. Is there? Okay, good shout then, yeah. You haven't looked yet. Just can't get the woman. Yeah, it has to be from Matthew, surely. For your boy. That's me. I am your boy. Remove from shortlist. No. Why would we do that? Oh, it doesn't matter. We've got a note on him anyway, so... He's not going to suddenly get worse. He looks like an absolute worldie. And we've been saving our pennies, counting them up just for him. I suppose so. You're not wrong. You speak only truths. She's done well there. It's true. Yeah, Kexmet. Wow, they're actually going to bite the dust this year. I feel like they'll end up actually pulling it out of the bag, and someone like Giamot will just dump. Kind of like Hannah did last season and then found a way out of it. How's the second tier going? Any mad top scorers? Daquinho's got 13, which ain't bad. But it's not as good as it was looking for him, potentially. Mainly because they're not actually looking like getting promoted. God, what happened to Monor? And thus, he said, and lo, you did well there. Oh, Midget, they're surely going to have some players. Yep. 2 guys right there. Get them in as well. We're basically like cradle snatching youth players at this point. Because sometimes they just take at least a year or so to actually get into their national youth teams. we talk about Aquino? You can talk about him whatever you want. Barwick again. Not bad. Nakadi. Oh, more positive developments. I feel like at 23, he's a bit like Medinger, where I don't think he's ever going to hit the heights because he just... I can never seem to get him in my team enough, but I do still like him. He's a very good player. I will throw him a match. You must be silent. He's getting there. Yoshi's... Actually, I wonder how much he is actually getting there. Like, what his attribute growth has been like over the last sort of 3 or 4 years. It's not been tremendous. It's mostly been on the mental side of things and a bit on the physicals, but technically he's not really changed a lot, honestly. Jack Talks Football. Thank you very much for the follow. Show us where the Daginio. I mean, I'm hoping, but at 23... Sandberg was a kind of unique case. He gained so much. Like, he started as a striker with no finishing. We moved him back to midfield because he had great passing. And then slowly over the next 15 years, his finishing went from like 6 to like 17 or something. That was mad. Oh, or B. Ah, not quite. That's just Moses Jarju's 10 Commandments. All of his would just be pay me more money, presumably, right? Tramberg's 10 Professional. Oh, that's good. Now you can be dev listed. He wasn't actually able to be dev. That's how young we got the guy. Matthew 69420. And low, we move. I feel like it always sounds better if you add and low on the bottom. Go on, chap. Football-related biblical puns. Oh, she's got it. Oh, it's Corinthians. In the tongues of men and of angels, but I do not have love. I am only... Someone joins the stream right now. It's like, why is Matt reading the Bible? Love never fails. Well, there you go, chat. That's quite... Pog, do you have to, like, remember this? Or is this, like, a thing you have to have, like, on a card or something, right? Good team. Solid. Good youth recruitment at Old Corinthians. Oh, here we go. I really want Nikolai Gangstead, just because of the name alone. Jesus, friend. Yeah, good lad. So, Thomas Sand. Okay, nice. And what about you, though? Ole Bergvold. Damn. FC Copenhagen churning them out. In face of those of Bible. Yeah, but Bibles are big. They're heavy and whatnot, right? I don't know. What do I look like? A priest? Zoltan is my shepherd. I shall not want. It's true. You should win every tackle. And bring me the real jailer. One day I'll get that for him. Oh, it looks like Lungbu don't have any players. Shit. Even though they did have a guy and he must have moved out of that squad. Right. Okay. Champions League. We're back. We motor. We proceed. Navarro, Yaboa, Velasquez, Seri. Yes. Good stuff. That's what we want. Silva's not fit again. Yeah, is he? Not really. Zoltan, we'll put him on the bench. Villarreal might be quite a tough option, actually. They've got Amado Broja up front. And a guy called Yankov. Pau Torres. Right, let's do it. Passover. True. Oh, is it Passover today? I don't know what that means. Put them all in the Bibles. Yes. What would it just say? Tune into the stream, you dick. Wait, Corinthians had them as well. Is this prior to their move to West Ham? I actually had no idea they were at Corinthians before that. Do not be dismayed, for I am your manager. I will strengthen you and help you. I uphold you my righteous right way. Indeed, yeah. Should play a bit of a lopsided tactic. Jewish celebrate. Oh, I see. When they were a pair. Like they were joined at the hip. But they kind of were transfer-wise, weren't they? This guy actually... What? Oh, I see. Right, yes. I'll lead you to the greenest pastures. I'll give you green links between all of your midfielders, Chatto. Ferencváros are away at Chelsea, so I think even by the standards they have set themselves in this Champions League, which have been, albeit blistering, this one probably is a bit of a bridge too far for them, I would say. We can't really expect them to win at Stamford Bridge. But now that I've said that, I am, of course, hoping that that will reverse psychology them into doing a miracle. That's true. We're building a nation. We're building a... They're like these players are not players. They're disciples of the cause of building a nation. And that is looking like it could actually be a penalty to us. I mean, I'll take it. since we've basically done nothing in this game so far. Awesome. Okay. Now's your moment, buddy. I use his TikTok recipes to feed the 5,000. True, and sometimes just me and Pog, but like that's fine too. I could eat for the 4,999. Oh, what? Yep. Good. It's going to be one of these days again, I suspect. Oh, look at the pace from Darla. Reports stay for 365 days. I think they only last for a month. That's why you've got to action them when you get them. It's like short-term knowledge, I suppose. You need to kind of look at each report as they come through and then make your decisions about which players to then scout further. I've not seen a penalty hit the bar like that before, honestly. That's a new kind of animation for me. But luckily, we're finding all the new animations that negatively affect us. Oh, go on. Yes. Your bow is up for it tonight. Come on, zip him through. Oh, look at the runs behind. Oh, what a pass. Series it. Oh, for crying out loud. 1 million views on YouTube or 5k viewers on Twitch? I don't know. Because 1 million views is like... That doesn't... 5k viewers is a consistent thing. 1 million views is just... That's one time. So for me, 5k viewers is worth way more. In the grand scheme of things. Oh, we want it back. They are really, like, laissez-faire in possession. Which will at least hopefully allow us a few little situations on the breakdown here. But we've had 2 golden chances in this game and missed both of them. And we finally do take the lead through Yakubu Yaboa. We've been puncturing the yellow submarine a little bit here. Easier for a camel to... That feels like one of those like badly translated quotes. Is it like a quote or something? Which art on Twitch, hallowed be thy name, thy nation come, thy will be done in Hungary, as it is in FM, occasionally, if we're lucky. All we needed, chat, was prayer. The art of prayer was what we needed to win this match, potentially. Or at least take the lead. We haven't exactly shown our best today, but we are at least winning currently. Also, halftime, Chelsea... Oh, God. Why hast thou forsaken me? He has chose to smite us. Yeah, both Mihov and Thighs Freeze and Emmett Doran really are kind of the disciples in many ways. So Darla's injured. I can't wait to see that mistake be what costs... a mistake from Terra Nova to cost us in the second... Hang on, they both got injured in that. I feel like they injured each other. I'd be curious to know what the news article after the game says about that. Okay. You know what? The fact is, it's still Chelsea 0, Ferencváros 0. They're currently taking a draw at Stamford Bloody Bridge. If they were to get an 8th point, they'd be so close to getting top 24 in the Champions League. That's all I want from them this season, is the ability to get there. Because they'll get like 8 million quid for going to the next round. Castillo's in. Can he make it 2? Yes, he can. Did the keeper just give him a goal there? It's 2-0. Castillo's banged another one. Well, not another one, because he missed the first one. Oh. The next manager would be... out of the current batch of players, probably Montiel is a favourite among the many. This is nice. He just sort of shimmies to the side. The keeper just stands there and lets him pass it. Good stuff. Yeah, Miguel's probably up in the top candidates. Jarju's a real player, so he can't be the manager. But yeah, I don't think Zoltan ever will. I mean, I think if anyone has a chance of reaching it, Zoltan can, because we'll obviously really try to do. Yaboa, I think, is another good shout too. Speaking of... Oh, no, not anymore. Don't want him as manager now. Manager would have scored that. A true manager would have banged that in. Without any trouble. I'm just like, every couple of seconds, I just glance towards the Chelsea game. Which, by the way, is still 0-0. We'll get Seri off now for... Still only... It's 2-0 now, actually. So now might be a chance to give Zoltan a bit of Champions League experience. And as always, rest out Navarro. He's just so important to this team. Yeah, Jarju is a real boy. I think he's one of the few real players we've got left now. Other than Malero. Since now that Brahim Diaz is gone and Joao Virginia is gone. Ajax beating Barcelona 3-1. Yeah, Velasquez is 5-star. We've got a few that are sort of on the cusp of that now. And good save from Junior Portilla. Had to be made and he's done it. God, Bod are doing well. Yeah, Bellingham gone as well. Pereira is real. And Malero. And obviously Jarju. It's not nowhere near as many as it was before. We've sort of been slowly moving them on. Some nice little pick out there from Zoltan. Settling in quite nicely here. Oh, slip into that channel run maybe? No. Terra Nova's trying it. Ah, that was never going to happen. Though Abdul Nabi with a great first touch, weirdly. Oh, what a ball. It's going to be another penalty. Did Chelsea score? Oh, damn it. Excellent. We can do player lookups and stuff. Where's Booty? Booty is now an under-19 coach. Joe went to Feyenoord for £16 million. Right, Castillo, you've clattered one against the bar. Could you, like, not do that this time, buddy? If he misses 2 penalties in one game, I swear to God. Man has missed 2 penalties in the same game. Thank God we're still winning. Because he's managed to... useless. Go on, Yoshi. Show him how it's done. That's ridiculous. 2-0 Chelsea now. Havertz and Doig. Zoltan's been... He hasn't featured... Well, to be fair, he's barely played in the Champions League games because we've been focusing on those. Slavia Prague are not having a good time, are they? 5-0 to Ferencváros and now 6-0 against Spurs. Channel Giant would have scored that. Sorry, they have in updated versions of the game, but it doesn't work in current saves. So basically, for the rest of this save, we're still stuck with the same shitty tie break. Yeah, he got a goal and an assist, but he should have had a hat-trick. That's the problem. Man should be sat on an absolutely perfect game here. This is lovely control of the ball. Go on, another chance here. Slip him in. Send Castillo through. We just refuse to give him the ball now. Oh, Malero. Oh, that's how it's done. 3-0. Alberto Malero. Only his second of the season. You fear no penalty. It's true. That might be the first time I've seen 2 penalties missed this so far in this year's game. In the same game, that is. 3-0. What the hell happened to Ferencváros there? They were holding tight. And then they just really weren't. It's only so they can make a hell of a comeback. Okay, 3-0. Should have been 5, honestly. We should have won both of these games 5-0, but we've taken 3. It's fine. Castillo, he scored a goal in this game and got an assist and finished with a 6.8 on account of missing 2 penalties. It could have been better, but we won the game. That's what matters. Ferencváros did not... you know what? That was always going to be a tough one. They held Chelsea for like 70 minutes, so fair play to them. We're still only 13th, though, as a result of that annoying result against Celtic. Ferencváros slipped to 15th, but... I still think they can do it. One more win or a couple of draws and they get it done. Ooh. Receiving a bit of a tackle, which presumably must have been from Chukwuemeka, right? More money for us there. Okay. There's probably Europa League and Conference League today as well. Well, not today, but tomorrow. You know what I mean. All right, here we go. Budapest are away at Astana. That feels winnable for them, but it is away, so you never know. I can just go blind. Molfehovar against Osijek at home as well. Kizvada away at Hajduk Split. Not easy against these 2 Croat sides, but we'll see. Just want to see some more points coming down the pipeline. But we've done okay so far. That's understandable. If we could just get to like 10 points again by the end of the group stages, we'll be in good shape. I don't think we're going to get quite as deep into Europe as we did last year. Like for everyone. Then again. Ooh, Nordsjælland. Ooh, yep. Dan Cornelius. Take these chaps. Why not? Actually, Kanate's got quite high determination too. Shit. Okay, you as well. He's Ivorian, but has no Danish second nationality, which is surprising, considering he came through at a Danish club. Lose to Villarreal's under-19. Well, Slavia Prague's under-19 side are great. It's just their first team that the problem lies. Astana win. Oh, yes. Come on. Budapest win. Kizvada draw. Molfehovar draw. Conference League's looking a bit shady at the moment. To truth be told, Kizvada's still sitting 29th in the Conference League currently. Molfehovar sitting a bit better in 14th, but Kizvada got to get their shit together. On the other hand, Budapest have already got 10 points and are actually doing better than Ferencváros did last season in the Europa League, which is kind of insane how well they've done. But I guess that's what happens when you get to the final of a Conference League. Suddenly that confidence has been carried into this. They probably have some tougher games coming up soon, but this should take us above 8, right? 8.3. So still at number 3. Norway are 9.3 points this season. They're going to leapfrog bloody everyone. They're flying. Tromsø are doing well. Norway in general are doing well. They're having the second best season of anyone out of this at the moment. So how does that do us for France and Germany? We're nearly within 4 points of them both now. We are. We're making ground. I wasn't expecting much ground to be made up this year, but for 8.3 already, there's still two, well, not even two, there's 4 group stage games left for us, Ferencváros, and for Újpest. I think we can get to 10 again. The Ajax squad. It's doable, chat. I can feel it. Alfred Schroeder is the manager currently. The squad currently is this. I'll filter by... I don't know what else I can really filter it by. I guess by age, so you can see the real players will be sort of congregating towards the top of this list, I would have guessed. Sky Vink's still in there. Under 4... Was it under 4 points? Okay. Either way, we're getting there. I think they actually can... the gap looked so big, but it doesn't feel anywhere near as big as it was. But I think it's because last year we gained 12 points on them. On account of getting rid of a 7-point season and being replaced with a 19-point year. Obviously, we gapped Portugal with it, but it also pulled a huge gap back to France and Germany. And I think within the next couple of seasons, if we keep playing well, we're going to be right in there with them. Particularly now that Ferencváros have got loads of money. And hopefully they'll actually start investing that in their squad a little bit more. And next year, you never know, we could have 3 teams in the Champions League groups next year. Just depends. It's unlikely. Yeah, lots of Surinamese, which would make sense. And one Curaçao, of course, here in Joro Hato. He was one of the guys that was really highly rated when I was doing my Suriname test. Yeah, but to be fair, without England turned on, you tend to find in these types of saves that the players tend to stay at clubs a lot longer. The last guy, this Altamar Mantuan. Solid. Signed from... Oh, I think this is a guy we actually looked at already. But we didn't want to pay nearly 7 million quid from a guy from New York City FC when we saw the potential wasn't super high. I think that's the reason we probably didn't go for him in the end. That's the logic I'm using anyway. We'll also be getting Youth Intake Preview today, so will Emmett be able to keep up the momentum having brought us a Zoltan? That is the big question. Upcoming competitions. Oh. PSG. That was silly of me to even bother scouting that, wasn't it? But, God, look at the state of this. I mean, these players are good and all, but we're never going to sign them because they're PSG players, so I probably shouldn't have even bothered with PSG, honestly. But that does show that we're up to France now. We must be up to the Fs. It's going to be a year-long process, but we'll definitely find some quality in there. It just might mean that when it comes to the next transfer window, we won't actually have any, like, players to specifically sign because we'll have been signing them slowly but surely over the course of the season. God, I think I might actually... It's been like 3 hours and I haven't had a whiz quiz. That's Basque. So it's like the... Yeah, the Basque players. You get some French ones too. Cuba's in there. No real surprises there. Oh, actually, that's quite a surprise. How many caps has Anthony Mohamed now got for Nigeria? It's just that heading ability. He's a good player, just never quite... He's still very good. If he ever did just randomly come back, he'd actually be a really solid backup. Because I feel like we could do with one more centre-back. Ferencváros with a good win again. Haladash doing well. Kekshmer. Oh, okay, it's turning around a little bit. I get the feeling that Emmett's going to deliver us an absolute shit sandwich in terms of what to expect from our youth intake this year, honestly. He's going to be riding high off the fact that he did so well previously, and he's going, oh, I don't need to try this time around. Wow, he's fallen off a little bit after an initial look. So are these other guys too. But that's why we do this, I guess. I reckon he does. I reckon he takes this year off. Then we start getting pissy again at him next year and threaten him with various people like Todd Cantwell and the like. And then he'll get his act together again. These are the same places as before, are they not? These guys can go around again. You're really expensive and not amazing. You're that guy we looked at that kind of felt a bit mid. And you are the other guy from Plovdiv. Is not amazing. You, though, you I like. Thomas Brandy, I think... Obviously, it's not like we can... Actually, let's just check. Wait, he actually will sign for us? He's 15. Why will he sign for us, but his teammate won't? But if we can get him now, we might as well get him now because he's only going to get more expensive. I'll pay the 2.5 now. Probably should have put like a 50 match thing in, but might as well. Should have told... Oh, you're right. I shouldn't have given him that extra year. I should have tried to get him on a 1-year contract. Then none of this would have happened. I don't think he'd be able to sign for us immediately anyway, but just getting him tied down early saves us a lot of effort. But this is the thing. We wouldn't have found this guy for another couple of seasons, probably. And by then, he'd probably be worth more money. Well, not probably. He would have absolutely been worth more money. Sick. And then we can bring in his teammate in January. Wow, he's just straight in there. So I don't know when he'll actually join us. It might not be for a while yet. That's us. I've just clicked on. Takeover is not to be believed, as per. When does he turn 16? December. So he might join us in January, but I don't know if he's allowed to leave the Czech Republic until he's like 17, maybe. Unlikely to succeed. Speculation is just that. Well, yes, that seems to be what happens. We'll probably get another takeover in like a decade or something. But at least with this slightly more expedited schedule, we should be able to get to that point slightly sooner. Castillo. Yeah, that's fine. 15th. That's nice. Because we've got a few players to go after in January then. As well. If we're going to go after our Belgian centre-back. Oh, we might actually find, to be fair, him and the Belgian centre-back might be the sort of next generation of the centre-backs that we kind of need to bring through. So, I'm going to have a wee break because I just desperately need one now. And it's been like 2 hours. So, whiz quiz time. This time around, it's of course still badges, but I'll have to switch it over. You'll see what I mean. Stewie got it. It was, in fact, Schalke. I felt like that one was a bit of an easy one, just because it actually provided, like, the 0-4 kind of thing in the logo. So, yes, that was Schalke. I've had that one sat there as the second backup for, like, 2 weeks now, and I've just not got a chance to use it yet. So, there we go. Particularly as the other one I had prepared wasn't actually put into the database thingy yet, so I couldn't actually do it. But that'll be for next stream. Yeah, I need to, like... So it's hard to know because some of them look like really good. Like you guys got the Boa Vista one really, really easily on Tuesday. Oh, hang on. Can opening ASMR. Oh, yes. Needed a bit of that. Good win for us. Oh, 4-2. We conceded twice. Disappointing. Like, actually disappointing. It's still 11 wins out of 11, but that's not great for the defensive record. That's 5 whole goals we've conceded this season. How dare we? I wonder how much we're under or overperforming our XG this season. It's like last season was just a weird anomaly. Like, at this stage last year, we were minus 14, and yet here we are at plus 10. Much more like it. Eagles chat, have they got no players? Oh, they do. Just no one any good. That's fine, too. Castillo again. Oh, for his Mexico squad. That makes sense. 38 straight. We've actually won over a full... We've kind of done the completely invincible season. Just not over the one season. Top scorer at the moment, I think it's surely Castillo, right?
Cooper, do not hate me. I am familiar with over
Yeah.
600.
Castillo's got 19. Navarro's got 10, though. Labros with 9, though, is a really good recall. It's a really good amount, considering the amount of game time he's got as well. Yeboah with a decent amount, too. We look a lot more on it this year. for sure. 19 goals so far is a really good amount. Daniel, thank you very much for the follow. Oh, can I see him? Yeah, sure. Yeah, Castillo outdoing his XG, which is nice. He has like these weird games where he'll just like go and randomly bang like 5 goals, and that really does help. But then he'll also go a bit missing sometimes, which is odd considering he's allegedly consistent. But, you know, what does that even mean anymore? He is just a bit special, isn't he? £3.5 million from the Catholic Daddies. He spent so long being like a 3-star player, and all of a sudden he just went, no, I'm 5-star now. Drink me in. Yep. Cool. Okay, so what have we? We've got Manchester City, and then there's an easier game in there as well, if I recall. How much have we got to spend? Well, we've got like 36 million at the moment. We're not in a transfer window anyway, so we're not particularly bothered about that. We did, well, I say we're trying to keep as much money back as we can for a Belgian centre-back that we were looking at in the summer, but he's not old enough to actually want to talk to us yet. Bobby Tree, I've seen him score goals. So there's that. He's actually got 6 this season. Disappointing. 16-12 is a little bit He needs to get his shit together a little bit. It doesn't help that Debrecen are not having a very good season. But he's still doing fine. Just maybe not as fine as he could be. A house bought in London in the 50s. Cheapest chips now worth millions. Literally, yeah. Oh, straight away. Maybe we could find the next Labros. And maybe it's this guy here. It probably isn't, but it could be. You just don't know. That guy's got surprisingly like low potential. I bet he's like really good at... Yeah. He had all the hallmarks of a player that's like quite good, but just has no ceiling. We just beat... Josef... I keep forgetting about Josef Ehring. I really do. Ah, bless him. It feels like he's barely played for us in legitimately years. But since the arrival of Castillo, and who was that other? Oh, Suhi as well. Oh, hang on. Goal 50 chat. How many players, how many regens are on the goal 50 this year? So the most we've ever seen is 2. And I reckon it's going to be 3. Yeah, I was going to say 3. I reckon it'll be Brune, that other guy that was on it last year, and then there'll be that other guy. Like a brand new guy on it for me. So, oh no, hang on. There you go. Kenny Baumeister of Barcelona. Jesus, he's good. No, not Barcelona, of PSG. Sorry. He's a little bit excellent. I think he was on it last year, though, wasn't it? And then Brune, who's the other guy. The goalkeeper from Man City. Any new guys on the list? Nope. And then... Oh, there you go. Wait, he's at Real Madrid now? Huh. Wow. That seems surprisingly cheap for someone like Öztürk. The guy was insane. Vanna looks like Zijan, but he isn't. Then there's also... Oh, Jadot. That other guy that we nearly got for free, nearly. Well, not for free, but would have felt like a free. It's slowly but surely getting there. Limit I spent in the Hungarian league. How do you mean? Like, I don't have a limit on transfers so much as Evan Ferguson. Probably nowhere, because remember, this save was started in November, so it's pre-winter update Evan Ferguson. So I think he's probably... I think we did look at him a few weeks ago. I think he was playing in like the League One or something, because obviously he's not had that bump in PA that he's got in the current game. But I will actually have a look out of curiosity. Oh no, Bournemouth. But I think it's a championship Bournemouth, isn't it? Yeah. So he's playing in the championship with Bournemouth on a free transfer because he's not the same player that he is in like the current game. So I mean, still decent, but you know, only 10 caps for Ireland. You expect he'll be a long-term... Oh, that flick against Bournemouth, actually, of all teams. Lovely finish. Panathinaikos, maybe? Nah. Cool names, but not what we need. Ferguson does look genuinely like a fantastic player. He feels so complete already. Which, I mean, he's what, 19 years old? Or is he only 18? He does look like a fabulous player. I didn't watch the Newcastle game, no, because again, I don't support Newcastle or West Ham, and I can think of so many things I'd rather watch. That being said, it did sound like a hell of a game from the highlights I saw, especially the... Was it Isak? Where the goalkeeper basically... He ends up with the ball and he just like dinks it straight over the keeper from the edge of the box. Wait, Camille Krauss got a cap? Shit. Yeah, Newcastle are really on it again now. It feels like Alexander Isak is finally starting to like... Now, obviously, they didn't sign him purely for goals, obviously. But it feels like he's actually starting to really click in that team now. Joao Lopez, who? Oh, it's one of the young Peruvian chaps. The one I said would get a cap the moment he signed for us. Kraus does deserve that, to be fair. He is actually astonishingly good. Yeah, Isak's certainly starting to look more lethal in front. I mean, obviously, with someone like Callum Wilson in the form that he seems to be in as well, that's certainly helping. But my God, I think they get top 4, right? Particularly with the sort of turmoil at Spurs at the moment. And now that what? Because Newcastle are now 3 points above Spurs with a game in hand. I don't know who the game in hand's against, but... That's a good point, Johnny. Yeah, I mean, put it this way. If they're in the title race, I'd still rather see Arsenal win at the moment. But, like, I would really like to see Arsenal win the league. Just to make Mike happy, if nothing else. Ooh. Yeah, he is a bit of excellent. That excites me a little bit. These guys clearly don't make the cut still. Well, it's all down to how, but I mean, they have still had an insane amount of investment in the current squad as well. I mean, we can't pretend that they haven't spent inordinate amount of money on those players, but I still think that even with a different manager, they'd be in a much worse situation. Like, Howe has done a huge... How invested in a decade? Well, they've invested now. Like, they have invested a lot of money right now. I think that would be impossible to deny. Like, Isak was how much? Like, Bruno was how much? What was he called? Anthony Gordon was how much? Like, this is a huge amount of money that's been thrown around, but I still think that even without Eddie Howe, they would still be like sort of probably 7th or 8th in the Premier League and not maybe the progression they wanted. 200 million in 3 windows. Yes, which is quite a lot of money. In the grand scheme of things. It's not like Chelsea money, but then, you know, no one's Chelsea. Oh, they're definitely going to be, yeah. Someone has to finish up there. I mean, it's going to come to the point where everyone's a sports washing operation. Someone's, right? It's not even Forest money. No, but it is still a lot. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. Like, I'm telling you I think you've done well, but it seems silly to ignore the amount of money you've spent and you just can't seem to accept that. Like, I don't know. I'm trying to play a compliment here. I'm just saying you could compliment it and, yeah. Saying it's not Saudi money. Whose money is it then? Like, it's not Mike Ashley's money, is it? Where did the money come from? It had to come from somewhere. Yeah. Unless it's something I don't know. Did the Saudis suddenly take over yesterday? Like, of course it's Saudi money, but that's fine. But, you know. Yeah. It's just a brown paper bag. But yeah, I'm trying to say I think they're doing well. You know. Trippier was a very good signing as well. He's such a good player. Backrod. But I feel like I was trying to be sort of balanced about it, being like that they would do much worse if they didn't have Howe, you know? Like, I think he was probably one of their best signings. I look at the Stalking Football chat. I always try, like, I'm also, like, you're not going to get me sitting here and being like, duh, team bad now, you should be feeling bad because fan of team. I'm not that kind of person, you know that. That's not how I behave, because it's just not, it's not helpful, you know? It'd be very easy to spend a fortune to see Fulham a few years ago in the Premier League. Oh, yeah, no, they've actually managed to... One thing that Newcastle have done really well is they've managed to not, in theory, certainly... They haven't been quite as mugged off as a lot of teams that get moneyed have been in the past. If you think about how... When teams in the past have come into a lot of money, a lot of teams have found a great way of mugging them off for way too much money for players. And Newcastle so far seem to have avoided a lot of those pitfalls. Plenty of time yet, but yeah. Robinho, yeah. Chris Wood, yeah. That's probably... And even that, I kind of feel like... In it. Gordon... Yeah, actually, Gordon is a little bit... But I feel like someone was going to get... Like... It feels like someone was going to get mugged off for Anthony Gordon. It just happened to be Newcastle. But I suppose with him, they're investing in potential, really, aren't they? Well, I mean, it certainly worked. Gordon was English tax, yeah. I kind of like Bergwald here. If he'll actually talk to us, which I don't know if he will. He will? How are we suddenly able to sign all these 16-year-olds? I'm kind of curious as to what Anthony Gordon's actual best position is. Because I've never once watched him and thought he was really good. So I don't know what he is, I suppose. Maybe that's just like me being a footballing Luddite, of course. But he does feel like a strange type of player. I'm going to do this like after league appearances. This is the bench. I love how so many of you went for the same joke. Let's see. Per league appearance, international minimum league goals. As much as that's quite a lot, it's also not because of how much of this is tied up in like stuff later down the line. I'm actually fine with that. If he is as good as they think he is, which obviously could be nonsense, you know. Oh, do you guys see that goal that Barnes scored against was it Villa the other night, where the ball's drifted through the middle and it's this beautiful outside of the foot first touch where he saves himself about 3 touches of the ball and it basically makes the goal, because if he doesn't get that touch perfectly, he's just simply not scoring there. It's unbelievable. He's such a good player. Like, Leicester are so strange. Like, they have so many very good footballers. They're one of those too good to go down teams that might actually go down, depending on who they actually get in charge. I had them linked with Martin O'Neill. Like, I actually forgot Martin O'Neill existed. You want a bit of that? Oh, are we actually getting close to our wage budget? No, it's weird. They just suddenly started off allowing me to offer less money. It feels like we're overspending, but we're doing it on multiple players. Get Pulis in. Potter. Well, hasn't Potter already turned Leicester down? Actually, you know what? I could loan him back, but there's no point because... Oh, I think they will splash that kind of money. But I feel like... I don't think they'll splash Chelsea money just because I don't know what that they're even doing with that, honestly. Champions League goes well-ish. We've done okay. We had a... Actually, it wasn't too bad. Like, it was... The first game against Liverpool was just annoying. The one against Celtic, though, was a disappointing draw. But since then, we've been pretty solid. Ooh. Israeli man here. Wow. Hello. Hello, Draw-a-mar. Well, I mean, they haven't spent Chelsea money. Like, let's be clear. Like, the money Chelsea spent, that was one window that they spent that money. The defense against the dark. Oh, he'd totally be doing it. But the thing is, though, he would defeat Voldemort, but solely on XG. That's the problem. He'd be ex-Jelliarmus. Sorry, I don't know. Ex-Jelliarmus. How am I allowed to speak on the internet? Oh, that's true. I mean, every team I think in the Premier League has those couple of standout players. Even teams like Fulham, who admittedly are shit at the moment, but we still have Polinia, Leno. Oh yes, my apologies. Oh, did Christian Leon actually get the call up? Wait, why am I typing Christian Leon as if that's going to somehow find him? It would be cool if the game at least prioritized your own players in these lists, but I suppose if you could, yeah. You're right, he did get the cap, which means... Well, obviously, we got to get a Z in there. That goes without saying. But probably put the Z in the correct spot. And with a K, presumably. Or an L. Or an L. Fuck's sake, man. Leonech, that can work. That sounds almost Polish. Andreas is good too, yeah. He's kind of been off the boil a bit lately. I'll take that. That seems just about Hungarian enough for us. What about lion is in Hungarian? Oh, that's what I was thinking, yeah. Or oh, I like that. Christine. There he is. Right. So, Orosh. Unfortunately, I won't have the little... Actually, let me just copy it out of chat. Boom. Sometimes when I ever try to copy something out of chat, there'll be like another chat message at the exact moment and the whole thing gets fucked. So. Got it. Oh, I mean, the job that Emery's doing at... Oh, we were already working on that. I guess that's something. Yeah, the job that Emery's doing at Villa is insane. Haven't they, since his appointment, got like the third most amount of points in the Premier League, only behind Arsenal and Manchester City? So we're getting Bergvald as well, eventually. Oh, it's Alzad Akbar. Okay. Filth. Emery's doing a spectacular job, especially away from home as well. Villa's record is just phenomenal. Like, I know we're finishing 11th this season. Mitrovic can finally rest that ankle up for a little bit and come back stronger. We are going to need to strengthen because we've overperformed this year. And you can't do that for too long. God, there's Vandenbergs here. 117, 116. Surely not. Imagine. I was hoping they might be related. Like twins or something. From the same... Well, not from the same youth intake, potentially, but yeah. Yeah, I remember the game right before Gerrard got sacked was against Fulham at Craven Cottage, and it was just... I couldn't believe that team with those Villa players in it was playing like that. It was crazy. Vitesse? Wait, they got no one? Oh, they got... What? Sometimes, occasionally, they've got the freebies in here. There's a keep... Wow, he's quite well rounded, actually. Full of genuinely heroes. We did it. We did it for you. Tom de Groot. Great. Oh, love these names. I feel like calling a manager a fraud. At the end of the day, he did still have extremely good success at Rangers. And obviously that's a different environment. But I think it's not like he's never had any success as a manager and is just sort of flobbing about. I think that he could still be a successful manager somewhere. I just think that maybe the step up to a job in the Premier League was a bit too much for him. But we all know Emery's an amazing manager. Villa are definitely going to win the Europa League. Like, it's an absolute shoo-in. That's true, they can't. I reckon they should both take the same job, like the Cowley brothers, and then one can go and one can stay. That's the dream. They could be in sync. Anyone who's new to it? Oh, true. So who was the manager during the playoff final that we beat Villa? The
My
video.
son
Thanks
just
for the 50
asked
bits.
why his sister is called Teresa. Because your mum named you both and she loves Easter. It's an anagram. I told him. He said, thanks. I said, no problem, Malin.
Oh, God, Jesus. Was it really Steve Brewster in that playoff final? Jesus. I didn't realise that. For some reason in my head, I always think it was John Terry, but clearly it wasn't. They're actually giving him a good run for it this season. Love Simba's covering the Lion King. We're going to get twatted by City, aren't we? Utrecht? Well, at least they've got a big squad. Also, Schimmelpenning. Great name. Charles Ubong. Good stuff. Quinton Westerhout. Also very nice. Oh, hang on. That's a sort of Hungarian sounding. Wait, hang on. Sorry. I saw that. I saw Dibosh there, and I thought, oh, that's a Hungarian sounding name. And then he's Polish. But the guy above him, Anthony Olawale, he is Hungarian. He's half Hungarian, half Nigerian, but somehow plays for Utrecht. Play for got remote from us. Oh, okay, that might be why I got confused, because I probably watched that game too. Wow. You already transferring here now, so that's fine. We found some really quite high quality players today. Just of the few players that we've even come across so far. There's been some real deep quality in some of these. Who are you? Oh, wow. He is very limited, I suspect. Get you all a bit more information. But then just slowly throughout the year, we can just come along and just hoover these talents up as they come along. Dan Cornelius. Probably not worth it. Hansen. Don't know. People 4 million. That's not bad, actually. Speaking of Australians, actually. Chris Barwick, right? We have one of the players that goes under the radar a little bit. I don't think you guys have actually seen what Barwick's attributes look like in a while, but he's actually ridiculous. He's got 22 caps for Australia now, 8 goals. He's worth like 15 million quid. He's actually a legitimately good player, and we paid £3,000 for him on a bit of a whim. And he did okay at Budapest in that first season. That season was phenomenal. Earned him his move on a loan to Kishvada, and he's not looked back since then. He was amazing for them in Europe last year. He's genuinely excellent. They do have a lot of excellent players, in fairness. Right, so it's this game, then Man City. Cool. We're going to make it happen. We're going to get there, chat. I've stayed focused, and we're going to get all 6 games done today. Right, so this is rotation. Vasas. Oh, fair one. Right, unavailable. Okay, so I want Kontavrakis. Pereira, that's fine. Hurley could start, actually. Brian Brazama seems to only play in these games now. Right, Zoltan, where are you, bud? There we go. Navarro as an RPM. I don't like that. Not as a starting role, anyway. Jarju alongside him. Why not? Profit percentage, what, on Barwick? I mean, God. I dread to think how big the profit would be. Because I think you could get a good £15 million for him, honestly. And it'd be to someone like Dortmund, where he would just, like, never play. But they seem like the type of team that would pick him up. So we get rid of Montiel for Alvarado, and that will do us. Oh, wait. Did I just see there was no goalkeepers available for this game? Why is that? Are they on international duty or something? They're just pissed off entirely. I'm named Rose because you were born in the Rose Petal in your crib. Wait, what? Hugh. I'm very confused. Oh, Bricky. Right, sorry. That took me a second for some reason. I don't know why that took me a second, but it did. Bricky. Oh, Volarenga, go on. Okay, there's a couple. I think I recognise... Oh, no. I recognise that name because we've seen it before, but this guy we don't know about. It turns out I was the Bricky all along, chat. I was dropped on my heed repeatedly. And relentlessly. It's another 2-match week. Wednesday, Sunday. Donovan's out, that's fine. We're actually completely flawless so far this season. It's a brick or a bricklayer. Yeah, if it was a bricklayer, that would be probably just a bricklayer got dropped in the crib. This is Jason. Redacted still. He's just banging in goals. I can only limitedly show him. Yeah, surprisingly all right. I don't have short-term memory loss. No comment. Oh, odds. Oh. So these two we didn't know about. Indie Cup. There's an Irish dude. Oh, it's Liam Payne. Yeah, we already looked at him. I remember. 19 goals is not bad for the halfway point. It certainly indicates of at least a 40-goal season if he can kind of carry on. Oh, Heiko's coming back. That's fine. We can get Heiko a new loan move to hopefully a second-tier side in Hungary again and finally start to restart that career. Oh, he was going to have one of the best seasons ever, and then that happens. Right, now we get probably... I mean, let's just think, chat. How do you think Manchester City's goals... Svein Frodetoft, like that as a name. How do you think City are going to get their... Wow. No pace. He's basically Papa Fay. How are they going to score their goals against us? It's going to be some mad shit in it. It'll be... defensive error. Goalkeeper misses the ball. He is 16, true. But he's not going to get super fast, I wouldn't have thought. Magnus Hopstall and Andreas Lund. See, Norway is stacked in these areas. Put the ball in the net. No, they would never do that. That's illegal. There's no... Oh, that's actually not far off. Oh, it's a real guy as well. Niall Moran. It's actually one letter away, in fairness. So we take that. Scout for you. That will waste one of our scouts' time. Bodder. He's still smacking... Oh, he's finding fitness. Slavia Prague are top. Oh, yeah, of course they are. They've got... They're not that good, though, are they? Because it just walks through the defense. Yeah. Okay. Manchester City, Champions League. Let's go. Castillo, Yaboa. It's got to be Malero. I just trust Malero. Velasquez, Yoshi at left back. Oh, because Dala's hurt, isn't he? And Terranova played the last game. So, yeah, Yoshi at left back is going to be a fun experiment today. I mean, he can play there, obviously. And Zoltan on the bench. I might actually make sure we've got Terranova on the bench, too, just in case we do need someone, instead of probably... And Die, who is literally a left back. Okay. Oh, shit. Oh, of course they play this system, don't they? This is, it's a bold one. Yeah, you're right. I feel like Portilla making a rush out one certainly seems on the cards. Watch us just lose, like, 3-1. Comfortable. City are just better than us. They just create some chances and win. I'd almost take that. I wouldn't. I'd still be annoyed. We're at home. We've got to start playing better in our home games. Hey, Yoshi once scored he scored a header against Real Madrid once, Yoshi did, from a free kick. And it's nice to know that Yoshi's now 5'4", because he was 5'3" before. Ferencváros hosting Bayern Munich today. We're 10 minutes into the game and the music's still going. You think at some point they would just turn that off. I wonder how far you could get into a match before the music stops if there was just like no highlights. Go on, get in there. Yes. Ah, that's poor. We had a great chance to break away there. Could you maybe move across, buddy? Cool. Or not. That's fine too. Yeah, that's cool. Like, we had a good chance to form a counter-attack there, and then, yeah, it just didn't happen. When they suspended the channel, at what point does the centre-back have to start maybe coming across to cover, given that he's clearly out of position here? And then when he does, he just sort of runs forward to nowhere. Ah. Disappointment, but it's Man City, I suppose. Ferencváros, over to you, lads. It is a very, like, it looks defensive, but it is a Segunda Volante they've got in there too. Oh, was a good tackle. Stop giving them the ball back with every clearance. Thank you. Right, now, hold on to possession for a fight. Fucking hell, man. Thank God he's missed it. Alvarado, because his regen hair basically is like a mohawk. Ferencváros losing to Fullerlove. Kane Fullerlove. Of course he's English. That's a name. Kane Fullerlove. Born in Oldham. We just don't look up for it at the moment. Oh, is he facing the game guy? Wow, it's not a name I'm actually familiar with. Right, now we've got a bit of possession. Find the pass. Yes, Castillo's in. It's an absolutely shocking first touch, but it doesn't matter because he's... Oh, please, FM, for fuck's sake. Oh. Come on. Why does it always hit the fucking post in these games? That was a good chance, actually. Good ball. I might just turn off the work ball on the box straight away because I think that's our best bet here. Oh. Yeah, that was a weird one as well with the defender. Like, the touch was appalling. But the defender should have just got it, but oh well. Aye, aye, aye. Do animals go to heaven? I don't know, but Castillo doesn't after missing that. We're not even playing that badly either. Since you haven't really created much in the grand scheme of things, other than the goal and that other chance which they somehow missed. Just how does he give the ball up there? Oh, now they've had one. Okay, now they've got one. It's level. We're evened out on silly post hits. Right, come on, central ball. Oh. They're just not having it. Silva's being poor. Milero's had a good game so far, actually. Right. Let's go to you. And you. And Abdul Nabi's had a woeful day, sadly. Let's move. Oh, come on. Just have a shot on target. This should be 1-1. Right, come on, keeper. Oh, I was concerned then. But that can't be the highlight. I think there's another highlight coming here. Probably Montiel passing it straight to the defender. Used to be Just Another Guy. No. But I know who you mean. Just Another Guy HD was one of the first YouTubers that I ever watched, actually, back in the day. Dekan FM, thank you very much for the follow. He actually gave me a shout out back in like 2014. One of the reasons the channel started off, actually. Malero, come on, get a touch. Yes. Come on, keep going. Yes, he's got... Oh, go on, he's going to do it by himself. Alberto's going to do it by himself. Why are you shooting from there? Actually, why are you shooting from there when there's players in the middle? just can't even. What in the world? He does so well. It's like he did do it all by himself. It's true, he did. And what he did was nothing. Congratulations, you've done nothing. It's true, I gave him too much belief, if anything. Right, come on. Oh, Foden's not that quick, is he? Okay, across. Good save. That's good. That's fine. Good work from Portier. Oh. All he has to do is slot that across, tap in. We're just not really getting it in the Champions League this year, are we? Also, Niall McClellan, what a name. Just that. That has been the story of our Champions League. It's not bad, but it's also kind of pointless, isn't it? Also, only a 1-0 defeat for Ferencváros ain't awful. We're down in 18th. We're literally level on points with Ferencváros. We're not getting top 8 this season, I don't suspect. Will we even go through? Yeah, no, we'll go through because we've got, look who we've got left. Benfica away, Club Brugge at home, and then Sevilla at home. We've got those final 2 games at home. Break back in top quality goalkeeper. Yeah, but that's such nonsense and you know it. Like, top quality goalkeeper is meaningless in FM. So, we could spend 100 million on a goalkeeper and it doesn't make him good because he's worth 100 million pounds. It just doesn't. Like, for example, João Virginia, how he can go from being an amazing keeper to being nothing. And Portier actually did okay. There's nothing the keeper could do about their goal, was it really? It was just the defending. In the grand scheme, it just happens, right? Budapest away at Newcastle. Which is going to be tough. They'll lose that. We've got Kishvada are at home against Sheriff. They could really do with a win. Molfire away at Rapid. That's going to be tough, man. But Ferencváros are certainly helping by actually doing their business. Like, they're actually at least getting support. I was concerned that Ferencváros would be bottom of the Champions League, no points kind of situation. But the fact that they've got 7 points so far, they've got as much chance of qualifying as we do, honestly. Budapest get a draw at Newcastle. They're getting it done. Budapest are getting shit done in the Europa League. 11 points in the Europa. First drop points for Newcastle all this season. What about the others? 2-1 win for Kishvada. Good shit. Molfire got hammered 3-0. Waiting something more than it should. True, but then obviously that's before the update. So my point is that that's not we're not on that update anymore. And I just think that buying an expensive goalkeeper because they're expensive is just not a route to success in any way. If one of the players wants to leave, it depends. Do you want to keep him? Capital One, top of the league. So Kishvada at least 1, which gets them back into the top 23. Ooh, that's going to be tough. We are 6th in the coefficients, yes, but we're actually gaining quite well on both France and Germany. That was always going to be a tough one away from home there. Wait, Rapid Vienna aren't actually that good, but that was always going to be a difficult one. Okay, so that should be... Well, no one at Hamcam. I thought I'd give Hamcam a go just because, yeah. Well, I just mean in FM, like, the amount of money you spend on a keeper is irrelevant to the quality of the goalkeeper. Because if I could buy a youth team goalkeeper off of PSG for £20 million, it doesn't make them good, you know? I just think that goalkeepers in the FM match engine are so random a lot of the time that you kind of just have to keep buying goalkeepers until you find one that works for you. And besides, the keeper wasn't at fault for that goal. It was just a goal. It was more of our defenders that were at fault for it. 8.9. Okay, that wasn't the best match day. In fact, now France have managed to catch up a little bit. In fact, they've had a really good match day there as it goes. And Norway still smashing it. 10.6. God damn. Building a nation Norway is going well. If anyone's interested. About Jar Jar, everything. He says this every 3 months. Like, come on, bud. Now it's got to the point where I don't even have to finish the discussion with him. He's just like, I know, you're going to say to stay. And I'm like, yes, I am. He's like, fine. Yes, dear. Yeah, Mick. Merck is... that name rings a bell. I don't remember properly, but Mick and Rick, definitely. Just Another Guy HD. Get Scout Report was another one. Norway do appear to be this year's Scotland, but they've done it a bit of a sleeper build. They come up from behind when you're not expecting them. So we've got 3 games. Is it just 3 games and then the Champions League game? Yeah, so 3 games and then Benfica. Okay, we can do this. And Tromsø in Europe, which is just kind of fun to see. Rosenborg, 1 guy. Oh, he's Icelandic. That just makes him better to me in some way. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, wait, hang on. Who was that? and die. Do you know what, buddy? Oh. I was going to be like, yeah, sure, you can leave. I actually forgot he was even still here. Next 2 Champions League games, no. Because the other ones, we've got 1 more Champions League game today. Because there's 2 more after Christmas. So I'd obviously have to go all the way to after Christmas to get to those. But the plan today was to get through the first 6. Whereas normally we do 3 and 3. But now I'm going to be focused, chatto. Going to be focused. We're going to move. Oh, so they're actually playing Urza as their starting striker now, which is kind of good. The idea was to just allow us to move through the seasons a little bit faster by shedding a stream per season, which is actually quite a lot when you consider it. Takes it down from like 5 streams per season to 4 streams on average. Makes a lot of difference, I would say. So that means we can just make that a little bit more progress, and there's always stuff going on. But I wanted to be confident in our league performances before we did that as wow. Castillo's missed another penalty. Man's allergic to hat-tricks. He's legitimately allergic to hat-tricks. But they actually could have equalised with a 95th minute penalty, which he then missed as well. But we do keep winning. Just not by as much. Oh, Viking. They must have some players, right? Wow, no. That's the guy that we were trying to approach before, wasn't it? Ah, the Israeli dude. We have to sign him, surely. You're... Wow, surprisingly cheap, actually. Let me just see who's not got knowledge of. Oh, Parvu. Parvu's that striker from Romania that I looked at a few years ago. You're not really what we want, but you draw Amar. For that kind of money, surely, right? If he actually wants to talk to us, which I don't know why he wouldn't do. He's got a release clause. Presumably he has Israel cap. He has no Israel cap shit. Surprising. We'll pay that. That's fine. Match made in heaven, exactly. Plus he's called draw. Which means that, you know, if we don't win and we don't lose, he'll be extra happy. It's a match made in heaven. Oh god, more injuries. I think those guys will all be back for the next game. For the next game that matters, if you like. Right, so he has considerable interest. He wants to be a fringe player. That's going to be a bit of a pain. I hope you enjoy... I hope you like loans. If I'm going to get you, I at least want, like, a 7-year contract. That's good. I was hoping he wouldn't fight me on it. Solomon, that's true. To be fair, Solomon's not even that good in this save. He's actually still at Shakhtar in this, because I remember him playing against us last season, I think it was. We're making the progress, because there's actually 2 Conference League games left. Because they have one on the same week as our last game, and then they have one the next week for some reason. It's weird that it takes them longer to play their 6 games than us as well. A few little draws there as well. Uipesh starting to pull themselves. Wow, Shombor. Haladash. Like, actually getting into the top 6 now. We don't want them in Europe. Unless, like, Harris does a mad one. Ooh. If they're good enough, we'll find them. Maris, I would just say yes. Just pretend to be, right? Take the acclaim. Take the stolen valor. Oh, the Geordie. Oh, you mean StatApp. You mean StatApp. Everyone's favourite meme from back in the days. The old school FM, YouTube and stuff days when everyone was just bitchy to each other all the time and it was all a bit messy. It's not like that anymore. It seems to be anyway. I'm sure it is actually. I just don't go on Twitter. Maybe it is like that and I'm just completely missing out on all that kind of fun by just not being asked about it. But I'm actually... Oh, there we go. We're getting draw Ramar. Hey, Jam. And that's going to combine 2 million. Oh, dear. Except the release. Yeah, release clauses can really bite you. Be the change starts from random beef. Come on, chat. Like, I am the least beefy person in so many ways imaginable. I don't do it. I'm just not interested. I like my quiet little life, making my little YouTube videos, going on my runs, reading my books, cuddling my pog, having my pizza, watching my TV shows, talking to you lot. That's all I want out. I'm a simple man. Going to the pub occasionally. I'm a simplistic person. Makes me happy, right? Oh, God. A diss track out of me. I couldn't do a diss track. I'd have to do the opposite of a diss track. Like a compliment track? Yeah, just a diss track where I just talk really nice things about everybody. Praise track. I don't know why a nice track. A mixtape. No, it wouldn't. It can't have it mixed. Nothing mixed about it. Just, yeah. Oh. haven't really got around to that yet, Johnny, mainly because I'm probably going to ask Clates to do an agent video, but it won't be the next one because I still want to formulate exactly how I would handle the logistics of that, basically. That's going to take me a little while, but I don't want to leave it too long before another agent video. So my guess is not the weekend coming, but the weekend, as in like, not next weekend, but the weekend after probably. That will be probably the next one. I might do the regen one, or I might do the, what was the other one? There was the whole bringing in some players from South America one. There's all sorts of options I've got knocking about. Because I don't want to leave it too long. But at the moment, I'm still working on the altitude video, which is hopefully going to be good. I'm just trying to formulate a narrative for it at the moment. Plus, obviously, in the background, I'm still trying to work on Premier League gears, which takes forever, as you can imagine. 2.4 million. Wow. Not good enough. Got good enough. Oh, not got enough scouts. Amateur scouting, surely, at that point, right? What's your... Actually, Bob, what's your scouting range? As in... Yeah, what is your scouting range? Because there might be a way... You could actually try the sort of scouting that we're trying right now. That might earn you the same potential anyway. Because you could actually get away with doing that without having loads of scouts. Because it doesn't matter how many scouts you've got to make it work. Which is silly, but... he could probably do with a new deal, honestly. But, you know, if I can avoid giving him one, I will. Because I'm a tight bastard like that. That's 41 league games won in a row. I bet we still end up like losing 3 games this. The last league game that we didn't win was that one against Ferencváros right at the start of last season. I got through that Pepsi fucking fast. 3-star centre back. Holy crap. That's amazing. To be fair, we sold one of the best player that we found using that method, I would say, which was Flavien Moors, for £28 million. Prospect now is... well, earlier it was... Oh! Okay, well, earlier it was Mario Mihailo, the guy we got from Osijek. No, Lokomotiva, the Hungarian dude. But now it's actually Haris Živković. Živković is now considered our... and I don't really blame them. Can get up to World Scout. Okay, in that case, Bob, team reports. Team reports. So instead of doing... When you know the scouting method that you can't do because you can't afford to do it yet, because you've not got enough scouts. Instead of doing that... I'm going to make a video about this because I think that chat convinced me that it was worth doing. Instead of doing that, go to their like squad pages like you would do normally. But then look at the squads that have got loads of players in, for example. So under 21 squads are usually pretty packed. Then look at over here. Look at the teams that those players are coming from. So this will basically tell you that there's regens coming through at those clubs. Then right-click here and go get team report of their under 19 squads, basically. Do that. Once you've done that, just queue up loads of those. It can take a little while, but this is... Because you can get one of these per day, and it doesn't matter how many scouts you've got. Because you'll only get one per day, no matter how many you get. K-Wheeler, thank you very much for the follow. Once you've done that, go over to team reports. You'll see a list over here. There's an option you can add in at the top, which will say squad size. This will allow you to filter out any that have like 0 players in their squad. So you can just select them all and then cancel them. That would, yeah. Do IRL content. No. It's... I can't really tell you too much about it other than imagine Football Manager on Mount Everest. Essentially. And then you'll start getting reports through like this. And then you can just go, okay, I'm interested, maybe not. But the point is, particularly at a lower level, you'll find so many of these teams are absolutely stacked with players that you could potentially sign. That's what I would do in that position. This definitely feels like it needs a video. Donovan De La Cruz. Oh, God, not this again, Donovan. Buddy, haven't you started loads this season with all this... You've started 8 matches already. This is part of the science department of Ben. Exactly. Yeah, just keep on doing your job. He'll get over it again. It's annoying, though. And Shepsy. Not quite. But oh, look at all the Hungarians, obviously, because Romania, but also because of this particular team, too. That's fine. Crash, we drop? No, don't drop him yet. Information needs to show, but it do be doing that. Mainly because the game does not handle altitude very well. That's essentially the premise of the video, is that the game does not handle altitude well. In terms of when teams are playing at altitude. Because obviously you know how in like qualifiers, people often struggle to play in La Paz. How do you search those under 19 clubs? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Like, I did just show it exactly how I found them, unless there's a different method that you're referring to. Like, so you just go to... Like, for example, Germany's under 18s, see which clubs are producing players. Germany's a bad example, actually. It's not. You can still use Germany, but like national team, under 19 squad. No, under 21 squad? Yeah, loads of them. So CSKA Sevilla, team report, under 19s, bang. Other side of the planet doesn't ruin the budget. I guess the travel costs would certainly contribute to that, wouldn't they? I know for a fact that the travel costs associated... When I was doing B67, obviously, because we were based in Greenland, and the game knows where Greenland is. So we had weird stuff where players from Denmark, the league we were in, wouldn't sign for us because of the geographical margins. So I had to sign loads of free transfers from Canada and the United States initially in that save, just to kind of plug it out. Under sea level, you can, but I don't think it makes any difference. Because obviously some cities are below sea level. Not very much, but as far as I know, it doesn't make a huge amount of difference compared to the difference associated with... He must be on over Man City or something. Oh, like Arsenal, same thing. English side we can't afford. It's the altitude, the upper altitude levels that make the big difference. Fabio Carvalho. Wait, hang on a minute. How did you get there? As in... Now I'm not sure what we mean. Also, hilarious to see Fabio Carvalho at Real Betis as well. That's hilarious. The fact that he's actually at Betis in this save. Wait, we already knew that, didn't we? Because he's been there for a while. Yeah, no, I've actually like been surprised by that several times already. I have no short-term memory, chat. Turns out. Imagine. I'll get rid of you as well, but not Hopstar. Send the rest of these guys around again. Give them a chance. We're all into the Scandi area now. These guys are both done. Quite expensive, though. Damn. Yeah, so if I was doing Poland, for example, or this is just Sweden as an example of that, but again, the same thing applies to any country. Just go into there, pick a team that's got some play. I mean, obviously, we're already scouting Elfsborg, but that's what I'm doing. We've just been trying to find a way to sort of streamline the process a little bit. God, these guys are actually quite good. Both these guys from odds. I'm going to scout them again and shortlist them both because I want to keep an eye on them, but I don't want to have to sign them right now because they're quite expensive. It do be feeling like that disassociative me, yeah. I'm going to start to disassociate from myself at this rate. 78 games unbeaten. God, why can't my tactic work as well for me as it does for you? It feels like it works better for you than it does for me. I might just try rotated squad full rotation, see if that helps. Don't like that. That actually does seem to do the trick. Sometimes I find with the full rotation thing, it doesn't actually rotate. Yes, I do, Bob. It's exclamation mark loans. That's the video. It's from last year, but it actually works more... It works better this year for some reason. Or in my experience this year, it's been much easier to loan players out than it was for us last year. But using the same exact methodology. And the only thing about it that we do slightly differently is that I mass loan players rather than do it one by one now. Oh, Donslow's back. Nice. Right, okay, so this game, then it's Benfica. This feels like one we might actually... Oh, no, it's Giamot. Which means we're definitely... Now that I've said that, we are going to not win. My cockiness has caught me out. As per. Hoisted by my own petard. 2-0. Okay, Bizarro and Castillo again. Wait, hang on. Oh, he come off the bench. Yeah, of course. That's the problem with simming, is that they still sometimes come off the bench in those games. How many goals is he up to this? 14 is not bad. Pereira's having a great season. And Navarro's just an absolute boss. Okay, cool. Oh, wait, no, hang on. Farrell Costanza. Oh, this is the problem, because they're not producing any players. That's our issue. Zoltan, how has he managed to reach a yellow card limit already? I almost kind of respect it. What have we missed? Basically, Hexen, what's happened today is we've been a bit... I'd say unfortunate in the Champions League, but really what it's come down to is missing key opportunities and our opponents taking those chances. That and the fact that Ferencváros are actually doing really well in the Champions League, which has made up for it a little bit. Europa League's going even better for Újpest. Conference League is going surprisingly poorly. I still think they'll both qualify, but they're doing quite averagely at the moment. So far, anyway. Only 4 star now. Yeah. Also, Youth and Take Preview. Chatto. Favorite type of FM video to make? I don't know. I like them all. Like, I only make videos I want to make now. I'm not in a situation before where I felt like I had to make the same thing over and over. I make what I want to make, and that's been really freeing this year from what it used to be anyway. Make top 16. Top 16, I would say so, probably. We're 17th right now. Or is it 18th? But I like doing experiment stuff, but like experiments where there's actually something that's a bit... There's actually a point to prove, like a hypothesis and something that I want to prove or, you know. Right, let's see. Come on. You fucking... That is the worst youth intake I've ever seen. That is actually the worst youth intake I've ever seen. Caffeine! Thank you very much for the 14 months. I wish I had some caffeine right now. That is genuinely the worst youth intake I've ever seen. We had a 1-star youth intake last year, initially, but there was still a B-rated player here. We have no players. That is the... Wow. Well, we said I gave him a 2-year extension because he did really well last year, so he's got one more chance. But that, for me, is almost like a fireable offence of a bad youth intake. But we did promise him that we'd give him that extra year, but he has really taken the piss on that. Like, buddy, have you seen your own attributes? Because I'd love you to take a closer look at them. Mental. Defend that one, Harv, when you see this. Oh. Next time around, by the way, chat, if he does somehow pull out an absolute banger of a youth intake next year and we have to extend his contract again, I will be putting in a clause this time that says if you pull another youth intake like that, you're gone. If we see one that doesn't even have a C-rated player in the preview, then that's it. Yeah, that's the worst one I've seen. Even some of the shit ones we've seen have had, like, you know, redeemable player in it, and it's still kind of crap. But that is just... Watch it turn out to be like a 5-star youth intake. Yeah, youth intakes to me are just completely random again now. Actually, no, they're not random. Sorry, that's not true. You get exactly what you're expecting. Would anyone like to point out to chat why I'm so excited? Yes! Oh! No fucking way. Please be good. Please be good. Please be good. That makes it so much better. Oh, I know he's a face in the game, but that doesn't mean he's good. Mihai Alaku. Welcome. So, for those of you that may be new to my content over the past sort of the game cycle of FN23, Mihai Alaku was our club captain on our last Building a Nation save. He was our Treaty United captain. He lifted the Champions League with us 3 times. Please, please, please. Yes! I was dreaded that he was going to say, like, you know, I don't want to at this point in my career kind of crap. Because he's actually good. Look at his mentals and physicals for someone who's 16. Even if his techs aren't, like, given the same face, I don't know if I'd be able to find his face. That's the issue. There's probably some way I can figure it out. I'd have to find his ID from the previous save file, then look it up in the XML file. Right, okay, so this is brilliant. I can't believe the fact that he's actually good. Oh, I will pay you that 1.5 million for Mihai Alaku. Done. I'd have paid you 5. But plus, he actually looks like a legitimately good player. That's the other thing about it. Good natural fitness as well. 6'1". Oh, I think I do, Johnny. I can't remember. I tend to have a habit of like doing it massively late and like deleting it ages later than I should do. Probably by the time FN24 comes around. I can't believe he's actually good. Like, obviously he's a face in the game and we knew that, but it's the fact that he's genuinely a good player as well. That's what the rarity thing is too. So Silva, Navarro, Hurley. I don't trust either Hurley or Silva to play this game. We need a result, and I trust Malero and Yaboa to bring us that. Oh. Favorite region of all time? It probably still could be someone like Norman Millington from back in the day on FM14. He was like my first meme regen, if you like. The first regen of mine that had a life of his own. There's doubles Rao in the midfield, and then they've got Suhi and Classy Netneck up front. The way FM's been treating us today, other than that... Oh, I love how everyone's wanted. I wouldn't be surprised if both of them score against us. Oh. Has to count on Instagram. Who actually is Mihai Alaku? Like, obviously he's a face in the game, but like, is that because he's a developer, competition winner? Who is the real Mihai Alaku? First was the best. Yeah, because he was the first sort of from one of my YouTube saves that was loved by the people, you know? Millie and Mihai, true. All we need now, chat, is a good Mike Holdford. It's the dream. We should have finally a good Mike Holdford or a Holly Percival. Okay, who are Ferencváros facing? Home against Ron. That's their last sort of winnable game that we thought about. But Ron have actually started quite well. They're actually ahead of both of us. Oh, right. Away from home, we just had a 0.42 XG chance that the game didn't feel was worth showing us. So that's concerning. I thought that was about to be a penalty. Oh, hang on. No. We'll keep the pressure on them. We're usually very good against the Portuguese sides, and I've got a good record against them lately. Like, comfortably better. But the way today's been going, well, it's yeah. Okay. That did look like a pen for me. And now they lead. We are just not on the ball today at all. I blame us having to restart FM before we started properly playing matches. Like, why didn't Alberto Malero do that against Manchester City? Hey, Alberto, you're normally so reliable in Europe. Ah, dear. Okay. We are in real danger of, like, not actually qualifying if we carry on at this rate. I mean, our last 2 matches are at home, thankfully, but we could do with a bit more than this. That was very classy, I agree. So we've had no shots since the one shot that we didn't see. That's always helpful. Why are we just incapable of creating a chance in Europe all of a sudden? It feels like this season we've just forgotten how to create opportunities in European games, except for that one game randomly away at, I can't remember who it was now, where we won 5-0 and could have been more. Navarro, here we go. Right, now wait for the run. Okay, that's fine. It's offside anyway. Better, but... Oh, Villarreal, yeah. No, there was another game where we won... That was the penalty miss one. There was another game where we won 5-0 away. I can't remember who it was. Oh, Lazio. Bruno Alves is hurt for Ferencváros. That is not good. Come on. Good. Right, come on. Close him down. Win the ball off it. Oh, so close. Don't, because I can... Right, no. How has he not won the ball out of either of those tackles? Oh, as if. Look at how bad that touch is. He's favourite for it, and then he just sort of doesn't bother challenging for it. Then it deflects off of 2 of our defenders into the path of Suhi. Yeah, we are definitely playing in the Champions League. It's just not been our day. In every single match, basically, except for those ones that there was just nowhere we could have lost. They played quite well. We've played like shit. And now Ferencváros are losing as well. Wow. It's like we've just played like shit this. Like, Castillo, what are you doing, man? How are you so bad at the moment? Oh. Having a consistent striker on FM23. Who'd try it? Doesn't he have consistency? Or is he got inconsistency? I can never remember with him. Oh, he does, allegedly. This is why I think it's total bollocks most of the time. He's just so awful very often. But then also excellent at the same time, half the time. Okay. Oh, God, the defenders have not had a good game either. And I have no one to bring them on for them, so they're just staying in. Malero's not been good. No one's been good. This might be one that's beyond salvage, honestly. Oh, but the thing is, he's not consistently awful. He'll go and bang like a double hat-trick, and then in the next game, we'll play like shit. He's the most consistent... I don't know. He's just not very good, is he, when he does that? Fine. We've got plenty of time. We're going to go more expressive. We're going to win 3-2. Heard it here first. Right, first goal coming up. There's the first one. Navarro doing Navarro things. He has been almost the new Malero. The guy that can carry us through European matches over the last couple of seasons has all been about Guillem. What a weird goal as well. They just kind of stood off of us and allowed us to score. Nice pick out, though, from Dala to find Navarro. Held onto the ball nicely. Gap opens up. Bang. Work uniform. I used to be like when I got back from school. 2-0 to... Okay, so that's not happening. Okay. We've got time. We are, you're right. I'm feeling that we're up to the Vinicius. We've not found the Petter Christensen or Stefan Valevs yet of this save. Not yet. But one of them could be one of the guys that's out on loan, like De Bruyne. It could be Zivkovic. You know what? If we were to get a goal off this play... Oh, this is nice. Yes, great ball. Labros, come on, buddy. Show me the quality. Oh, Christ. I'm still waiting for you to show me the quality. Any time now. Any day now, that quality is going to be shown. Oh, go on, Labros. Oh, what are we doing? Seri. Come on. I feel like there's going to be a long shot on the end of this and we're all going to be super disappointed. What a ball. Yeboah! Oh, come on. Labros is good. He's done well in the league as a backup striker and as just like a guy we can bring in. I get Donovan in for Abdul Nabi as well. Kraus taking set pieces is an interesting choice. Oh, please, Yeboah. We've definitely improved since the changes, but I get the feeling it's not going to be enough. Because it just never is it? One goal back for Ferencvaros as well. We're both going to lose 2-1 probably. 2-2! Okay, they're doing it. Can we do it as well? Fair play, Ferencvaros. From 2-0 down with a major injury to a key player, and now they're at 2-2. They just desperately want to be above us, don't they? Come on, Brandon. Right, square it. Come on, buddy. You're in the box. Don't you dare shoot. Don't you fucking dare shoot. I swear to God. They've made it so much... I swear they've changed something with those inside forwards since the latest update. They just constantly shoot from the same angles again. There's only so many times that we can have shoot less often on these players, and they... Although, it could be because he's a Trek on attack. Ah! It's because he's got fucking shoots from distance and we can't do anything about it. Because we tried to get rid of it. That's why. That's why it is. Then again, it doesn't make any sense why Malero would do it, but it is what it is. He has to be squaring the ball there. It's always do the same. Yeah, I've noticed it more since the winter patch that we thought we kind of got a situation where we finally got them. Oh my God. Oh, as if. I'm so bored of the Champions League being like this. This season, especially in these types of games. What is he doing? Who was that? Was that Monlero? Was that him again? Yeah. Montiel again. I mean, what are we doing? That's the second time today that that's happened. I'd love to know which of his attributes. I would genuinely love to know which attribute of his that is causing him to do that. It must be that 16 decisions that he's got. He does it so often as well. It's... God damn it. Oh well, we move. Watch us now score here. Ah. Camille Kraus to Sarah, and there's the 3-2. Ah. It's the corner. You're right, it's definitely the corners. How is Seri the one winning headers? He's not even a centre-back. That's not even supposed to be aimed for him. The corner was so bad that it fell to the wrong person. That ended up being the right person, I suppose. Jesus. Yeah, this has just been Champions League this year. This kind of nonsense. So yeah. So we've just handed them another couple of goals. It does feel like you could have a player with 20 in every attribute and they'd still do that all the time. Ah, well. He's a football terrorist. That's very disappointing. Again. Fucking hell. Can't it just concede a normal fucking goal? Like, just once. Oh, right. What about... They got a draw. That's a superb result. Because that might be enough to actually qualify them soon, potentially. And we're just, like, on the bubble. Bear in mind, our worst ever finish, obviously, was 28th. But that's different. Yeah, and it was the two former players that scored. Well, not former players. Because, obviously, Classy Net never played against us. Never played for us. But bugger me. Aleku's very interested. This will cheer ourselves up. We'll cheer us up. One win would probably be okay, truth be told. But remember, our last two games are actually at home. But then, it doesn't matter how well we play, does it? That's the second time today he's done that as well. Right, future prospect with Mihai Aleku. This will cheer us up. We'll buy ourselves a nice Mihai Aleku, and we'll feel much, much better after that. We just need a bit of good luck with the next couple of games. Maybe, though, think about it like this. Maybe we're getting all the bad luck out of the way in the group phase for once. And instead, when we come around to playing in the knockouts, we'll actually get the good luck this time. Haven't had that probably since the last time we got to the final. Well, he was on the left side of the pairing, and as far as I know, that's his preferred side. If I remember. But, okay, what I would say is, even if he's preferred on the correct side, there's only so much you can go, that's to do with that, right? Where does it say that? Where does it... It used to say it in here. Is there a way on their profiles you can see it too? Oh, I know where it is. If you hover over it, right? No natural side preference. So, yeah. But to me, even if he did have a natural side preference and he was on the wrong side, there's only so much you can do that a world-class defender would go from being world-class to that too often. It's... And maybe it's just a couple of examples of it that just happen to have come today and shit happens, right? But fuck me, does shit happen a lot. We'll reset our RNG. It's fine. We've still got some... It's just FM being FM, yeah. Is he that good? That's true. Is he really that good? He has... How many Ballon d'Ors has he won? None. Green circle on the progress bar. I'm curious. I want to know if there's another... Oh, in here. Oh, yeah. Didn't know you could do it from there. Fair play. Good shout. Used to be Rumi's Mitsui. Maybe. I mean, it makes a little bit of a difference. It might provide a slight nerf, but it's not like I'm suddenly not able to be a professional footballer level nerf, you know? The last two are at home as well, which is useful. At home against Club Brugge, who are 25th, and Sevilla, who are 6th. But a win would take us to 10 points. I think if we beat Club Brugge, we'll qualify. It's just been a weird-ass season, right? Literally, that's exactly it. It's like he's world class on the left, but move him 3 inches to the right, and he's suddenly, you know, Titus Bramble. We pitched away at Antwerp. That's not going to be easy. And Molfevar away at Shakhtar. Kizvada. Why can I never find them? Oh, they're at the very bottom. Oh, they're playing Tromsø. Bulgaria. No, I haven't. But yeah, that's the thing. I think that I understand that it would, if they have a natural side preference and they're the wrong side, it should actually have a slight negative effect on their ability to play in that role, right? But it should be a realistic negative effect whereby, as you say, their positioning would be slightly sus. Not the sort of thing that would make them pass the ball randomly to a non-running striker twice in the same set of matches. Particularly when he's good on both feet as well. So it's not like he's on his wrong foot using, you know, and it's a poor pass because of that. It's just shit happens. For all we know, it just so happens that he's made 2 insanely 0.01% mistakes that just happen to have happened because at the end of the day, that's how odds roll out, innit? This is the Europa League. There's 2 more sets of Conference League games. So there's the ones that are about to happen and there's another week, which we'll also do. I know we're going a bit longer, but you know what? It's fine. Budapest, do it again. 4th in the Europa League. 14 points on the board. They're basically not guaranteed, but damn near close to wrapping up top 8. What a performance. Big respect for the Budapesti boys. Smashing it. And Kizvada win away from home at Tromsø. Molfevar take a draw at Shakhtar, but it's more points. Shakhtar's not an easy place to go. They're one of the better teams in this competition. So Kizvada up to 17th, Molfevar in 19th. They're still plugging away. It would take quite a lot for them to fall out. Kizvada, I'd say, are qualified now, in fact. I think they are directly... Yeah, they are actually guaranteed. Amanda Solomon scored. That's kind of sick. So if they could win their final game and get top 16, they could both get top 16, actually. That would be lovely. So we should be getting close to 10 points now, right? 10.1. 10.1 points. And Norway, I don't understand what's going on there, but we are on 10.1 points now for the season, which is very, very solid when you compare us to the others. We're closing that gap on France and Germany this season. I can't believe we're doing so well. Fair play to Ferencváros as well, though. I'm so impressed by them and Budapest this season. Kizvada have let us down a little bit. I'm just so happy with the fact that we found Mihai Alaku. It just makes me so happy to see that come back to us potentially. Are you sure you want him, Liverpool? Have you seen what he's just done in the last couple of games? Is that something you want to bring to your table? Oh. They've got some players. Maybe? Nah. We already know about one of them anyway. Right, so Debrecen beat them. So it's the next week. There's another Conference League tie. So it's right there on that Thursday. We're going to go to that. Little Brazil, probably not. No. Yeah, Liverpool want to get... No, I'd still never do that. 34... I mean, to be fair, again, after the way he's played lately. Alaku's in. Mihai Alaku. No, it's never happened in the same season. In fact, I don't think even when we were doing the... I don't think we've ever had even 2 sides win it in the same season. Because I think when... Back in the Norway save, where we had 3 different Europa Conference League winners, I don't think any of them happened in the same season that we won a Champions League. He is ridiculously good.
It's good you came
He's
in
so
summer.
good.
In winter.
I probably should actually scout him so we can find out what he's actually like, but Mihai. And he's even got... No, his leadership isn't great, but he's brave. Brave Mr. Mihai. Rep the borough. Thank you very much for the follow. Top third overall. God, I'm so glad we found him at least. The odds of him actually being good in 2 saves is surprising. Although it does feel like facing the game players are more likely to be good. Because Millie's always a little bit alright. Yep, same position as he played for Treaty as well. I always seem to get good Millies in my save, but never good I've never had good Dave Azapardis in my saves for some reason. Oh, Meshkovich finally won a game. Only took him 16 matches. Has Petrosov even scored a goal for them this season? I've seen Millie be not amazing, but I've never seen him be like abjectly awful in many saves. So we'll have Popovic and Slobodan Smelanjic, because the other guy we've obviously looked at before. Wait, did that guy have really high CA? Oh yeah, it's the same guy, isn't it? Still quite decent, to be fair. Robert Olsen. Oh god, he's an A+ as well. Look, we're finding a lot more A rated players doing this thing today, chat. I wonder if there actually is something to this type of scouting now. It feels like we're targeting players way easier than we were before, and not having to work through hundreds and hundreds of players that are of complete substandard quality to find decent gems. That's exciting me. You, I think, not only you injured, but it seems like your potential wasn't quite what we thought it was. The other guy, however, has gone the complete opposite direction, it seems. Robert Olsen. I mean, if he ain't too expensive, I would not be opposed to Robert Olsen either. He's 16. 16 determination. Good on both feet. Consistency, I mean, not that we care about that. It feels more manageable, and yeah, I think it's because you don't have to wade through mountains of shit. Because you're already kind of removing a lot of that to begin with. Let's see what they want. I mean, for this price, then yes, please. Oh, per league appearance shit. Oh, that one nearly did catch me out. I'm going to try that. Meet me halfway. 1.5 up front. 1.5 after 50 league games for us. I would say that's a very good deal. Like, to pay essentially 1.5 million, with the rest of it being based on him being good or not, he's definitely worth 1.5 million to find out. I'm very much liking what we're onto. I think we're actually onto something here potentially with this. Because the other thing about it is sometimes it's just kind of like, and the best thing about this is you don't need 25 fucking scouts to do it. You could do this with a really small scouting team as long as your scouting scope is large, because it doesn't matter how many scouts you've got. The only reason the number of scouts would matter is if you, when it comes to the actual scouting of the players, once you've decided which ones are kind of good, and then it's like you'll get through it a little bit quicker. This feels like it's really good for that middle ground. Basically, Mark, it's a bit long-winded to explain, but essentially, I found a way to sort of streamline the team report strategy, which is why we're getting so many good players at the moment. Because we wanted to try some team report scouting for a year, and this seems to just work way better. Not way better so much as it's allowing us to pinpoint and target players rather than wasting our scouts' time on clodders, if you like. I'm going to make a proper video about it, I think. Chat have convinced me. Might just not discard these three, but just leave them off for the moment. Olsen's interested. Cool. Fringe player. It seems to just be... I don't know. I like optimizing anything I can. If I find a system that kind of works for me, I always try to figure out ways to optimize it more. And I noticed a couple of things while I was setting up those reports that made me go, okay, there is clearly a better way to do this. And I think we've, over the course of the last sort of stream, sort of figured out what that might be. Because these guys, we would have found these guys a couple of years later. Don't get me wrong. Because our other scouting would have picked them up when they got themselves into, like, these under 20. Oh, not that he's not there anyway. But I think it's because there's less players coming through each time. It allows us to focus on them a little bit more and not let players slip through the cracks. There's less players slipping through the cracks. That's the key. Oh, thank you, Animals Go to Heaven. It's a brand new haircut. So I'll take it. I was feeling fancy today. I just like this jacket combination. Okay, so we're still going to go to the... Wow, apparently we're doing 4.5 hours today, chat. It looks like the 6 Champions League game stream might have to end up being like a 4.5 to 5 hour stream on that particular day. I'm sure you care greatly about that. I'm sure you're just like, God, that's just woeful. Don't you hate it when that happens? Because I obviously got us up to the first league game, the first match day today, but there was just nothing I could do about the stuff in between. Well, every single player minus the goalkeeper has a wanted logo on him. I don't think I've ever seen that. Portilla's just like, oh no, just poor old me. So it's like, I know. Yeah, like 4 hours is my limit with you, Matt, and I don't blame you. I am a whoppin. A whoppin? That's a whopper and a weapon, chat. A whoppin. Triple whopper. Ah, dear. I don't want to ruin Budapest's form. But I do want to win still. I really do. So we just need to get to next Thursday. Woppenheimer. Oh, I'm looking forward to seeing that film, though. Not Woppenheimer. That would probably be like the porno version of it. Now Castillo can score again. Hurley's hurt himself. Standard. Soler. Oh, Ferencváros lost. Wow, we're already 16 points clear after 16 games. That's much more dominant than we were last season. Oh, Čukarički, come on, lads. Yes. The other thing is as well, we can tell which players we looked at with the previous scouting method because it still has like a day-old thing on them. So we know which ones to avoid with this too. Anime source. Please don't be too bad. Oh, not ideal. He'll be back for after Christmas though. Despite his inability to like hit a donkey's banjo's barn door with a banjo in Europe, he's actually been okay. 16 and 16 in the league is 27 goals this season he's got. And actually it's 4 and 5 in the Champions League, and yet here I am complaining. Loads of big name matches, yeah. I have become Death Destroyer. Love it. We could actually... We're only 7 games away now from 50 straight wins in the league. 18 finishing, yeah. I mean, it's like we had that argument a little while ago about, like, does finishing matter? It does still matter to me, but I feel like composure is so much more important than finishing, but I still wouldn't want a striker with 2 finishing. Because there's going to be somewhere it matters. Yeah, actually, fuck it, we'll do this now as well. While we're here. No, stop it. Regan Booty's on the coaching staff. Shut your noise. What? 13 grand a week. This right here, chat, is why you keep the wage budget as low as you can. How is he only demanding 13 grand a week? What's he on currently? 13 grand a week. Guillermo Navarro is just an absolute boss, isn't he? Do you reckon I can actually get longer? Do you reckon he'll let me do this? No. He might let me do 1 year, though. 6-year contract on the same deal. Why do I have lights on? Because if I didn't have lights on, you wouldn't be able to see me. Such is the frailties of human sight. Now, were I streaming to a lot of bats? Maybe some dolphins? Sharks, perhaps? Then maybe this would be a different story. But sadly, my audience is very rarely made out of that particular type of the animal kingdom. It's a shame. One day I would love that. That'd be really fun, actually. Olsen signing as well. Good stuff. Joke. It's like fucking, what's his name? From Splinter Cell. Olsen. Yep, I like those attributes. There's enough there that makes me think it's worth it. 8 away, true. Oh, Vojvodina with some players, just not quite. Sam Fisher, that's who I was thinking of. I am Batman. Just all sat there watching this with night vision. We all rolled as half elves. That's a name that could easily pop up, honestly. Oh, okay. ASM. Yeah, I'm looking for Alison Maximin if we could. There's Ian Foster. And also Rashid Lamb, which I do like. And there he is. In all his glory. Not like a partisan. I don't know. Did I not like a partisan? Oh, sorry. Thank you. Good shout. Oh. Well. Regretful, but apparently partisan have nothing to offer us today. Disappointment. Just have a look at him. He's alright. Probably just doesn't have the potential. Thank you for that. I would not have wanted to miss partisan, actually. Recruitment meeting. Lol. Nobody does those. Underwhelming, indeed. Right, here we go. Final ones of these matches. Kishvarda hosting Lille. That's going to be tough. And that's actually... I'm glad they won their last game. Molfehevar. This is for all the marbles. Hosting Scoopy. If they can't beat Scoopy, then they don't deserve to be in Hungary anymore. Like, Kishvada, I'd understand if they don't beat Lille. Scoopy have got to be poopy scoopied down the toilet. Like, we've got to get rid. I love that I'm saying, oh, Club Brugge are 25th, but yes, like... Okay, good. Oh, good point. Really good point for Kishvada. They were leading until the 89th minute. And then, good, right? So that should be fine for them both, right? Kishvada gets 17th. Malfoy have actually snuck ahead of them. Wait. I feel so sorry for Tromsø here. Like, what did they do? Like, actually, no, Espanyol, if anything, are the real losers out of this. They get to come fourth, despite having a better goal difference than all of them. 6-way head-to-head, where half of them haven't played each other in any way. But on the plus side, it does mean Molfehvar sneak into the top 16. So they'll actually get a better draw out of all of that as a result. And what does that mean for coefficients to finish things off? 10.7. We're still top 4 for the season. Norway are number 1. Chat, Norway are number 1. Norway... What is going on in Norway? Norway are number 1 in the coefficient chart for the season after the halfway stage. They've got 13 points. Have Scotland binned it again? Well, they have. Norway are making a break for like the top 8 at this rate. The Fjords are not damned anymore. No. Norway's last 2 seasons. 12.6 last year was insanely good. And then they've gone and got 13 already. Bear in mind their previous seasons before that. 5, 9, admittedly 4, 6. Oh, the Youth Intake Preview. Oh, you want to see it. The Youth Intake Preview is a masterclass of wonderfulness. This is the Youth Intake Preview this year. Every single player is E or worse. Emmett has truly gone on holiday. Can we do Norway? It's like a 3-save rolling cycle where I'll do Norway next year. Then we'll do Scotland. Yeah, probably the worst Youth Intake Preview I've ever seen. Which says a lot. Wow, we actually did it, chat. It was a marathon, but we did it. Now, that means, though, that on Sunday, it's Judgment Day for us, because we've actually got to get some wins against Club Brugge and against Sevilla. At least just beat Club Brugge, then it'll be fine. I think we'll be through at that point, but you just never know with us. But on the plus side, we have all of these guys joining us in January. That's just our January signings. Branier, Aguilar, Yanchev, Bergvold, Armour, Olsen, Bardo, Alec. Look at some of those players we've just picked up for like between £1 and £2 million each. There is some mad quality in that. These players are going to be worth nearly 100 million between them, I think, when they join us. That is bloody awesome. But all of that is just from this type of scouting today. It's mad. So, transfer recap. Yeah, there'll be one next season when I do the yeah, I don't have time to go through every single one of these players, basically, because we're already like half an hour past our sell-by date today. But check in on Sunday, and I'll be able to show you them all, because they'll be here in all their beautiful glory. Holy shit. Right, let me get our big screen face out. I was going to say big, beautiful face, but that ain't true. Let's go to Football Manager. See who's streaming this on. Did I see a bit of a wild Y Cackham? I did. We haven't managed to raid Cackham in ages. So chat, you know what to do. When we raid over, remember to just say hello Y Cackham. What you do is you replace the L's in his name with K's. It's just the thing we do now. So yeah, thank you for joining me today. Today's been really, really fun. Stressful in terms of getting through everything and having all the stuff go wrong, but hot damn, we're making some progress. We are making some progress. Even if, well, actually we're not. All the other Hungarian sides are making some progress. But with signings like that, that new method, I'm excited to see if we can, I'll have to start like a fresh save for it and do some tests with that new scouting idea, but I think that's definitely worth a video. It's been a while since I've made a scouting video, so I'll see you guys very soon. Thank you for today. Hold your gun. Capybara. Let's go say hello to Y Cackham. Bye-bye.